This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
knew that was you. I was like, wait, I know that man. I listen to him all the time. That's you.
Yeah, my name 80s Brooklyn 80s baby.
That's what I thought. I had to get that off. I was like, I know that. I know that voice.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Brooklyn 80s back with another good episode for you guys today. I was supposed to go live last night, but soon as I decided to go live, I had a couple ideas of different things I could do to make the live better. So I ended up canceling the live and deciding to go live tonight. So my apologies for that. So this is the makeup live for last night. So I hope you guys enjoy it because I've been working to make it, you know, I've been coming up with some things to make it interesting, add a little bit of production value to it. So I hope you guys enjoy the makeup live. And again, my apologies for not going live yesterday. With that said, though, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. Hit the like button because when you hit the like button, it puts the live in the algorithm. It helps me out. And participate in the chat. If you hear live with me, participate in the chat. If you're watching this on the playback, you already know. Hit me in the comments and I'll holler back. You already know that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a good episode today. I got a few different topics that I want to get into. And also, listen, I'm excited to show you guys the changes that I've made, and then we'll see how it goes from there, right? Because I'm pretty much freestyling today about how I want to do it because I'm still learning how I want to produce. Let's say that. But starting off, let's talk about some of the moments that's happened around the WNBA. That's something new I might start implementing. Just different things that people just adding in maybe some highlights here and there. That you got to be careful with that with copyrights, but just added in different nights. Certain people had big nights, however the case may be. So let's start with tonight. Let's start with tonight's big night. Shout out to Olivia Miles. Olivia Miles had a career high tonight. 33 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 turnovers, 63% from the 3-point line. Solid game. Got to cut the turnovers down, but really good game from her. And shout out to her for the All-Star nod as well. Only rookie to be an All-Star, so shout out to that. Last night, let me see. Where is that? I think I might actually have a highlight of this one. Yeah. Give me 1 second because it's going to mute me. Or maybe not. I think I cut the sound off. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Last night, Marina Mabrey dropped 30 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 turnovers. Got to start taking care of that ball, ladies. Don't let Caitlin Clark influence you. No, I'm joking. But 6 turnovers, 38% from the 3-point line. Not bad. Got to cut those turnovers down. Anytime you got more turnovers than assists, that's never good. But we know Marina definitely been balling this year, and definitely deserving of an all-star nod. Shout out to her. Someone that's I'm not new to, but continues to impress me every time. Is Paige Beckers. Shout out to Paige Beckers for a big night last night as well. 22.6 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 turnover. That's what I'm talking about. Protecting the ball. Got to protect the ball. 33% from the 3-point line. Incredible game. Paige been playing great all season. Super happy for her success. We've seen 2 returns this week, or back-to-back, really, I should say. We saw Caitlin Clark's return last night. And I was looking forward to giving Caitlin her flowers I was looking forward to, getting on here and seeing how great she played. But unfortunately, after seeing that flop that she did, it just turned me all the way off to her last night. And then especially, for the people who didn't watch the game, especially with her getting benched, she got benched right after that because she, obviously she caught a little temper tantrum and everything, got benched, and then came back at the end of the game after Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston did all the hard work. Then she comes back and, padded her stats a little bit. Let me play this video for you.
Caitlin gets up, not happy with the call. And the review is for an act after the foul.
I don't see anything after the foul. And to me, that just... Chelsea Gray with counter moves and just going through the body, creating some contact. I believe it was on the arm. Caitlin Clark was not vertical play.
And that's what the verdict is. Call stands. Chelsea Gray will step up to the line for two.
Yeah, so that turned me off last night. So listen, like I said, if y'all watching me, man, because I see people coming in, do me a favor, hit that like button. Help me. Don't just watch me. Help me out. Let's be a community. Hit the like button for me. Talk to me in the comments. Like I said, shout out to Rare Rock. Rare Rock said, I guess Mabry didn't want to play for Chicago because I didn't see none of this. I wouldn't say that, Rare Rock. You got to understand, like, players get better year by year. And when I was watching her on Chicago, she was playing well. Like, she played good. But you could tell, like, all players got things that they going through they need to work on. You could tell whatever she did this year and unrivaled. And it wasn't only her. Shout out to my brother, Sports with Dre Day. Shout out to my brother Sports with Dre Day, because this is something that he says, but I agree with him. But apparently something happened in Unrivaled. Like, these girls really found a new level of confidence playing Unrivaled. It might have been the one-on-one thing. It might have been just getting in shape. It might have been just being healthy, not having no injuries and being able to work on your game. It might have just been a healthy environment that everybody was just like, yo, this is a great environment to get better. That's what Unrivaled was built for. And it's doing its job, because you take a look at Dominique Malanga, she looks like a better Dominique Malanga. You take a look at Ray Burrell, she looks like a better Ray Burrell. You take a look at Paige Beggars from year 1 to year 2. She was great in year 1. She's even better in year 2. And you take a look at Marina Mabry. This is a Marina Mabry we never seen before. So it just shows the power on Unrivaled and how good you could really get, like, focusing on your game and still having to play competitive basketball. So I think that's what it was. I don't think she was holding back in Chicago. I just think she got better, bro. Like, this is the best Marina we ever seen. But yeah, like I said, everybody do me a favor and hit that like button, and definitely interact with me in the comment section. I like to get to y'all questions. I like to talk to y'all. I like to share what y'all saying on the screen. But once again, please hit the like button for me. Run the likes up. Let's run the likes up on this live. But anyway, also I dropped the link too if anybody want to come up on the panel and talk about anything. Let me drop the link right now just to get it out the way. Copy that. All right, the link is in the chat. So if anybody want to come up and discuss anything, they can. I just ask you to be respectful and have clean audio. That's pretty much it. But yeah, so anyway, this game kind of, Caitlin Clark kind of turned me off on this game because, First of all, that was the worst flop I ever seen. That was the worst flop I ever seen. The delay like that, the look up to see if the shot misses, and then ball over and fall on the ground. For people who already know, for people who've been watching her since college, we already knew she was a flopper, right? We already knew that she manipulates the game. We know that she's gonna yell at the ref. She's gonna try to get things going in her favor. She don't want to win on talent. She want to win on just bullying the game, basically, right? She want the refs to call everything her way, right? She want everything to go her way. She don't want to go out there and earn it, right? And so we know, anybody who's known her, watched her, know that about her. But me personally, even though I know that about her, I still know how good she is for the game, and I'm not just talking about her popularity, right? I'm talking about how good she is for the game what she provides as a playmaker, as a shooter, as a point guard, as a talent in this league, and as a talent in women's basketball. I know what she provides as far as that, right? I don't agree with the rhetoric or the propaganda that she's the best and she's better than everybody else and she's better than everybody we seen. I don't agree with that BS, but I do think she's one of the stars. And I do think that she's bringing eyes. And I do think for whatever reason, whoever your favorite is, people like Caitlin. And that's fine. And that's great. And because of that, I want to see her come out and be a basketball player, right? I want to see her come out and have good nights that she's earned, like on the floor, that she she worked hard. I don't want to see her coming out trying to manipulate calls and being childish and yelling at refs. And, I don't really want to see that. I rather, I want to see you come out and play some good basketball. So that's what I was looking forward to. That's what I thought she was going to do. I was ready to come up here today and show her stats, just like I showed a couple people's stats already. And then I saw this and I was like, oh, okay, I already know what I'm going to talk about. For the game was over. I seen this and it was like, this was the worst flop I ever seen. Are you kidding me? Who flops 3 to 4 seconds after the play? Number one. Number two, we seen what happened. You wasn't hit. That's why I like Chelsea Gray's response when she got up and just waved it off and walked to the line. Like, you know what I mean? Shout out to the Fever because the Fever actually won this game. But again, I want to give credit to Aaliyah Boston and Kelsey Mitchell. And also Sophie Cunningham at the end. She came in and hit some big shots. But Aaliyah Boston and Kelsey Mitchell was the ones who turned this game around. You know what I mean? Caitlin Clark is going to get credit for the little bit of points she put up in her assists and everything, you know what I mean? Because how popular she is. But Aaliyah Boston and Kelsey Mitchell is the people that's carrying this team. So let me ask you guys a question. You guys is watching me live right now. Let me get you involved in this. What was you guys' thoughts when y'all seen this, or if you didn't see it live, when you heard about it, or when you saw it on on social media, whatever the case may be? What was you guys' thoughts on this particular flop? I forgot to do this too. Let me do this. Talk to me in the comments. Talk to me in the comments and what you guys thought about this particular flop. Don't all answer the question at once. Do me a favor, everybody. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Nah, that's a fact. It's Corey. Shout out to Corey Nelly. Yeah, Corey Nelly. She definitely give me spectrum, bro. She definitely give me spectrum. And that's not a knock to anybody on the spectrum. My sister's on the spectrum, but she definitely gives me spectrum. Like some of the things she do don't make sense. And then on top of that, it's weird because when I talk to again, I'm a Caitlin Clark supporter, right? I'm an Angel Reese fan, but I'm a Caitlin Clark supporter. But so I know she got some good fans, but some of her fans is crazy because like you'll talk to some of her fans and they like a lot of them is just idiots. Like I'll put up certain posts. I'll put up a post about Angel Reese, or I'll put up a post about her, and the stuff they come in my comments and say is like, you be thinking like, what kind of person could say this? Like, you know, what kind of IQ did this person have? Like, you really start thinking like that. Rare Rock says, it's kind of tough not to go in on her, just kind of tired already. Yeah. And like I said, I didn't even want to go in on her, bro. Like, I was like, okay, I'm a fan of women basketball, and I don't come into this space to hate on the women. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna protect Angel Reese at all costs. So it's times where I gotta go at Caitlin Clark and her fans or whoever else and they fans. But I come into this space to support all of the women. That's what I want to do. So I had went in on Caitlin Clark a couple days, telling the truth. So I don't feel no way about it. I'm telling the truth the same way I'm telling the truth about her today. But I wanted to say something positive about her, right? So I'm like, okay, it's her return. And she started off good. She made a couple shots. I'm like, it's her return. She's gonna have a solid game. I'm gonna put up the numbers. I'm gonna talk about the game she had. Right. I know all of my fans won't like that because a lot of my fans don't like Caitlin Clark. But I was gonna put her in in a nice light, saying, okay, she came out, she did this, she did that, whatever. The same way I just talked about Olivia Miles, giving her flowers. The same way I just talked about Marina Mabry. The same way I just talked about Paige Beckers. I was going to come out here and I was going to talk about Caitlin Clark the same way until she did what she did. And I was like, it was just like, all right, now we got to highlight. Because again, I'm a truth teller. I don't want to lie to the people. Now I got to highlight what I seen. And this is what I seen. 12 points, 7 rebounds, right? Let me close this real quick. 12 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 turnovers, 20% from 3-point line. No logo threes, because that's what everybody love her for, right? And one obvious offensive flop, right? That I don't know how she's gonna live down. Like, this is gonna follow her for her whole career. Like, unless she change her whole personality and become a different person and become more likable, this is gonna follow her. Like, everybody gonna bring her, because that was a crazy flop. Like, most people flop, like, in the moment. You try to get a call. Like, did she think people didn't see her? That was crazy. Rare Rock says she's young. She just can't wrap. She's young. Just can't wrap my head around what's going on with her. Yeah, I can't even, bro. I can't even. I want to say it's the pressure of what everybody put on her, but I don't even know if it's that. And then secondly, she feeds into a lot of things. So I don't even know if I want to, you know what I mean? Take some pressure off her because she feed into it. The president tweeted the other day, you know what I mean? And you do this, acting like you really sell it, acting like you getting beat up. Not tweeted, but responded to the to what Caitlin is going through. And it's like you trying to like egg that on even more with this. You know what I'm saying? Got lost for a second. Corey nearly says she wears a helmet or you stupid. That was funny. That was funny. But yeah, Gamble, what's up, my brother? Gamble says, I don't know. Maybe she just soft and tender. I mean, we already know that. We know she's not built for this. We know she not built for this. Like I said earlier, if you guys haven't, do me a favor, smash that like button for me. I appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Real Money says 6 out of 8 games lost. Damn. I don't like. Does that work? You don't know me, but you don't know me, bro. I don't know what that was supposed to do. Like, that's supposed to hurt. Like, I don't get it. What does that have to do with the? All right, this your favorite though. That 6 out of 8, but this your favorite. That's crazy. Non-Iron 1481 says, I'm a fan of Caitlin Clark, and I'll be the first to say she spent too much energy arguing with the refs. I would put her in my top 10 of women players in the league, but she got to toughen up. See, this is the CC fan I respect. This is a CC. Just keep it real, bro. Just keep it real. I don't hate, me personally, I don't dislike CC, right? I don't want to come on here and talk about this type of stuff, but if you're going to do it, I got to talk about it, especially when the playing field ain't even, especially when things happen to her. Oh, it's news, right? It's news and suspensions and flagrants and all types of stuff. Anything happen to her, but when she do something, she gets to yell at the refs. It's not an effing call, all of the things. And it's like, stop it. And this is who you are. You flopping, you flopping, trying to get a call. That's not honorable. That's not respectable. I don't know where y'all from, but I'm from Brooklyn, right? I know some of y'all from Chicago, some of y'all from Atlanta, some of y'all from towns where what it means to be from that town is integrity, right? It's somebody, when you come from that town, you got a little bit of substance to you, right? It means something coming from where you come from. So I know some of y'all understand me when I say I'm from Brooklyn. Like, certain things you just can't respect in a person. And stuff like this, it makes it hard to like a person or hard to respect them. It's like, why are we come out and play the game? I think, in my opinion, I think Caitlin is talented enough to just play her game. I think she's talented enough to play without the manipulation. I think she's talented enough to play without all of the childishness, but I think she was entitled for her whole life. It's hard for her to get out of it. That's what I think it is. I think everybody she played for let her and allowed her to do this. When you watch it in college, I think her name is Lisa Bluter. I always mess her first name up. I think it's Lisa Bluter. When you watch it in college, Lisa just let her beat up the chairs whenever she wanted and yell out. Only person who kept her in check was her father. Her father used to keep her in check. I guess because she a pro, he falling back a little bit, but look at Stephanie White's face, bro, dealing with this grown woman. And I guarantee you that if Stephanie White and Christy Sides and Lisa Bluter and whoever her AAU coach, if they all got to sit down and really be honest, and it wasn't about the quote unquote eyes she brought to the WNBA, if they got to be honest about her, I bet you they all will have a lot to say about her attitude and her behavior. You get what I'm saying? Not to say, listen, she's a great player and she deserved to be an all-star and she deserved all the accolades she gets. So not taking anything away from that. But it's like, yo, you need to work. Everybody got something to work on. And not only do you need to work on your game, you need to work on your attitude. You need to work on your personality. And you need to work on whoever told you that this was okay to play like this. And whoever told you this was, oh, what's up, Mo3? Whoever told you that this was okay to play like this, like who instilled this type of who instilled this in her is what I want to know. Do me a favor. I see a few more people join. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me. Smash that like button on the walk-in, please. I'm gonna drop the link. I dropped it already, but I'm gonna drop it again. Some new people came in. If you guys want to come up and again say what your thoughts was watching this in real time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so this was Caitlin's return. This was return of the best player, right? The best player in the league, according to Caitlin Clark fans. This is the return of the, the best shooter in the league. And you know what I'm saying? This was the return. BM Grip. What up, BM Grip? BM Grip says Caitlyn Jenner is just LaFlop James of the WNBA. That's funny. That's funny. Caitlyn Jenner. Real Money. I missed this one. Real Money says when you're a mega super, okay, because so she's not just a mega star, she's a mega super star, and not only is she a mega superstar, she a mega super duper star. I got you. All right. So when you're a mega super duper star, your name is used for clicks. Whenever your name is mentioned, it's engagement. We know that now. Come on. What does that have to do with the flop, bro? Like, ain't nobody asked her to flop for engagement. She did that. And then when you do that, you're gonna get engagement. So let's focus on, let's keep the main thing the main thing. Like my man K-Sap say, shout out to K-Sap, big bro. Shout out to K-Sap. Like big bro K-Sap say, let's keep the main thing, Brody. We not here. Listen, I know she your favorite, and I know, and this is another thing, Real Money. And I'm happy you in here, and I'm happy you feeling salty, right? Instead of being able to tell the truth, I'm happy you feeling salty because you're gonna give me an outlet through you, pause, to talk to all of the Clarkies and the CC fans that's delusional, right? So for all you delusional Clarkies out there that's gonna dismiss this, shout out to Nine Iron, because like I said, he kept it 100, he kept it 1,000, right? And CC fans like him, I'm not talking to you. The CC fans that's not delusional, the CC fans that love her for when she comes out and play basketball, but don't like her when she come out and do this, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the delusional CC fans like Real Money is being, right? Real Money not like this every day. But today, I guess, he in his feelings, I guess, I don't know. His girl, he might have had an argument with his girl earlier. I don't know. Something happened. He having a bad day. He ain't eat his Wheaties this morning. I don't know. But he's being delusional. He's being delusional right now. And he can't admit this was crazy. Regardless of you a super duper uber, scuba looper star, this was crazy. You get what I'm saying? This ain't got nothing to do with clicks. Anybody who did this, I would have talked about. So this ain't got nothing to do. I want to talk about. I wanted to come on here and show her love, honestly, because that's what I thought was going to happen. I didn't foresee this. I'm thinking like, oh, she's going to have a good game today. She about to drop 21, 23 or whatever. She about to have about 8 assists. She about to have 5 turnovers. We know that already. Shooting percentage wise, maybe she shoot 40%. You never know with CC. That's what I was expecting. And I was gonna come in here and give her love, just like I gave everybody else love. If y'all missed it, because there's a lot of new people in here, let me give them some love again, just so I could show y'all what I'm talking about. This is what I thought I was gonna do for CC. So shout out to Marina Mabry. Hold on, I got somebody want to come up to the chat. Let me add you to the stage. Marie Wilder. Am I saying your name correct? Marie? Marie?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Welcome
yes,
to the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear. I
Thank
wanted to make
you.
sure you correctly. You're welcome. In fact,
Yes.
I'm being rude. Let me produce you correctly. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
Everybody welcome Marie Wilder to the panel. There we go.
Thank you very much. No.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, thank you.
So what's your thoughts? Did you come up here to talk about something? What's your thoughts? You got something on your mind?
Yeah, I was just calling because you mentioned, well, you were showing the video of
Yes.
Caitlyn.
Yes, let me put it back up. Go ahead, keep talking. Let me put it back up for you.
Yeah, we were watching the game yesterday and we saw the play in real time. And it was actually kind of ridiculous because you can even feel it like over the crowd. You can
Right.
see that everyone was kind of like, why is she on the floor like that?
Exactly.
And so it was obvious that it was a flop and it was a bad flop and it was an intentional flop.
Yep.
And it was embarrassing because even after the foul wasn't called or whatever occurred after that, she was still saying it was a foul. It was a foul.
Exactly.
It was very dramatic. on her knees, and she's looking like she's really, really injured. And even the Las Vegas Aces, the players were looking at her like, what's going on here? And even her teammates,
Even
when
her
they
teammates was looking at her like that.
yeah, and they were kind of like, you could see by the looks on their faces and their actions that they were probably thinking, okay, this is too much. You're going too far. And so my thoughts on Caitlin is that I think she's a good player. I really
Right.
think she's a good player. I think she has a bright future ahead of her, but I don't think the superstar status and the face of the league and all the things that some of her followers are trying to get everyone else to agree to, I
Right.
don't think she's at that level. I think if she stops complaining, if she just plays the game and let her game speak for itself,
Right.
I think she will be a great player. But
I
at this
agree with you.
yeah, at this point, it's too many distractions with the flops and, the things that she tries to do to get attention. And
Right.
unfortunately, it does take away from her game. And I think I think she's a really good player, but I think she needs, at this point, to start letting her game speak for itself. Because,
Exactly.
basketball is a physical sport. If anyone has played basketball, any other type of sport, you know that there's a lot of physical contact, and you know that every now and again there's going to be hard fouls, and of course you'll get a flagrant foul, but it's not something that should be blown out of proportion like the incident with her and Alyssa Thomas that has taken on
Exactly.
a life of its own. I mean, you have politicians, you have the president commenting on it, and at this point that they're serving their own agendas, because many of the politicians have never probably watched
Of course not.
a WNBA game or had any interest in women's basketball or women's sports.
Yeah.
So
They're the ones looking for attention,
exactly,
trying to act like they care.
yeah,
That's a great
absolutely.
point. That's a great
Yeah.
point you made.
Yeah, so I think if she just, because there's a lot of good talent in the WNBA, and there's a lot of names that I can name right now that they're just playing sensational basketball right now. And unfortunately, some of that attention is being taken away from them because of the drama and the dramatics that circle Caitlin Clark. Because even when they beat the Aces, a lot of the headlines were Caitlin Clark beat the Aces. Well, it wasn't. It was Kelsey
Exactly.
Mitchell.
Thank
and
you. So
Aaliyah
not to cut you
Boston.
off, hold that thought real quick.
Yeah.
The fact you just reminded me, that's part of the reason
Is
why.
she on the team?
Hold on, real money, please. Hold on, real money. Don't. That's part of the reason why I made this graphic and I got upset last night, because after the game I saw what you were saying. Like, they was acting like Caitlin Clark was the one who won the game, and Caitlin Clark was on the bench for most of the time when they was, when they actually started to make their run and started to take the game over. Caitlin Clark was on the bench.
Yeah.
And then they put her back in after they had got control of the game. But after the game, of course, they gonna say it was Caitlin Clark. So that just made that really upset me. And that's why today I was really giving Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston they props, because they didn't get it yesterday. Yesterday, they the ones who won the game. And Sophie Cunningham, like I said in the end, she came in and knocked down a few threes. Those are the ones who won the game, yet they gave all the credit to Caitlin Clark after this egregious BS, because I'm like, yo, this is when she got benched. She got benched after this. And then it was Ty Harris. It was Ty Harris in the game, not Caitlin Clark. It was Ty Harris in the game, and you know what I mean. And they so I'm sorry to interrupt you. Keep going.
Oh no, you were fine. You're absolutely fine, because I totally agree with what you were saying, and I know that she contributed to the game, but they beat the Aces by quite a few. I think it was 34, something like that. And from the get-go, Kelsey Mitchell, Aaliyah Boston, Harris, all of them were just focused on the game. And sometimes when Caitlin, with her dramatics, it takes away from that a little bit. But I think if she just played with the team, let those things go. If you get a foul, if they call it, great. If they don't, keep it moving. Stay focused on the game, play as a team. And I think they could do really good this year, but it has to turn around now, because it's kind of getting out of hand at this point. And there's too many other players who are playing exceptional basketball right now. So those are the
Olivia
ones.
Miles just had an amazing night. I don't know if y'all watched
Didn't
it.
she? Absolutely. 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 And Angel and Shakira, and it's just so many of them. You can't even name all of them because they're all playing exceptional basketball right now. So that's basically what I wanted to say. You know, like, stop the flopping, just focus on your game. You have a good game, let your game speak for itself.
Exactly.
You know, stop all these extra things. Just do what you came into the league to do. If you're a superstar, then, you know, work your way up to that, prove it. But I think, you know, she has a lot of talent, but it has to be directed in the right way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate you letting me come up.
Listen, I appreciate you coming up. I'm actually upset because I'm like, where you been?
Well, I just came across your channel and I'm like, well, what are they talking about? And, you know, I heard what you were saying. So I'm like, well, let me go ahead, and you dropped the link. So I'm like, well, let me say a couple of things. So,
Okay. Well, I'm happy you found the channel. Don't be a stranger, and you more than welcome anytime to join the panel. If you want to stay up here now and talk about more topics, you can. Or if you want to go and come back later, you can. It's 1,000% up to you. But I appreciate your input. And
you're welcome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I'll subscribe to your channel, and
Thank
I'll
you so
jump
much.
off for now. But if there's something else that comes up, I'll definitely come back on.
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right.
Now let me welcome my brother Real Money to the stage. Yeah, Real Money. I know you got something on your mind. Get it off your, as KSAP and Bro Claw was saying. Get it off your chest, Real Money.
Let me tell you, bro. Like, I just want to know what's the difference between this flop and what's the name? What her name is? Damn, I forget her name.
I could probably help you out if you describe it to me.
I'm looking right at her. Nalissa Smith.
Oh, Chelsea Gray? Oh, Nalissa Smith?
Nalissa Smith. I'm looking right at her because I'm looking at this game.
Oh, you talking about when Aaliyah Boston elbowed her?
Yeah, I'm looking at this game again. When Aaliyah
You talking about when you talk when
ball,
you say,
you know, she was
I know what you're talking about.
She was just catching the ball. She was literally catching the ball.
So it's a slight difference. So I do understand where you're coming from, and I don't want to say I agree with you. I want to say I'm not mad at your take for that, because she did get hit by an elbow. Like, it is what it is. Aaliyah Boston wasn't trying to hit her. Like you said, Aaliyah Boston was trying to put her hands up to catch a pass, and Nalissa Smith's head was there. I guess she was trying. I forget the play. I don't know if she was trying to block the pass or what. Like, but I think she jumped out. Right? She jumped towards Aaliyah Boston. Ended up getting hit by the elbow. So she did get hit by the elbow, but it wasn't intentional. So I see what you're saying. To your point, it wasn't
Neither one of them was. Neither one was.
No. We're not doing that, bro. We got a full, bro. I'm gonna let you finish. Gotta do your thing.
Chelsea Gray running around here with arms like the Rock. If she was to do that move to you and put her shoulder into your stomach, you would damn near be out of breath. That's all it was an out of breath thing, bro. We acting like she just fell out and fell over. She was out of breath and got right up.
So she wasn't trying to get a foul call? She wasn't saying that it was a foul?
And got right up, bro.
You didn't see her mouth when she said it was a foul? You didn't see her mouth?
The wind knocked out you before?
Yeah, but if you get the wind knocked out of you, you don't say foul.
What player do you know that want a foul going against them and not against the other team?
I don't know what you're getting at, bro. If you look, the player's right in front of you. You see, it was.
I'm looking at it. What player do you know? Chelsea Gray acting like she just got super duper foul. She all on the ground.
No, she not. She did a fadeaway and foul.
She did,
and it was an and one, so she
got the foul call. Look, we're gonna show it again.
I don't think it was an and one. I think she missed the shot, if I'm not mistaken.
Show it again. She about to act like she got really
look at
bumped.
real money. Look at the
She
hands.
created the contact.
Real money. Look, no. Look at the hands. When she do the fadeaway
Just
and she
Gray
about to shoot it.
created the
Real
contact.
money. Listen to what I'm saying. When she's fading away and she's about to shoot it, watch Caitlin Clark hands. That's where the foul was at.
Them
Caitlin Clark
fouls
wasn't
don't
straight
be.
up. If Caitlin Clark, watch Caitlin Clark hands, bro. Watch her hands come forward.
Look.
You saw that? They're gonna show it again from the side. That's the foul. Not anything below. It's the hand. Watch the hands up top. Watch Caitlin Clark hands. That's the foul. You saw that?
Man, we see that foul. We see that foul not get called 1,000 times a game.
Why you can't, real money? Why you can't just be real, bro? There's one play. Nobody's indicting Caitlin Clark saying she need to disappear or whatever. We saying that this was a crazy flop, bro. You can't agree with that?
Everybody flopped. Yeah, it was a crazy flop. Everybody flopped though.
Everybody don't flop, first of all.
Play.
But there's a lot of floppers.
They don't fall on the ground, they flop. They still flop. Just because they don't fall on the ground. I done seen 100 plays in this same game I'm watching.
You defending this? You seriously trying to defend this?
34-point blowout again. I'm sitting here watching this 34-point blowout again. And I done seen at least 50 times. I done seen at least 6 flops. Dana Evans done throw her.
So look, let's do this. Shout out to my brother. One thing I gotta give Where Money is he loyal. He could have it right in front of pause, no homo. He could have he could see it right in front of him, pause, and still he just gonna defend Caitlin. If anybody in the chat right now, if anybody watching this is a Caitlin Clark fan or Indiana fan, I know we got one already. I know Iron, I forget his name already. Iron something is in the chat. And if anybody else is in the chat that's Caitlin fans, you guys are more than welcome to come up. You guys, I want to hear you guys' opinions. And then, even if you're not a Caitlin fan, if you're an Aces fan, or scratch all of that, if you got an opinion on this game or on this play, I want your opinion. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat again for anybody who may have missed it. Shout out to the Marie Wilder. She came up here and killed it. She bodied it with an amazing opinion on what happened. So if anybody else want to share how they feel.
Gil Passat went yesterday against Indiana.
That again?
Gil with the Passat girl who they just gave away to Vegas, who they thought was just she came in and the other team, these folks got these games set up how they want to have them set up, right? We literally watching entertainment, right?
Yo, do me a favor, everybody. If you haven't,
I'm trying to see do you know?
Yo, hold on, Brody. I'm talking to the chat. Yo, do me a favor. Anybody who hasn't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel. Anybody who haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button for me. It helps me out, puts me in the algorithm, so it gets the channel to more people. And I appreciate it. Thank you. Get real money. There you go, 99. Hit the link, 99. And anybody else who may be an Aces fan, an Indiana Fever fan, definitely women. I appreciate women's opinion because this is a women's space. But anybody who wants to share their opinion, hit that link for me. I want to hear your thoughts. Get real money.
Yeah, the Passat girl who everybody just, she came in and made history. First, as soon as she touched the floor, she made history. Yeah, you can make history when they leave you wide open to shoot a three. A shooter to practice three. You wide open shooting a practice three from the right from the top of the key.
That's not the topic though. The topic is just flop.
Bro,
see how you try to move the goalpost? See how you try to move the goalpost?
No, I'm just saying. A girl just literally got a shoe thrown at her yesterday. A girl just threw the shoe at another player on national TV yesterday.
Harvey, hit the link.
Nobody ain't even talking about that.
Hit the link, Harvey.
That's
Who
the
else is
crazy. That's
who else is
wild.
defending this BS? I want to hear y'all thoughts.
That's
I want to
wild
give y'all
though.
a chance. I want to because my channel's
Yeah,
it's a lot of Angel Reese people. I want to hear what the Caitlin Clark people got to say. I was hit
man. Y'all
the link.
y'all hilarious, man. Y'all literally sitting here talking about a foul a meaningless foul. That's what the point is. It's a meaningless flop that had nothing to do with nothing. Nobody care about it. Nothing. A girl literally threw a shoe at Marina Mabry. I guess Marina Mabry ain't important to y'all. She ain't important to y'all, I guess.
Now that's interesting too. We could talk about that right after we talk
Nah,
about the
Marina.
flop.
Nah, Marina Mabry ain't important to y'all, I guess.
Whenever we finish talking about the flop, we could talk about that.
You know why it's not important? Cause neither one of them are stars. That's why it's not important. It's not on sport. Let somebody would have threw a shoe at CC. Love would have threw a shoe at CC and see what would happen.
MVP says Brooklyn Howard played like trash Saturday. You ducked that game. You ducked that game. I don't know what you mean by that. You still think Howard better than CC? Yeah, I do.
How played a lackluster game against goddamn. They just went out there and act like they beat the Vegas. They just act like they beat Vegas in the finals. They just beat the Sparks with a boomer K goddamn 30, 39 going on 50. They just beat a boomer, act like they just beat the Vegas Aces in the finals. Y'all gotta stop, man. We gotta stop this stuff, man. I'm talking about we gotta stop. Angel on Sports Center. Yeah. Do y'all know y'all know y'all just lost 7 out of the last 8 games, don't y'all?
Speaking of
You
Sports Center, you know who wasn't on Sports Center? Caitlin Clark, because this game was trash, right? She came out and played the trash game, got benched. Look at her coach face. Look at Stephanie White's face. She gets
they just
benched,
beat they
and
just
then
beat
and then
this
they and then they give her credit. Then
they
they
just
give
beat
her
a
credit for
5
the
and
win.
15 team. They just beat a
She didn't
5
because
and
she was on
15.
the bench.
They beat a
She was on
5 and
the she
15
was on
team.
the bench the whole time, so she ain't do nothing.
Yeah. She come back out injured, man.
Yeah,
She ain't
yeah,
gonna play tomorrow either.
yeah. Yeah, they because they don't need her.
Yeah, I know. They still
Because
winning though.
every time they put her in the game, that's what she do.
You know they still winning though without her, right?
That's the point.
They winning without her and with her.
You wanna know who's not winning without Angel? That's the point.
That's
That's
a
the
sad story.
difference.
That's a sad case.
That's the difference.
That's
One
a
team
sad
need their
case.
star, the other team don't need their star. That's the difference.
Man, please.
9-9 says, hold
Everybody
on,
know that's
9-9.
everybody knows
Hold
she
on.
the 4th best on that team, man.
I got it. Hold on, Brody. 9-9 asked me a question.
I
He
know.
says, talk to me, Brooklyn. What's your opinion on elbows to Caitlin's guy? What's your talk to me, Brooklyn? What's your opinion on the elbows to Caitlin's guy?
He's saying
What,
what's the opinion on the elbows?
I don't, rephrase your question. I don't
To
really
me,
understand that.
what's the big Asia will AB the elbows AB throw. I guess he calling me Caitlin's guy.
No, he a Caitlyn fan too. He said that already. So I don't know.
Caitlin's guy. I don't know.
He gotta explain that. I don't really understand what he mean.
Yeah, that nigga's Brooklyn's
No, I
he's
really
still a
don't.
little
I really
salty,
don't. And
man.
you know what? This the internet. People gonna say whatever they want to say. So you should. I'm disappointed in you, MVP, because you've been in my chat a few times. So you should know better than that. But you know, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. See, Dexter says CC overrated. Birdman says, you know who's not winning with Angel? No, I don't, because Atlanta is winning with Angel. So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
For them won 2 out of last 2 out of 8 games.
All right, so
2 out of 8 is crazy.
since y'all got Angel on your mind, talk about Angel, right?
Yeah,
Since,
put her stats up
since
there, man. We want to talk. We want to see her stat. We want to see that 23-point monster game.
you want to see it, I got you. I'm gonna show it to you since you want to see it.
23-point monster game. It was a monster performance.
Since you want to see it, I'll show it to
Yeah,
you.
that
Don't
was
worry
a
about it.
monster. You know, people averaging that, right? You know, Olivia. That damn near what Olivia Mile averaging.
There we go. Um,
23,
so,
13, 2 assists.
so real money. I'm gonna send you to the bottom. Bro. If you, I mean, you gotta know when to talk and when not to. we saw, we saw Caitlin Clark's return. We saw what that looked like. You get what I'm saying? We already discussed what she meant to the team, what she means to her team, and now we see Angel Reese return. You know what I mean? In fact, let me put up this graphic. It's, we'll come back to we'll come back and talk about Angel Reese numbers, but let me put up this graphic. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Angel Reese was hurt how many times this season? Because he twisted her ankle. One time, right? How many times Caitlin Clark gonna get hurt? How many times are we gonna see her? How many times she already tried to get hurt yesterday? She tried to get hurt again yesterday on purpose.
Brooklyn.
You get what I'm saying? You
If a tree
what
fall
money?
if a tree fall in the woods and nobody's there, did it make a sound?
I don't really care about a tree because we see Caitlin Clark falling on the floor. So who cares about a tree in the woods if Caitlin Clark just fell on the floor?
Bad.
And she made a lot of sounds when she got up.
She
made a whole bunch.
just
Caitlin Clark fell on the floor and made a whole bunch of sounds when she got up, and it wasn't no call, and everybody looking at her like she's stupid. Her teammates, her coach,
when she
and
score a lot of
got sent to
points.
the bench.
When she score a lot of points and they win, they say she not a team player. When she has some little average stats like Ty Harris and all the rest of these little average little point guards, they say she ain't doing enough. What does she gotta do to satisfy? That's what
Did
I'm
you
trying to
listen to
figure out.
anything Marie just said? She need to work on her game. That's what she need to do. She not a good player,
I'm
bro.
I'm
She not
saying
good. She not good
she
enough.
not
Let
a
me say
good
that.
player now, but she
She
a
not
good
good
player
enough.
when you calm down. She a good player. I ain't gonna say she ain't not a good player, but
Bro,
she gotta
you
work on
got
her
one more
attitude.
warning before I send you down because we either gonna have a conversation or you gonna try to do the over talking thing. If you wanna go argue somebody, go to the bar. This is a show.
Damn.
This is a show
Oh
I'm putting
man.
on, bro. So we either gonna have a conversation or you gonna over talk me. What we doing?
Go ahead. You got it.
I appreciate you, big bro. So anyway, like I was saying, she needs to work on her game, bro. She's not a bad player, and that's what we keep trying to emphasize, right? So to your point, when you say, oh, when she come out and put up all these points, she has to realize the way she played in AAU when she was the only good player on the team. It's difficult to play like that when you have other players on your team. You have to learn that everything ain't about you. Everything ain't about how many assists you get, how much points you get, right? And that's the way she plays the game. And that's why people don't like the way she plays the game. It's not because people care if she gets a bunch of points or a bunch of stats. It's the way she gets them. She gets them in a real selfish way to the point that if you play on a team with her, you got to sacrifice your stats and you got to sacrifice the way you play so she could get all the accolades that she wants, right? So it's hard to do that when you play with other great players. You have to share the ball. And then to your point about, well, when she come out and don't score enough, well, about her not scoring enough. Again, nobody cares about the points. What people care about is how did you contribute? So if you didn't contribute, and then at the end of the game, everybody say, oh, you get all the credit. That's what people don't like. It don't have nothing to do with her not scoring enough points or her having too many points. It's the way you got them, or it's the credit that you getting when you didn't deserve it. Right? Everybody watched this game in real time and they seen her flop. They seen her flop and had an egregious flop, and they seen her get benched, right? They seen her get benched and they seen who was on the floor. And got that shout out to nobody's taking nothing away from the Fever. and the credit is due to Kelsey Mitchell or Leah Boston, because had Caitlin not got benched, I was liable to lose that game. And I'm landing my plane so you can speak. I ain't gonna be long
I
winded.
can
So
go
you
now.
can.
I can speak now. Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the solution? The solution is she need to work on her game. That's your solution to everything you said. She need to work on her game. Oh, I'm trying to figure that part out because I can't seem to figure that part out for the life of me, bro.
So you don't think she needs to work on her game, is what you're saying.
Nah, dang, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to figure
So
out is
what are
that the
you saying?
solution that
Because
she need to work on her game. Out of all that stuff that I just said, I said if she scored a lot of points, they gonna say she scored a lot and they won, but she just stat padding. If she come out and have a 15, 7, 5 rebounds, 3 or 4 turnovers. We looking at them stats. Your girl, she just had 3 turnovers. But they won't blow them out of proportion like she had 3 turnovers to go with those 23 points. Add them in too. We ain't gonna blow them out of proportion like that. Nobody gonna do that. Give her the same grace, bro. They the same year. They in the same year class still. We gotta still remember this. They still in the same year since everybody gonna keep them connected. They still in the same year. They're a 3rd-year player. Go back and look at 3rd-year players and how many turnovers they used to get, bro. Go back and just look at some of these 3rd-year players, because I've been doing it. I've been going back and looking at pulling up some of these stats. It's a couple of these people that used to turn the ball over that's not turning the ball over so much now. You know what I mean? That they done got acclimated to knowing how to play and not turn the ball over and get it out their hand so they won't be handling it so much. So pause. You know what I mean? They didn't learn how to do that.
I feel like if you got the stats, then show them, because regardless of how many stats you got, or regardless of how many turnovers you think people got, she still got more. And she got the record. She got the most in history. I think that's the part you leaving out and that you're not realizing. Nobody is saying don't ever turn the ball over. Everybody turns the ball over. So for you to even bring up Angel Reese turnovers, okay, like I posted them. She had turnovers, but it's disingenuous and it's simply not true. And it's simply a straight up lie to say that don't nobody critique Angel Reese game, right? With Caitlin Clark to critique his turnovers and defense, when Angel Reese is making layups at the rim and being efficient at the rim, right? So they both get critiqued. It don't matter what year they in, it don't matter nothing. They both get critiqued. And the fact that we really want to be honest, they don't get critiqued evenly. In fact, that's the problem. You know, most people who are basketball fans of the WNBA who are not Caitlin Clark fans critique her in a way to just say, you know what, just like Marie Wilder just said, you're a good player, right? You have skills, but just work on certain things about your game. Most people like yourself, though, that's Caitlin Clark fans, get upset when you say anything that she need to work on her game. Y'all feel like her game is perfect and she don't need to work on nothing. So what? She turned the ball over? Everybody turn the ball over, right? Just like you just said. So what? She don't play defense. A lot of players don't play. That's how, and that's a divide. And then what people do, you don't really do it too much, right? I'm assuming it's because of your hue, right? The color of your skin. But most people who are Caitlin Clark fans who of a different hue, what they tend to say is, oh, if you critiquing her, then that's because you don't like her because she's X. You get what I'm saying? And you even done that in the chat before. Actually, now that I think about it, you said you was joking, but you've done that. You've done that as well. But my point is that's a difference between Caitlin Clark fans and people that's fans of the WNBA who maybe not necessarily be Caitlin Clark fans, but just fans of everybody, and they want her to do well. We understand that the girl got weaknesses, just like the graphic was pointing out, right? The girl got weaknesses that she need to work on, period.
Yeah. We not gonna just breeze right over the fact that it's just like every single player, like I just said, in their first, second, third, maybe even fourth year, was getting turnovers, was doing making mistakes before they sharpened their game all the way up. We gotta think Marina Maver been in the league 10 years. This her first time being an All-Star, bro. We gotta just literally let this sink in. This literally her first time being an All-Star. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why she an All-Star now. She an All-Star cause she went to Toronto where she can be a franchise player at. Cause they didn't want her to be no franchise player nowhere else nowhere else she was at. Even though I been said it when she was in Chicago, I said they was crazy for even let her go. Cause that was the best 3-point score they had beside Kennedy. I was like, that's crazy, but we gotta just think about it. This game done grew to a whole different popularity. Now we just being entertained. Now the WNBA just waking up in the morning and say, how can we do something to stay in the algorithm today? How can we do something to entertain the people today? That's what we done literally
Everybody,
turned this into.
everybody does that. That has nothing to do with Caitlin Clark. That's what you do if you got a YouTube channel.
No, not the YouTube channels. I'm talking about the actual sites.
Yeah, everybody does that.
ESPN,
Yes,
NBC.
that's the business of this thing, Mo. My bad. That's the business of this thing, real money. That's the business. Yes, everybody does that. That's the business.
But is this the business to keep making this girl the butt of everybody joke every single
I
day?
don't know. I can't speak for everybody else. I can only speak for me, and you gonna be the butt of my joke is if you a joke. So
Oh,
I don't wake up and say I'm gonna make somebody the butt of a joke. I'm gonna look at what's happening and I'm gonna see whether it's again, I'm a truth teller. My channel is a truth telling channel. So I'm gonna look and
yeah.
see. And if they lying, if people lying to my face, I'm gonna tell the truth. If people telling the truth about you, I'll tell the truth about you as well. Right? But if it's somebody that they lying about, I'm gonna tell the truth. So it ain't that I'm waking up and I'm like, oh, what bad can I say about Caitlin Clark? Caitlin Clark flopped on her own. I ain't asked her to do that.
Why we got this girl over here shooting logo threes in
Say it
Toronto?
again.
She's shooting them at a high clip. We got this girl that's in Toronto shooting logo
You
threes
know,
at a
Caitlin
high
Clark
clip.
wasn't the first person to shoot logo threes, right?
No, I'm saying I'm talking about Marina. I ain't talking about Caitlin.
No, I know who you're talking about, but I don't know why that's relevant. I'm trying to tell you, Caitlin Clark can't invent that. So if Marina want
I'm
to shoot
trying
him,
to
she could shoot
figure
him. What that
why
have
is
to do with
nobody covering anybody else who's trying to shoot him? Why nobody else putting
you need to
emphasis on
ask Caitlyn
nobody?
fans about that because y'all the only one who care about logo threes. The rest of us don't give a F. That's why we don't care about Caitlyn. Nobody cared about logo threes. I don't watch women basketball to see logo
I'm talking
threes.
about the league. I'm not even talking about YouTube and y'all content creators, bro. I'm talking about the league, period. I'm talking about the league. The people who supposed to be promoting this stuff.
That's a silly question then because then you understand that popularity is popularity. Marina's not popular. Caitlin Clark is. So nobody is going to be a lot of stuff Marina's going to do that's not going to get picked up. Caitlin Clark could sneeze. And you know what I mean? Like, it don't matter. Like, it's popularity is popularity. That's why when the foul with Alyssa Thomas happens, everybody pays attention to it. But when a foul like that happens with somebody else, don't nobody care. It's because they not watching the league.
Oh man. Y'all
But
don't
let's
even
move
care.
on. Let's get back to talking about what I want. Let's get back to talking about
Y'all
what I.
don't care.
Uh,
Y'all don't even care. The content creators. Nobody
all
else.
right, let's move
Nobody
on.
cares.
All right, let's move on. Let's get back to talking
Uh,
about what I wanted to talk about. Shout out to Angel Reese on the return today. Shout out to the Atlanta Dream getting the win today over the LA Sparks. Angel Reese Had a great comeback, 23 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 turnovers, 100% from three. She only took one, but she made it. And she got her 16th double-double. And it's ironic that she returned like Superman. You know what I mean? Like, even though the shirt doesn't say Superman, it gives Superman, Superwoman. You get what I'm saying? And it shows like how needed she is to the team's success. A lot of people try to downplay her role. A lot of people try to downplay how good she is. A lot of people try to downplay her stardom, right? Try to call her a role player just because, and that shows me the basketball IQ of the people that's watching the game, right? Because you got people. All right, so let me give you some examples. A role player is somebody who's inconsistent. I don't know if y'all know that. Y'all probably don't, right?
No, it's not.
All right. I warned you. I warned you. I warned you. All right. So a role player is somebody who's inconsistent. Some of y'all might not know that, right? Somebody who's a star on a team is somebody who does it every night, right? Somebody who you can rely on every night. That's why when you look at stats, role player stats might be, 7, 8, 10 points, something like that. They might have a 20-point game here and there, but their daily stats don't reflect that, right? Because they don't consistently have a 20-point night, 25-point night, 30-point nights. They don't consistently have those stats. They might have them here and there, a big night once in a while, but typically they in the single digits, maybe lower double digits. That's a role player. A star is somebody who could get you 20 points every night, right? A star or close to an 18, 19, something like that. A star is somebody who gets you 25 every night, 30 like those are the stars of the league, right? So that's one thing where you could decipher the difference between who's a star and a role player, right? Another example, this is more of a playoff example, but this is an example of stars and role players. Most people know this who are fans of basketball. Everybody don't know this, but if you don't know this, I'll educate you, right? Most role players play better at home than they do on the road. That's a role player, right? Comfort of your own bed, comfort of your routine, comfort of, your own home and coming to the arena. That's the difference between a role player and a star. A star could be a star at home and on the road, right? So these are different things that y'all probably don't think about, or y'all probably don't know, or maybe y'all heard before and y'all forgot. This is the difference between a star and a role player. All right. So again, somebody who could also have big numbers and play well on the road, right? That don't really apply to the regular season. That's more of a playoff thing, but still a distinction. That's another distinction between the difference between a star and a role player. All right. Another thing is, and this is kind of like a no-brainer. I brought this up the other day. A star is somebody who gets selected to an all-star game, right? That's not to say that you can't be a star if you're not selected to an all-star game, because there's only a certain amount of slots. But if you are selected to an all-star game, you're definitely a star, right? Or you're definitely a part of the star. So it's like, depending on the team, you might have a big 2, you might have a big 3, so on and so forth. The reason why I said that, I forget the gentleman's name. It was somebody in here a few lives ago, and he was, we was having a discussion, so I couldn't get to all of his comments or whatever. And he didn't join the panel. I asked him to join the panel, but he was saying things like, "Oh, Rondo made an all-star game." Yeah, well, Rondo was part of the Big Four. You get what I'm saying? He mentioned Draymond. Draymond was a part of that 3. Just because you don't look at Draymond because he sacrificed and his role is to be more of a facilitating defender, that doesn't mean that he's not an all-star level player, right? So he brought those names up as if it meant something. That don't have nothing to do with nothing. If you were part of the all-star team, you a star, right? So I wanted to bring those things up about Angel because this the last point I'm gonna make, and this is like just tells me how low people basketball IQs is. It's certain roles, it's certain things in this league that you could consider a role, right? So rebounding is one of them. If you could have somebody who could just focus on rebounding and nothing else, and that's what they provide to your team. Well, that's the role they play for your team. So people look at Angel, and because she's so great at rebounding, they like, oh, look, she's a role player. But what they don't realize is, one, the gravity that Angel has, right? Any player that demands a double team ain't a role player. They got to put 3 people on Angel just to keep her off the boards, right? 2, the point she produced, right? Off her second chance points, putting rebounds back, right? Going back up, scoring, or creating offense for her teammates, right? That automatically moves her outside of the role player role. And then the last thing is the fact that at any point she wants, she could create her own offense. That also moves her out of the role player realm. So those are about 5 or 6 examples that I'm giving to prove that Angel Reese isn't a role player. Not only that, if you look at the actual points on the team, right? One, Angel is the most consistent. That's another thing, right? Angel is the most consistent. And another thing is she's in the top 3, right? Her, Ryan Howard, and Alicia Gray. Those are the 3 people who are consistently in double figures for us. And high double figures. So 15, 16 and above, right? So I gave about probably like 5, 6, 7 examples. However many examples, I ain't count them up. The reason why I'm saying that is what somebody with low IQ is going to do, or somebody who's just looking for an argument is going to do, is pick one of the 7 or 8 things that I said to try to argue it. You can't just argue one point. You got to argue them all. And you can't. It's impossible because, again, this is not feelings. This is fact-based, right? I'm basing things off what Angel's done. I'm basing things off of the facts. And if you look at the facts, right, and what she provides to a team, right, it's a fact that she's a star, right? And been an all-star all 3 seasons that she's been in the W. And another thing I wanted to talk about to the Angel Reese supporters. So that was to the Angel Reese haters, if you will. This is to the Angel Reese supporters. What annoys me with you guys is, and to be clear for the people who don't know me, I am an Angel Reese supporter myself, but I'm more of a I don't know the right word to say, but I'm gonna just say I'm more of I'll just say a critical thinker. I can't think of the right word I want to say, but I'm gonna just say I put, some people don't. Sometimes you got to show people a different perspective. Let's say, right? So this is a perspective I'm gonna show people. For the people who feel like Angel Reese is not being used correctly on the Atlanta Dream, or the people who feel like the coach is the problem, or the people who feel like Angel needs the ball more, or the people who feel like Angel Reese is not being utilized correctly as far as only wanting her to get rebounds. All of that is not true. All of that is not true. And all of the stuff you can look up for yourself, right? I already did the research. In fact, I'm going to have a show coming soon. Really quickly, I'm going to have a show coming soon where I'll break down Carson Mesco, his offense, how Angel Reese is being used, what's the problems and all that. I'm going to have a show real soon to talk about all of that, right? But getting back to my point right now, if you take a look at Angel Reese's first 2 years in Chicago, and you take a look at Angel Reese's year right now with Atlanta, the same way she was getting her points in Chicago, she's getting it the same way in Atlanta. And nothing has really changed as far as how Angel is being used. Give me 1 second, Hot Tracks. I'm gonna introduce you in a second. Nothing has really changed how Angel is being used. You get what I'm saying? If you look at the stats and look at how she was getting her points off of isolations to the basket, or off of rebound, second chance, putting them back up, Angel Reese is playing the same way and she's getting the same attempts, the same numbers. I think what's happening is people don't really understand Carl Semesco's offense, and so that's one. So because they don't understand the offense, they upset that what they want to happen is not happening. You get what I'm saying? But Angel Reese is she's being used the same way, or let me rephrase that. She's getting her points the same way that she was getting them when she was in Chicago. We got somebody new on the panel. Let me introduce him the correct way. Give me 1 second, brother. First time panel member, first time joining the panel, so I appreciate you for joining the panel. I want everybody to welcome Hot Tracks to the panel. What's going on, Hot Tracks? What you got to say? I know something's on your mind.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, buddy. You good?
Okay. No, just piggybacking off of what you were saying about Angel.
Yeah.
She get her points out the mud, so they don't even really have to make plays for her. Well, they should, but they don't really have to, because her points are basically from like scrapping in the paint or fast breaks.
Right.
For her to be the third or fourth scoring option on the team, she still ends up every game the first or second high scorer on the team.
Right.
So she's doing her job. She,
absolutely.
If the other stars were like, more consistent, then it would show even more. Like, really, Howard been playing bad the last,
That's Snapple top facts.
Yeah, so
she been playing bad. I could tell you since when. You remember? All right, so we beat Indiana twice. You remember that?
Yeah.
The game after that was Toronto Tempo. That was her last good game, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody could look that up for me, but off the top of my head, because I remember her playing well that game, and then I remember went downhill after that. Somebody could like double check that for me, but I believe that was her last good game, if I'm not mistaken. The Toronto Tempo game right after we beat Indiana twice.
Right. She came there to support and add on, not to replace a star's production.
Right.
They only going to win a championship if the stars do their thing and she adds her contribution.
Absolutely. So I agree with everything you said, brother. I want to correct you on one thing, though. So the way Carl Semesco's offense is ran, and this is out his mouth. This is not how I feel, right? This is from what he says. He don't run an offense where he want to have to call some. So you notice. I'm sure you notice by being familiar with other teams' Hot Tracks. Certain coaches want to have more hands-on approach where they want to, they have a set amount of plays and they want you to run these plays that we worked on. We worked on this in practice, and and these are plays we're gonna run, right? You got other coaches who kind of don't really coach and play form. They coach more in what word I want to use? They coach more in, let's just say, read and react. They coach more in read and react form. You get what I'm saying? When this happened, I need you to do this. When that happens, I need you to do that. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to just tell you how the offense works, and I want you to decide what to do, basically. You get what I'm saying? And that's the way Carl Semesco's offense run. So the way his offense ran is not about a first, a second, a third option. Anybody could start the play. Anybody could finish the play. You get what I'm saying? So, right. And here's proof why. And again, this is not coming from me. Y'all could look this up. Y'all could even watch the games. Y'all could see this. Here's proof why Angel Reese is one of the go-to people on this team, right? If you take a look at Jordan Canada, shout out to Jordan Canada, because first of all, let me say this in a minute. Put a pin in what I'm saying right now. I got to talk my shit a little bit, Hot Tracks. Give me a second. I've been telling y'all about Jordan Canada, and y'all ain't been giving me credit, right? For the whole season, when people wanted to kill her and say, Jordan Canada, oh, she's going to the basket too much, or she's shooting too much, she's not a point, all of this stuff, all this BS, other channels were spewing. I kept trying to tell y'all it's not the point guard. Jordan Canada is playing fine. Stop Stop coming down on joining Canada. I've been saying that, right? So she's getting her flowers lately. That's the reason why I'm saying that. So I hope people see what I'm saying now, right? Because she's starting to get her flowers. The other thing I've been saying is stop coming down so much on Carl Semesco because it's not him. His offense is fine. They just not running it. They not actually running the offense. Because people don't understand how different offenses is ran, right? And they might have something in their head how a certain coach ran, like they might have in their head how a certain coach run an offense, and they think every coach supposed to run it like that. Every coach is different. Every team is different, right? If anybody know anything about basketball, like the history, like if you watch the men's game, right? If you take a look at let's say the 2001 Lakers, right? They won a championship that year, right? And then you take a look at 2004 Detroit Pistons, right? They won a championship that year. And then you take a look at the 2011 Mavericks, right? You take a look at these different teams, they all won it differently. Matter of fact, I'll do you one better. If you take a look at the 99 Spurs, the 03 Spurs, the 05 Spurs, the 07 Spurs, right? Those are all the years they won a championship. They did it differently because two things. One, personnel change. And then secondly, Greg Popovich smartened up. Early in his career, we could all agree Greg Popovich is one of the best coaches ever, right? We could all agree on that. Early in Greg Popovich's career, he didn't run a motion offense. His early in his career was more post-up based. Later on in his career, he realized how important motion was. In fact, when he beat the Miami Heat in, I believe it was 2013, 14, something like that. I think 14, because I think in 11, the Mavericks won. 12 and 13, the Heat won back-to-back. In 2014, the Spurs won, right? In 2014, anybody who knows basketball or understand coaching or understand offenses know that the offense that Greg Popovich ran was called the swing offense, right? That's how they was able to beat the Heat, because it wasn't the Heat had so much firepower that the Spurs wouldn't have been able to beat them man-to-man, right? If it was a bunch of isolation, they wouldn't have been able to win that, right? They would have lost that. So what they did was they ran a swing offense, meaning the ball just swings around to the perimeter like somebody drive, cut, swing, drive, cut. They ran an offense like that to keep the Heat's defense off kilter so that they just made the shot. Whenever they broke down the Heat defense, somebody made the shot. Somebody make a shot, bomb, pass, somebody make a shot, right? So they did it. They was able to beat the Heat with a 5-man offense than if they would have tried to ISO one-on-one. LeBron is winning that, right? LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, they winning that over the Spurs, right? If they try to one-on-one them for a 4-game series, right? So Greg Popovich smartened up, and now obviously Tim Duncan was older, so you don't have that dominant force that you used to have, right? So he smartened up and went to a swing offense. My point in saying all of that is just to say simply, you can win different ways. You don't. So some people might have, and the reason why I'm saying that too, Hot Tracks, is a lot of people, this is what I heard just over the past, few weeks, past months, or whatever the case may be, right? When I go into these different chats or I hear different people talk, a lot of people say things like, oh, get the ball, because obviously a lot, Angel is popular, so most people is Angel fans. So they'll say things like, oh, get the ball inside. We got to play inside out. Angel need to get the ball more. Angel need more touches, which I'm not disagreeing with them. I'm not saying that they wrong. What I am saying though is, one, this is what I always say. One, be patient. Let the chemistry, let the players develop some chemistry on the floor. And everything ain't all about Angel. So even though I want Angel to be successful, I need Ryan Howard to be successul. To your point, she's been struggling, right? I also need Alicia Gray to be successful. I need Jordan Canada. You need because that's the way you win championships. We're not going to win a championship with Angel Reese being comfortable and she getting a whole bunch of touches and ain't nobody else comfortable. We're not going to win like that. Angel Reese going to have a great season, but it's going to look like how it looked the first 2 years when she was with Chicago. This is different, right?
Like Caitlin Clark.
There we go. It's going to look like Caitlin Clark. This is different. We actually got a team here that if we could get, once again, and I'm sure you know Hot Tracks, but if you know anything about a championship team, just take a look at the Knicks, right? Take a look at what happened with the Knicks just past June, right? And if you got a championship team, you need at least 7 to 8, maybe 9 players cooking at the same time, right? You need them all in sync at the same time. It's not all about Brunson. Or if you a Spurs fan, it's not all about Wnba, right? Even on the Spurs side, they had a bunch of players like in sync, cooking at the same time. That's how they was able to beat OKC, right? It wasn't all about Wnba. So when you look at this Atlanta team, it's not all about Angel. That's what I be trying to tell people. The problem is a lot of people that's Angel Reese fans don't know basketball because they not really basketball fans. So when I try to,
my bad.
Nah, you good, Brody? Good.
What I'm gonna say though, which is a shame right now, is like you saying, like what you saying is correct, but in the last minute, like in the last play, you need to have that go-to player. And
I agree with you. That's a fact.
Right now, their two stars don't seem to be that go-to player. It seems
that's
like
a fact.
Angel.
I agree with that too. I agree with that.
Angel.
It don't even seem like Brody. It don't even seem like it. It is. And the reason why, and I keep saying this every day, people don't listen to me. Angel is the most consistent. It's not to say. So look, all right. So I'm gonna give you a perfect example, and I'm gonna tell you why actually it should be like that. Right? Okay. Going back to what I was saying. You remember 2008 when KG went to the Celtics?
Yeah.
All right. When KG went to the Celtics, this is why I love KG. KG and Rasheed Wallace both did this. Rasheed Wallace actually did it as well when he went to the Pistons, right? In 2004. When KG went to the Celtics, he was the best player on that team. Right? Talent-wise. But when he went to the Celtics, he said, Paul Pierce is our closer. And the reason why he did that is, if you know anything about KG, his whole career, KG was a great defender, right? He similar to Angel Reese. He did a bunch of things well. Great defender, great playmaker, great shot blocker, great rebounder, right? But he wasn't like a Tim Duncan-like scorer, right? Tim Duncan was a little bit better than him at that. He wasn't a Dirk Nowitzki type scorer. Right, Dirk was a little bit better at that, right? But he had everything else better than them, right? But scoring he wasn't like a dominant scorer. So that's why early in his career, it was him and Marbury, right? And then after Marbury, it was him and who took over after Marbury? It was him and Sam Cassell, right?
Yeah.
So it was like he always had that scorer next to him, but he was talent-wise, overall, he was the best player on the team. So that's why when I look at this Atlanta's team, Angel isn't the best scorer on this team, and that's okay. You could be the best player without being the best scorer, and that's what people don't realize. That's why it's hard for some people, some of Caitlin Clark fans, to admit Aaliyah Boston the best player on that team. Caitlin Clark might be the best shooter. Aaliyah Boston the best overall. Shooter. Right. She's not even the best. You absolutely right about that. I'm just saying what they know about. But my point is, you can have somebody who's a better capable scorer than you, but you are overall better player than them because of everything you do, everything you bring overall. You get what I'm saying? So to your point, Angel Reese is really the best player on Atlanta. A lot of people don't want to admit that because of her flaws, right? They'd rather look at her flaws than what she provides. But if you look at what she provides, and you can see it. You don't even gotta talk about it. It shows up like in nights like tonight. You can see it without anybody telling you nothing. You could just be like, oh, I can see the energy change. You can see the energy when she out there and she not out there, basically.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? But to your point, and there's nothing wrong with this, Alicia Gray is a better scorer, right? Because that's what she's a natural scorer. Ryan Howard, when she's not just chucking shots and missing right now, whatever she's going through. But when she's on and she's hot and she's playing well, she's a better scorer, right? She could score quicker and easier than Angel because her ability to shoot the three off the dribble, right? But the difference is Angel, better than both of them, at least so far from what I've seen, is more consistent than them. Meaning the stuff that Angel brings every night is going to be there pretty much every night. Whereas we don't know what Ryan Howard we're going to get tonight. We could get the Ryan Howard tonight to score 30, or we could get the Ryan Howard tonight to score 8. You ain't got to worry about that with Angel. If she's going to come out and give you 4, she's going to give you at least 14. And if she's feeling good, she's going to give you 17, 18, right? Like, or maybe more. But she's at least going to give you 14 and 11.
Right.
That production is going to be there. Whereas, again, with Alicia, she might go through a cold spell and she in her head too much or whatever. Hopefully she's coming out of that. With Ryan, I don't know what's going on with Ryan. I do know what's going on with Ryan. Actually, my critique on Ryan, and you made a great point, so I'm happy you said it. My critique on Ryan is the simple fact that she needs to learn how to do other things when her shot is not falling. Because to me, she's the type of person that in her mind, she like, I'm going to just shoot my way out of it. Well, your shot not falling. So how about getting to the line tonight? You get what I'm saying? Like, she don't think like that. She just be like, I'm gonna just shoot my way out of it. Nah, go to the line. Go, you 6'2" with a handle. Go Euro step to the line, get to the line. So that's why the fact that she don't do that is the fact why she can't be our go-to person when it comes. And that's one thing you gotta love about Angel, because Angel, so here's the issue with Angel. Everything is not her fault, right? Because Angel does try to get to the line, but they penalize her for that. But I'm also a person that's like, instead of crying about people penalizing you, I'm like, what can you do about it? So I don't know if you remember the game tonight. Remember the play Angel went to the rim and she challenged it and they lost the challenge?
Yeah.
All right. And
I think that call was wrong.
I agree with you. But what are we gonna do, right? Because we know in life everything don't go our way. So it's like if you was in Angel situation, right? And you feel like, damn, they just screwed me. That wasn't no charge, right? Like I should be at the line. But I know they calling it like that now. So next time I do that, what I'm gonna do? What would you do if you had that same play again? And you know that if you do what she did, they'll call a foul. So what would you do differently?
Either they try to sidestep Euro pass.
There you go. You already said it. That's the growth. That's because you can't change a ref. Even though you know that should have been no charge. Because the way I could put it to you like this, when I watched it, I said this. I said, yo, that's not a charge, but they're gonna call it. I said I could see them calling it. I understand why they're gonna call it a charge. And the reason why is because even though Angel slowed down and she tried to avoid the contact, she still hit Shorty dead in the middle. She didn't do what you just said.
Though.
Huh?
Her foot wasn't even set, though.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. But that's why those are the calls that me and you could look at like her foot wasn't set. It shouldn't have been a charge, but it was still close enough that the refs could make that wrong decision. You get what I'm saying? Like that, we've seen that before. That ain't nothing new. The refs get it wrong all the time. So my point is the way you avoid that is what you just said. Okay, next time I'm gonna just do because there's no way they could call a charge if Angel is sidestepping her, right? And now she got to turn. Now she got to turn to get the contact or something because Angel's doing a Euro. There's no way they could call that a charge at that point.
And what makes Angel even better and stronger that people don't even like realize all the time is an intangible. She's mentally strong, and she go like as much stuff as she been through. She goes through that, and she know how to take it. Like
exactly,
she been overcoming this machine ever since she came into the league.
That's a fact.
And all she's doing is getting better. So they got jump. They ain't got no choice but to jump on board now because they tried to destroy her, but they couldn't break her.
Absolutely. And I'm happy you said that because you just reminded me another point that I forgot to make. One thing I love, and you said it, one thing I love about Angel Reese and Angel Reese fans for that matter, is we don't do the victim mentality shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of stuff happened to Angel and we still like, all right, whatever, we good. Caitlin Clark and her fans, they do that victim mentality shit a lot. That's one thing that I can't stand. I don't like that. Caitlin Clark need to stop that. You're not a victim, bro. You're not a victim.
Right. And that's the only thing I got against her. She needs to speak up. Listen, y'all ain't got to defend me like that. I ain't no victim.
Exactly. You know Caitlin Clark ain't a victim, and her fans need to stop playing that victim mentality role too. Like
that's why she guilty, because she complicit.
Yeah, she feeds into it.
Yeah.
But she don't know we'll respect her more if she just, and I've been saying this on Mad Lives, Hot Tracks. I respect you. I think I even put out a video saying this like a month or so ago. I respect you more if you just, you know what I mean? I don't care about the trash talking. I don't care about none of that. But if you just did it without crying to the refs, if you just did it without going into the media and acting like you was some type of damsel in distress, then I can respect you. But if you're gonna do that, I can't respect you, bro. Like,
well, see, they use all of that crying and all that stuff when they can't talk about basketball. Like, they can't speak about Kelsey Mitchell in the same way because Kelsey Mitchell is a professional. You never see her arguing with the coaches. You never see her arguing with the referees. They might call something she don't like. She'll give them a look and keep playing. And that's it.
Yo, Hot Tracks, let me play this interview from Angel real quick, and then I want your thoughts. I want your thoughts on it.
How did it feel to get back on the floor tonight?
It feels good. I mean, I just want to do whatever it takes to get a win. I'm happy. I felt good, and the environment was crazy, so I'm happy.
There's a lot of people that love this game, but very few get to experience this, right? Like late game, everybody's making plays, you win. What did it feel like? Describe. They're not going to get to feel this. Not everyone gets that.
I don't know. I just feel like I was on a blacktop. I felt like I was back home in Baltimore, and the family was here, and the culture. I told y'all earlier in the pregame, I was like, you got to get here. You got to get here in this environment. It's so intimate. Everybody just loves being here.
How did it feel to get back on the floor tonight?
It feels good.
What's your thoughts on what she was saying in the interview?
I think she in a happy place. She got support from her team. She got a facility that could support her development because she looked like she's getting better already since she's been over there.
Facts.
So it's only
to your point, that shot looked good today. It looked like, and that was one of my critiques on her. Like you same way I critique Caitlin, I critique Angel. One of my critiques on Angel is the fact that you don't just let it fly. When you gotta let it fly. Like you can, I understand your advantages getting to the basket and all. You know, you could dribble, you fasten it. I get that, but if you open, let it fly because the only way you're gonna get better at shooting is shooting it. You're not gonna get better at shooting it by not shooting. So that was my critique on her. And to your point, and to her credit, she let it fly today, and it looked like she like feeling more natural. Even though I needed her to do it more, but that shot looked natural. Like when she just let it fly, nice and comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. They gonna look good by the end of the season. They getting it together. You know, now with the things that I was saying about the coach before, right? I done warmed up to him a little bit. I warmed up for him. So this is the thing. Today they came out and they was attacking. That's when I see that they the best, when they attack in the paint. Like usually
you listen, that's gonna be one of my points. Talk about it. I'm happy you saying it. Talk about it. That's one of my points. When I do the show breaking down his offense, that's one of the things I'm gonna talk about. So get and talk about it.
Like Canada, right? She'll get in the paint, and before she'll be acting like she indecisive. She'll get all the way in the paint underneath all them bigs and turn around and try to look for somebody to pass it to. Now she do a move and she go up. I think everybody needs to just attack. The same way how the Fever, that's one thing I can say about the Fever. They have a gravity towards the basket. Soon as they let that ball go, somebody's cutting to the basket.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's the same thing that Atlanta has to do. They got to continue to drive to the basket and kick it out if they got an open shooter or whatever. But, you know, they got them in foul trouble and all that stuff today instead of just hanging around the perimeter. And that was what I was saying about the coach. I'm like, listen, sometimes you got to call a timeout and just dig in their shit and then make them and make them redirect. That's all.
Yeah, that's what my brother Mo3, Trenton Sports, he's in the chat right now. He says the same thing you say. He wish he was more of a fiery, more of an aggressive coach. I understand that, and I don't think neither one of y'all wrong. I'm gonna just say what I always say to Mo3. My response to that is everybody personality different, right? You can't expect one person to act like the next person. Carlson Mesco is a laid back guy, so it's like, even though we know some people are fiery like that and they're getting their players, they get into their players, some coaches are more like, cerebral with it, laid back with it, more like, all right, we're going to watch, because Carlson Mesco is a film guy. So that's the way he gets into them. He rather teaches them with film opposed to, getting emotional and yelling at them. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think you're wrong. And I don't think Mo3 wrong either when he says that. But all I could say to that is everybody different. Like you can't expect one person to be. It's almost like if you know about shout out to if you know about rap, right? Shout out to Jay-Z just having a Yankee Stadium concert or whatever the case may be. But if you know anything about New York rap, right? And somebody told you describe Jay-Z's personality and then describe like somebody like a DMX personality. Those guys totally different, even though they both pioneers, they both make great music. They personalities or they aggressiveness is on two different levels. And you can't expect Jay-Z to act like DMX or DMX to act, Jay-Z probably would never be that aggressive and DMX probably could never be that calm and cool like Jay-Z is. You feel me? So it's like it's the same thing with these coaches. You got the way Stephanie White coach her team, the way Cheryl Reeves coach her team, the way they coach differently. It's like you got to kind of accept the person's personality. You get what I'm saying? But I do understand what you said. I don't think you're wrong at all.
See, listen, right now, I think this ain't no chauvinistic statement, but these are a bunch of women.
I'm gonna tell you, tread lightly, brother guy.
These are a bunch of women he's coaching. Women don't like no soft-spoken, laid-back dude. They like a guy that's firm, say what he gonna say, and hold to it. Not put his pimp hand down, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like hold to it. Like women just respect that more. They look at quiet guys like pushovers. So he gotta be a little more aggressive with what he's talking about to them.
I got you.
I don't know if I said that wrong, but
you did. You did, but that's why I got quiet. I wanted the people to know who's talking. Like
look, hey, look.
That was everybody. That was Hot Track's opinion. Hot Tracks don't necessarily represent the opinions of the perspective. But everybody got entitled to their opinion. But I understand what you're saying. I respectfully, I do disagree with that because I feel like it's not about how firm you are, not firm. I think it's more about, are you bringing me something that makes sense, right? Can I believe in what you putting forth? And I think that once you start to understand, and I'm not even saying like I understand his coaching, like I'm some type of guru. I just went and looked into it. I went and looked it up, and because I looked it up, I do understand it. And so let me explain a little bit about it since you actually brought it up with the penetration pause. So what people don't realize is there's more than one way to get the ball into the paint, right? There's actually three particular ways to get the ball into the paint, right? Or play quote unquote inside out basketball, right? Which is what people favorite term is. That's what people want to play, right? And the most famous or traditional way to play inside out is having a dominant post player, right? Get the ball to Asia Wilson, get the ball to this post player and draw a double team, kick out. That's inside out. Inside out, you could do three ways. You could do it through the post. You could do it through dribble penetration, which is what Jordan Kennedy does, which this is how you could tell people got low basketball IQ, because the same people who want to play inside out be the same people saying, why is Jordan Kennedy driving so much? Why is she driving? She wanted to shoot. But that's inside out basketball. The third way of inside out basketball is actually shooting. And if we miss it, rebounding it. That's another way to get the ball into the paint. And we have that in Angel Reese, right? Not even one of the best offensive rebounder in the league. So we do it all three ways. But we just do it. You could tell without me actually looking at numbers, you could tell each way has a different percentage on it. So the way we do it the most is through dribble penetration. That's the way we mostly play through the paint. The way we do it the second most is through offensive rebounding, right? That's when Angel go up to get the ball and she kicks it back out or she goes back up, whatever she do. The last thing we do is post ups. We don't post up a lot, but we do post up here and there. But we do all three. And I was starting lineup. It's another thing. I'm gonna bring all this up in the show I'm gonna do in a few days, but I'm gonna give y'all a brief overview right now. So this is what I didn't know. Our starting lineup is actually in the top 5 of the league, right? So the problem ain't our starting lineup. The problem is actually our bench, and which everybody know that. You could tell that by the eye test. We don't have a good bench, right? Why don't we have a good bench? Here's why. And our starting lineup, we have certain things that we don't get from the bench. So we get that inside out play. Like I said, we do all three. We get that inside out play pretty consistently with our starting lineup. When our bench come in, Tahina Pow don't play the same way Jordan Canada does, right? She's more of a shooter. So she don't get the same dribble penetration, so we don't get the same inside out play. What we need to do, and this is where you could maybe make an indictment on a coach. This is my thing is Hot Tracks. I don't have no issue with nobody blaming a coach or have no issue with anybody blaming Carl Semesco. My issue is when people place blame where it don't belong. So like when you see something like Ryan Howard coming out and shooting a bunch of shots, they'll say that's the coach fault. Yeah. That's Ryan Howard fault. You get what I'm saying? She need to have a higher IQ than that. Yeah. You can't blame if Carson Mesco has you obviously see Jordan Canada getting into the paint, kicking it out, right? So if his offense calls for that and somebody is not doing it, how you blaming him? You got to blame the person that's not doing their job. So that's my issue. It's not that we blaming Carson Mesco. It's that people want to blame Carson Mesco for something that's not his fault. His offense is actually a good offense. It's actually one of the best offenses in the league. It's just that the players don't always execute it the correct way. And that's the problem. But let me get back to what I was saying about the bench, right? So this is something that you can actually blame on him. Because we not getting, remember I told you the 3 ways you could attack the basket, play inside out. Because we're not getting it correctly off the bench, we have our best post player actually come off the bench, and Medina Okai. So when we go to our bench, she needs to be the focal point, right? We need to get the ball into her because more times than not, she's going to have success in the post. And then when they collapse on her, she could kick out. We get the same inside out we get from Jordan Canada. We just get it a different way. You get what I'm saying? Because we're not getting it from Tahina Pow. Another person, and we've seen it today, and this is kind of understandable because Medina's young. This whole bench is young. Our bench is young. We don't have veterans on our bench. So all this is kind of understandable. It's fixable. All this stuff is fixable, but it's understandable why it's happening, right? The person that does penetrate for us, but hasn't been doing it consistently is Wnba.
Right.
Now, why would we give her grace? She's she's a rookie. It's her first year. 2, the same way we seen, we're going to use her name because she's the one that get publicized the most. We seen what Caitlin had to go through in her rookie year and having to adjust. It's an adjustment. It ain't easy, right? Yeah. We seen even Olivia Miles earlier this year going through an adjustment. Paige Beck, everybody got to go through the adjustment. Wnba is not even considered to be as great as those players. So we don't think she got to go to adjustment too. She got to go through the adjustment. She not just going to get on the floor and be, just be great just because she was comfortable in the NBL and in over there in Australia. She going to come on. This is the WNBA. It's a total different league. But she's another person and she did it tonight. So if people watch the game tonight, we should at least see the potential. Wnba is another person who could get into the paint and get some of them inside out buckets for us. So if we have Wnba and we have Medina Okai both getting those paint touches, right? Medina doing it through the post up, Wnba doing it through drives. That'll help our bench out a lot. That'll help our bench scoring, and we could get back into scoring in the 90s, 9500s again.
Right.
But
so I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So I understand the read and react offense. For the veterans, the starters. So don't you think that he should have some plays for the bench players, the ones who are new or that's not experienced? Wouldn't that be better coaching?
I agree. But I think he does. So what happens is he going to change his system? No. So I think it's going to be the same system for the bench and the starters. But is he going to have some things implemented so they don't have to think as much, so they could be like, yes. And he does that, but he does that slowly. So for instance, and this is going to kind of go against my point because this is, he plays the starters most, so you're going to see most of the things with the starters. The starters actually do this. It's certain plays that I see him implement over the and y'all see it too. Like it's certain things that it's like one play that I'm sure that everybody recognized that they wasn't doing in the beginning of the season, but they eventually started. He implemented something new. Is when Angel catches the ball at the top of the key, and then Alicia Gray runs around. She runs off a screen, and it's like a fake play to her, but then Ryan Howard follows it. And then there's a fake play to her, and then Ryan Howard reverses it, and it could go either to the basket or cut back to the three, and Angel make that pass. That's something that he implemented. You get what I'm saying? So it's like he one thing about, especially when you got a system that people got to learn, what most coaches is going to do is they're not going to give you everything at one point so you confused. They're going to give you what you need to execute, and then once you start to master that, they're going to add in another layer after that. Right. So he kind of is doing that. To your point, he hasn't really. I haven't seen the bench do anything differently than the starters do. But that's why I'm saying I think the difference is how they. So I think the offense is the same, right, for the bench and the starters. But I think the difference is how they should play. And I think on the starting lineup, we pretty much. And again, that's why we got to give her credit, because it's Jordan Canada. Jordan Canada is the reason that Angel gets to be Angel, Alicia gets to be Alicia, and Ryan gets to be Ryan, because she's sacrificing so that they could be them. So do our starting lineup, we played through Jordan Canada. Once Jordan Canada sit down, we have to play through Medina Okada, I think. That's my opinion. Now, the problem is that, here's the problem, though, with that. We've tried that a few times, and sometimes Medina looks good. Sometimes she comes out and she struggles and she's traveling, and you know what I mean? So that happens too. But again, these are young players, so you got to expect the growing pains.
She need to get in the gym and work on her. Like, she got good footwork, but she just a little bit slow. And I know bigs are slow, but
you know what it is? It's like you said, she got good footwork, but what she's not used to is being a focal point. So what happens when she make mistakes is when they come double team her, when they come when they bring two to her, then she'll pick it up, take an extra step. But whenever she got it one-on-one, like you said, she looks good.
One thing I could say in the coach's defense is he is playing the bench players a little bit more, and it's going to take them a little bit of time to, like, really get their feet up under them.
Thanks.
So I would say closer to near the end of the season, where, like, we might be looking at the bench players a little different. They are in the WNBA, so that means they are good basketball players.
Facts. They just, to your point, they just young, and you can't force a young player, like when you and this happens in the men's game too. Usually, when a young player start to get consistent minutes, it's usually a certain game that you could tell, like, this was a turning point for them. Like, whatever happened in that game, they start to play better after that. So that's what we just have so many. Now, the good thing is we just re-signed Shateri Walker-Kimbrough, and she was in his offense last year. So it's not going to be a learning curve for her. She already knows, and she's a veteran. So she should make everything easier for all of those bench players. So we'll see what happens when she gets minutes.
Also, too, with Bree coming back, it's going to be another like more rotation, so he'll have better players playing with the bench players too, because they can mix them up a little bit more.
Facts. So now we're gonna switch gears a little bit. I want your opinion on this. I'm gonna play a video. Did you hear Paige Beckers talk about the black women coaches?
No.
I bet. I'm gonna play this video. It's short, but it's interesting, and I think everybody's gonna have some thoughts on this. So
there's been some chat about trying to get more black head coaches in the league. Just wanted to know if what potential process that you would like to see when that process is coming along.
Yeah, just for equal opportunity and no discrimination based on what you look like, who you like, and anything of that nature. I think black women, specifically, I grew up with a lot of prominent black women in my life that were very important to me and how I was raised and how I grew up, being my stepmom, my AU coach. So I understand how amazing they are and how they should get the same equal opportunity as a white woman, as a white man, to be an important piece of this league, and it was built on a lot of Black women. This league was, so it's definitely right for them to get the same equal opportunity as everybody else.
And that's what we love about Paige Hot Track. That's what we love about Paige Hot Tracks is the fact that how aware she is, right? Like she gets it right. Like this is, and I'm not trying to compare them two, but I have to do it because we all know we all know this league and what's going on in this league. This is what we want Caitlin to do when it comes to her fan base, or when it comes to, you know, people misrepresenting what's going on, like the DOJ chiming in. We just want her to be able to put context to it and say, hey, so this is why we love Paige, because this ain't the first time she did this, right? She did this at the ESPY Awards when she talked about the Black women who led the way in the WNBA and this, that, and the third. And now here she is again. She's just being, you know, she didn't ask to be asked this question. I don't even know why they randomly asked this question. It's a pretty random question to ask in the middle of the interview after a game to a player. But, you know, they asked her about, you know, how does she feel about the lack of Black women coaches? And she's just said all of the right things, right? Let me play it one more time. Let me play it one more time for the people.
There's been some chat about trying to get more Black head coaches in the league. Just wanted to know if, you know, what potential process that you would like to see when that process is coming along.
Yeah, just, I mean, for equal opportunity and no discrimination based on what you look like, who you like, and anything of that nature. I think Black women, specifically, I grew up with a lot of prominent Black women in my life that were very important to me and how I was raised and how I grew up, being my stepmom, my AAU coach. So I understand like how amazing they are and how they should get the same equal opportunity as a white woman, as a white man, to be an important piece of this league. And it was built on a lot of Black women, this league was. So it's definitely right for them to get the same equal opportunity as everybody else.
Yeah, so anybody in the chat, also Hot Tracks, what's you guys' thoughts on what Paige had to say about the lack of Black women head coaches in the WNBA, the lack of representation by Black women, being that this is a predominantly Black woman league?
I think she answered the question appropriately on the fly like that. I think one thing she could have said, but I'm not knocking her. I mean, she did well for her age. But what she probably could have said, instead of for the equal opportunity, she could have said, well, I know a lot of Black women in my life who were qualified, and it shouldn't be about, I would have pushed more for qualification than equal opportunity.
Right. I agree with you 1,000%. Again, not knocking her because I don't think she meant anything by that.
No,
I think
exactly.
For what, like you said, for her to be on a fly, I'm cool with what she said, but I actually agree with you. What you saying is actually more important. But continue.
Well, because their whole thing today is they make fun. Oh, she's a DEI help, or she's a DEI hire, or something like that. I don't want to give them no opportunity to say nothing like that. She's qualified to do the job. She was the best of the best out of who was all the eligible candidates, and that's why she's here.
You know what my problem with that though is, Hot Tracks, they only got this, but this is life. Whenever it's us, and you know what I mean by us, they have a problem with it. But when it's them, they cool. Remember I brought up victim mentality earlier, right? And we start talking about our plight in America. That's what they're gonna call it. They're gonna call it a victim mentality. But whenever it's cool for them to be a victim, they screaming they're a victim from the top of their lungs. Whenever it's DEI for us, it's a problem. But whenever they get DEI hires, because I could tell you right now, I have no idea why Katie Chen is in the WNBA. That looked like a DEI hire to me, respectfully to her. She's been playing well with the minutes she got, but it's a whole Deja Kelly. Not like some of these people that's in the WNBA don't make sense to me, and it don't make sense to me on a basketball level, but it makes sense to me on a politic level. Like I get why you in the WNBA, but I don't get why you in the WNBA. If that makes sense, so I agree. I agree with you saying 1,000%. I just think it's unfortunate and messed up that it's always us that gotta, you know what I mean? Because when it's them, they cool with being DIs. They DIs all day.
So one thing that I've learned to understand over the years is where we at. Never forget that we in America.
Facts.
We're not far removed from the BS, and we actually still in it. It's just it got a different face.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, you know, when I look at the population and what they say, what is it, 60-something% of people in this country is Caucasian, and only like 13 or 14% is Black. It automatically things aren't going to go our way.
Right.
I mean, systematically, it's not going to be designed for us anyway, because we are the minority. I mean, I don't want to say too much to get the channel flagged or whatever, because again, your opinion my opinion is my opinion, and it don't reflect your channel.
Right. Listen, first of all, I agree with everything you said. Let's be clear about that. But secondly, if you know, because I get what you're saying, I'm with you. I don't want to make this a sports show. We don't want to go too far in any direction. But if you know how to say what you're trying to say without actually saying it, then you can say it. You feel me? Like if you know, listen, everybody don't gotta get it. But if you say it the right way, the people who need to understand will understand. You know what I mean? So if you know how to do it like that, then do your thing.
But you know, one thing that was real crazy when Caitlin Clark mentioned her white privilege, I was like, this girl is arrogant. She sat up here and admitted to having white privilege, and you know, a lot of Black people was going for it, and they was eating it up. And I'm like,
hold your thought real quick. Let me just say this in the chat real quick. I just dropped a link in the chat for anybody who want to come up and join the conversation. Say what your thoughts is on what Paige had to say about Black coaches, Black women coaches in the W, or if you want to talk about some of the other topics we talked about, Angel Reese and her return, Caitlin Clark and her return plus the flop. If you want to talk about anything WNBA pertaining, if you have any thoughts, you want to join the conversation, I just dropped the link in the chat for you. Also, people who haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button for me. It helps me. It puts the channel in the algorithm. And if you haven't subscribed, if you are non-subscriber, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. Go ahead, Brody.
Yeah, so when Caitlin said that, when she talked about her having white privilege, Asia said the same thing. They chewed her up. When Caitlin said it, you know, the white folks was ready to turn their back on her. That's why she don't speak too much about things no more.
You see, to your point, you seen what happened when I think this was around the time she was hanging out with Taylor Swift. And I think she had said something about I forgot what it was. If you remember, you could correct me. But she said it was something about the vote or something about the Republicans and Democrats. I forgot what it was. Yeah, and you're right. They turned her back. They turned their backs on her.
Yeah, so they had, you know, and I don't think she's 100% innocent in this. I think that she just takes advantage of it, but I don't think that she totally is that way. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, you grew up, if she was playing basketball her whole life, she played with a bunch of Black folks. So she already used to being around Black folks and playing with them and all that kind of stuff. She know where she's staying with that. And she's just maneuvering, you know.
Well, I don't know about that. Because she from where's she from? She from Minnesota.
That is true.
Iowa.
Iowa only got like 4% Black people.
Right.
Now,
where she did see Black people, to your point, was when she got in the AAU. When she got in the AAU, because she played against Angel, and so I know she played against a few Black teams when she played in the AAU. But when she was growing up, I can't say that.
I think that's one reason why she didn't want to go to Notre Dame too, because Notre Dame coach was a Black woman.
Oh, was it still Niall Ivy or somebody else at that time?
I think so. I think it was and I think she just wanted to go somewhere where they was going to let her do what she wanted to do, because she was used to, you know, doing what the heck she wanted to do.
I mean, we could tell that's the case because you could look at her behavior and see that there's no discipline. She never received discipline, and then that's why she failed. Because any adult, like, it's one thing, you lose your cool every once in a while and you yell at the refs, but the way she talked to the refs, I would be embarrassed. Like, you on camera.
Exactly.
Like, we can see that. Like, that's embarrassing. But nobody disciplined it.
Mm-hmm.
Except for, I'll give her father some credit. Her father tried, but he,
Yeah. Kelsey Mitchell was talking the other day. She had an interview and she was saying that, man, she only care about,
Oh, shoot. Give me a second. I missed my bad, bro. I ain't even see this. I was so much into producing. I missed the super chat. I don't even know when you send this, but shout out to my brother Gamble. Let me give you a round of applause. I gotta produce. Shout out to my brother Gamble for the $2 trooper shot. He says, "Tell fake money to write a letter to Jack." You stupid. Go ahead, Brody.
That's funny. Yeah. Damn, I lost my train of thought.
My bad, bro. I ain't see the money. I had to get to the money. I'm like, I ain't even see him do that.
Oh, I gotta send mine for today too.
Oh, I appreciate that. Listen, I appreciate that. Listen, since you saying that, and since Gamble did that, listen, anybody who's watching, if you enjoying the content, if you enjoying the conversation, if you want to send your boy a super chat, I appreciate it. Anything you want to send, whether it's $2, $5, $10, whatever it is, I appreciate it. So I want to say thank you to Gamble, thank you to Hot Tracks, and thank you to anybody else who decides to donate to the channel. Appreciate you. And also hit that like button. Hit the like button. If you don't want to donate, the like button is free. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you think about?
Hold on, brother. I gotta show you the same love. Let me hit you with the round of applause. And damn, I lost it. Where it go? Where it go? Yeah. Oh, it was no message. All right. Hot Tracks. Shout out to Hot Tracks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Brody.
So one of them was talking about the turnovers that your man that was on there a little while ago. So Caitlin averages what she averaged 5.5 turnovers a game for her career.
Something like that, yeah.
Paige, she's been in the league for 2 years. She averaging 2.1 turnovers a game.
Right. And to his point, he was trying to, not to cut you off, but he was trying to make a point saying that some of the veterans, when they was rookies or in their third year, whatever, they was turning the ball over a lot. But the point I was trying to make to him is the difference is one is historic. One turned the ball over more than anybody in history. Like, you can't compare that.
Right. Exactly. just like in the game, he was trying to talk about Angel Reese 3 turnovers. Angel played 33 minutes. Clark played 24 minutes and got 4 turnovers.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know what we're talking about.
And then, and we want to be honest, it's not like Angel, and I'm not trying to say she don't have none. Of course, in basketball, you're gonna have certain turnovers. So Angel's gonna have a live turnover here and there, but she don't have many live turnovers. Most of her turnovers come from when a ref make a bad call, or they say she's traveling, she ain't That's a turnover too. Right. Caitlin Clark literally just give the ball to the other team. That's a total different turnover. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And see, like, again, Paige was better in college. And
okay. Camilla was helping you. Hot Trash. She said you were speaking about CeCe not having discipline in her behavior issues. He said remember you said you forgot your thoughts. She said that's what you were saying.
Okay. Oh man, I hope she ain't get offended at what I was saying about ladies.
Oh, listen. One thing about my chat is they gonna let you know. They gonna hold you. So
I didn't mean it in a chauvinistic way. That's all. Women love men who like to take charge instead of just sitting there being pushovers. You know, you run over a pushover, but when you hear,
okay, here's another.
That's what I meant.
Not to cut you off. She also helping you out. She said, then you were speaking about something that Kelsey Mitchell was saying the other day before I said the super chat. So something Kelsey Mitchell was saying, she said you were saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Kelsey Mitchell, she was in the interview, and she was basically saying, look, it's about us, me putting my shoes on every day and getting out to look. If I'm able to get up, I'm out here on the floor. Basically, she was saying she don't got time to be talking about all the BS. She want to talk about basketball. She is no nonsense. And that's what I think the team really appreciates playing when Caitlin Clark is not there, because they don't have to deal with a lot of that stuff. They don't have to deal with two sets of instructions or that conflict between her and the coach. It's like the coach give them a game plan, they go out there, they run it or whatever, and it's successful.
Right.
Everybody get their touches. Everybody get the showcase. Everybody get the showcase, whatever, they skills and everything, and that's it. They're not just waiting around for her to pass it to somebody that's cutting to the basket to get an assist.
Right. Red and Milky Way says Cece first statement against a reporter asking her how she feels about people spewing racism and hate online. People can do and say what they let me see, I gotta go to the top because the cut off on the bottom. People can do and say what they want. This is America. That's what makes this world so great. That's crazy. That's a terrible statement. You can tell somebody, one of her PR people say, let's do this again. And let's not say that.
Right.
But I think I do remember that, Reddit. Her first statement. Talking about that. That's crazy. Look, she said she responded to you, Brody. She says, "Nah, I'm not offended at all. I'm just listening." Yeah. Listen, we got a good community over here, man. They understand where you was coming from.
I'm curious if she agrees. Does she appreciate pushovers, or does she like men that take? So
say we gonna ask the ladies in the chat. Phrase your question clearly and phrase it to the chat, and then we'll see how the chat feel about it.
not in a chauvinistic way.
It's up to you if you want to do it. You said you want to.
Hey, I mean, it's a question. Like, I've dealt with my share of young ladies, and from what my findings were, women like for males to be, to take charge of a situation, not aggressively, but to, take charge of a situation and
be leaders. In other words, be leaders is what you're saying.
Yeah. And not just be a pushover.
That's a better way to word it than how you worded it earlier, by the way.
Well, thank you, because I'm not the best with my words all the time.
Well, you're doing a good job. That was just the only time I had to be like, oh. But other than that, you're doing a pretty good job, explaining yourself.
I remember I said something on somebody.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you the difference. Just now, you said women like men to take charge and be leaders. Earlier, you was like women like when men put their pimp hand down. That's two totally different ways to say it. You get what I'm
saying? So look, one day I was on Cess Talks, and I had to comment, right?
Yeah.
And she lit me up, and I didn't even say nothing bad. I was like, I said something like, well, Angel, she's involved with Victoria's Secret. I said, wouldn't it be decent if they had like a calendar for the whole year with all of the different WNBA teams, and the people who wished to participate in it, so they can, showcase their brands or whatever like that or whatever. And she lit me up. Why everything gotta be sexist? And then I'm like, look, listen. Women they like men don't look at Victoria's Secret catalogs, women do.
That's it. I mean, I could see both. I could see both arguments. Let's say that I could see it from both. You want to know why? What it sound like? And you were saying I guess you were saying like a catalog, right? That would be dope.
Well, in context, we was talking about like the WNBA failing with the different business ventures in the marketing they do with their players, and it's like, well, Angel is doing it big on Victoria's Secret. And all you heard was a lot of the players saying that was their dream. They would have liked to do it. I was like, well, it seems like a good idea. If every team, imagine every team had their own little Victoria's Secret, little outfit with their team logo on it or something, or the colors or whatever. And the girls modeling their stuff. If that's what they wanted to do. I mean, they don't got to expose themselves. They got Victoria's Secret, got pajamas. Like, I understand.
Yeah, but that's not gonna be the first thought when you have Victoria's Secret. When you have Victoria's Secret, you thinking of girls and their bras and panties and shit like that. So I could see how she could get offended.
People get too offended over men these days.
You want to know what it is? Because, and again, I'm not saying that you meant this or anything like that, but when you deal with women, it's a weird line. Like when you deal with women, women want to be sexy, right? Women want to be sexy, and as men, we like to see sexy women. But what you don't want to do is sexualize women and make it about, you know what I mean? Make it that they not more than just, you know what I mean? So it was like that's the line. So when you have a Victoria line out, you already know it could be mature people like me and you that don't overanalyze it, but then you're going to have other people. Listen, Angel, when she came out of college, she was a 22-year-old girl. You have 40-year-old men worrying about if she shows some skin. Like every 22-year-old, I'm from New York. You sound like you from the DMV area. Where you from?
I'm from Philly.
Yeah, you sound like you from that area, Philly. So you from Philly, I'm from New York. You already know. You go outside, especially in the summertime. How many 22-year-old girls you gonna see with their legs out? You're gonna see, and Angel from DMV. You get what I'm saying? She from Baltimore.
Right.
So it's like you got 40-year-old guys acting like she supposed to be acting like a married woman coming out of college. So it's like when you have men like that around, and you start talking about a Victoria's Secret thing, and then all these girls, you already know that could be a recipe for disaster, only because you got so many of these. I don't know. I don't know the word I want to call them. Right? I don't know the correct word for people like that, like men that just they look at women and they overdo it. It's almost like this, and I said this before in one of my lives, probably like a year ago, a long time ago, but you'll understand this if you ever been outside and you've been dealing with women, right? Just because a woman, if you go outside, you go to a club, you go to a bar, you go to a lounge, just because a woman is dressed a certain way or dressed like provocative, let's say that. Just because a woman is dressed provocative, she might be the good girl. And what I'm saying is looks don't always determine who a person is. And you got to be able to talk and use your mouthpiece and understand the person and really see who you could go home with that night, who probably be better off for relationships, who might just be better off as a best friend. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't just look at what a girl's wearing and be like, oh, she giving it up. Because it don't always work like that. Sometimes girls literally do stuff because they don't never get to do it. And they like, I'm going out with my girls tonight. Oh, I'm doing. They might never dress like that for the whole year. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And so they get a chance to go out. And now men lose their mind. They like, oh, she must be giving it to everybody. No, it don't always work like that, bro. Girls just like the idea sometimes. Even if you in a relationship, and we all know this, if you in a relationship, if you in a good relationship, or if you in a relationship and you know how to treat your girl, Your girl could be the goodest girl in the world. That don't mean that when y'all behind closed doors, she don't want you to talk to her a certain way, or she don't want you to treat her a certain. You get what I'm saying?
I
It's
like
just
the way
like
you put that.
you get what I'm saying? Girls be
Yeah.
like it. So when you understand that dynamic and how layered it is, you can't just have. That's how you could tell who really don't get girls like that. Like when people talk on the internet, because they be thinking like everything they see is reality. Oh, look, she must be giving it to everybody. And it's like, yo, dog, girls don't even, you don't got a sister, bro. You don't got a mom. You don't got a best friend. You never talked to a woman before. Like it just don't work that way. The girl that you be not, and I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. There's some game for all the young kids out there. 9 times out of 10, the girl that you think is one way is a total opposite. And that's why you got to talk to. It's the same thing with dudes. It ain't just with girls. Girls will tell you 9 times out of 10, the guy that they went up to that they thought was handsome and fly be the dumbest dude in the world. Can't talk, can't think, can't tell a joke, right? And it'd be a friend or some other dude where they'd be like, oh, shoot, I didn't even think I would like you, but I really like you because you're funny. I really like you because you're cool. I really like you because you're not thirsty. I really like you because you could think. One of the compliments, and I take this as a compliment, you know how like you just talk to girls and they just tell you something just like you don't even like think, like you ain't even think to ask, but they just tell you things. I got 2 compliments in my life that I never thought I would get a compliment for. One is because I do music too. So I do music and now I do a podcast. So one is actually great for my career. Girls tell me, like, especially if we on the phone or whatever the case may be, they like my voice, right? So apparently that's a quality I have. I didn't know I have. I got a nice voice. I didn't, my voice is my voice. I never thought about my voice before, but a girl told me that. So cool. Now I know that. A second thing a girl told me was that I didn't know was she liked the way I think. And I think that's part of the reason why my podcast translate into people enjoying my podcast and the way I talk about sports and the way I look at sports or just different things in life is because the way I think about it or the way I'm able to articulate what I'm thinking. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why I bring that up though is I didn't know, like, I don't sit around and be like, I think fly. Right? Like nobody think like how I'm supposed to know. Like I just think like I'm born. I just think the way I think, right? But what she told me was this. This is funny how we got to it. So when we was first starting to talk, we was kind of like, it was, we was asking a lot of questions and stuff like that, right? She thought, this is what she told me, right? This is not, she just told me this, so that's how I know. This is not anything that came from my brain. That's what she told me. She thought I was trying to argue with her. Like she thought I was an argumentative dude. And it wasn't that at all. I was just curious about certain shit, so I would ask questions. And then once she got to know me and realized that, she was like, oh, I like the way you think. Before it was annoying me because I thought you was like this. But she said once I got to know you and I saw the type of person you are, I actually like that about you. And it's just the fact that I'm inquisitive. I ask questions. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? And then some of the questions I ask might seem like I'm trying to argue with you, I'm combative, but it ain't that at all. I'm just really trying to understand. You get what I'm saying? And once she realized that about me, she said, yo, I like, and she told me that. I didn't know that about myself. It was just who I naturally am. But again, you learn information through talking to people. But my point in saying that is I've learned, like, you have to be able to, one, receive information. So now I know that about myself. But 2, because I know that about myself, I also know that from talking to women and meeting different women and understanding the way they think and the way they talk, I understand that women are layered, right? Like women are dynamics. So you can't just be like, oh, she's wearing these jeans and whatever. She's out here with this skin. Oh, she must be I don't want to say the word, but but that's how a lot of these men think on the internet, right? And that's how you could tell which men actually talk to women in real life and which men don't. And so that brings me back in full circle to, that's why I say I could see both sides, because I understand where you coming from. You thinking about it straight from a business proposition, like, yo, this would be a great opportunity. But when you have those men out there, the women gonna think about it from their point of view and be like, nah, there's a lot of creeps out here, and they shouldn't have to show their body to those creeps. You get what I'm saying? So I understand both arguments. So I get you where you was coming from. You had a good idea. It was a good start to an idea, I should say.
I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. Like I don't like. I got a child, Angel's age. Well, actually, I got my youngest daughter. My daughter is older than Angel by a year or two, so I don't even look at these girls in that way.
You want
You
to
know
know
what I'm
what's funny?
saying?
Not to cut you off. You want to know what's funny? Most of us don't. Like I got a full girl. Like I got a whole girlfriend, bro. So it's like I don't look at none of these girls in no sexual manner. Like I could see. Don't get it twisted. I could see their sexiness. Like you see somebody like Dejanay. Oh, she pretty, right? You see somebody like Rakia Jackson. Oh yeah, she look good. Like these are pretty women. I could see that, but I'm not at home like, oh, I hope one of them DM me. You know what I mean? Like I'm not thinking that. Like I'm not. Most of us is not into that. We into it for the sports, but people who don't understand that think that that's what it is. And it's like, nah, we like it. But yeah, I ain't mean to cut you off, but I agree 1000% with what you're saying.
Yeah, not all of us are creeps. We could appreciate a woman's beauty without lusting after them.
Facts. And listen, just how women are dynamic and layered, we are too. Like I said, I got a whole girlfriend, and I'm committed and happy and all that. But I could see a one of these. I could see Deja Kelly and be like, damn, she bad. Like she a real baddie. But that's where it stops, right? Like I could appreciate her beauty. I could appreciate her beauty and be like, damn, she look good. Oh, that's she killed that. That's a nice picture. But that's where it ends, right?
Right.
That's where it ends for me. So it's like.
I don't have no problem with walking up to a lady and giving her a compliment on how she looked. Maybe say something off the top, you know. I mean, I know how long it takes for them to get the way they look in the mirror.
Exactly.
Women love to be acknowledged. You know,
exactly.
Women love to be seen and acknowledged, and it could make somebody's day.
Exactly, and appreciate
I
it.
don't need no phone number or nothing. I just say what I gotta say and keep it moving.
Facts. Let me ask the chat a question, especially you, because you to be a male point of view, and any males in the chat, I want to know your point of view, and then all the females in the chat, I want to know your point of view as well. This is something I was thinking about doing just for content purposes. Do y'all think I should add a segment? Because Barbie, Angel do her Barbie dream fits on her. I don't know if y'all know, on her TikTok page. She shows like whatever fit her tunnel fit. She'd just talk about it or whatever. For the women, the men probably don't care about this, but still chime in, tell me if y'all will want this or don't want this part of the show. But for the people who care about this, would y'all want me to do like a 5-minute segment? Like to start the show talking about her fits, Barbie dream fits and stuff like that, or y'all don't care about that? Let me know, because if y'all care about it, I'll add it to the show. If y'all don't, I won't add it to the show. It was just a thought because you always trying to make your show better. So it was just a thought I had, like, I could that's something that I could maybe do, but I'm only gonna do it if people interested in that. If people not interested in that, I wouldn't do it. I see a 1. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that one's for me. Oh, that means okay. I was like, I don't know if the one. You want me to? All right. So if y'all interested in that, male or female, don't matter. Just drop some 1s in the chat. If y'all not interested in that, drop 2s in the chat. So I know. And then like I figure a way to incorporate. If y'all interested in that, I figure a way to incorporate that going forward. That'll be something we talk about. Like one of the topics would be like her fits. The Barbie dream fits and stuff like that. And it don't only got to be her. It could be like whoever. It could be Rakia Jackson. It could be Skylar Dick. Whoever, like, whoever. But again, it's only if y'all interested in me doing that. If y'all not, we won't do it. What's your thoughts on that? Hot Tracks.
I'm pro Angel, so I'm with it.
All right, but that's something I'm gonna think. Because it crossed my mind. I was like, yo, how can I make this show? Because these shows are. One thing, and I tell people, this is what I try to tell my guests when they come on, right? We have 2 jobs. One, we got to report the news, right? Whatever the news is, whatever is the reason why we doing the chat that day. We talking about Carson Mesco. We talking about the Atlanta Dream winner. Whatever it is we talking about, that's what we talking about, right? The second thing we got to do is be entertaining, though. The people have to enjoy the show, right? Like, and that's one thing that, like, if you ever seen Inside the NBA, I'm sure everybody's seen Inside the NBA with Charles, Shaq. That's one thing that they understood. Like, it ain't all about the sports. Some of it is about the jokes. Like, you gotta keep the people entertained while they watching this show. So that's just something I was thinking about because we all Angel Reese fans, that might be something that'd be good to add to the show.
Yeah. So look,
All
let
right,
me ask you a basketball question.
What's up?
So you see Olivia Miles right now up to this point. Do you think that her momentum is going to stay the way it is, or you think it's going to cool down once, like, there's an off season and people, these professionals, they are learn to like game plan against her and everything? Because right now she's doing real good, but and I think she's been doing real good. So do you think that it's going to continue? You think she's going to have continued success, or you think it's going to slow down a little bit?
First of all, I just saw that. I want to say, excuse the typo. Excuse the typo in career high. But I think it's going to continue. I've been talking about Olivia Miles. First of all, anybody who know my history, they could tell you that I was talking about Olivia Miles when everybody was trying to say she wasn't going to be that good. I was telling them they wrong and that she is going to be that good. Kind of how right now, like when I watch all these other channels, is nobody really holding down Carl Semesco. Everybody's saying he's the problem. He need to be fired. I'm the only one that's saying pump your brakes. It's not him, right? This is not the first time that I've done that. The first time I've done that was with Olivia Miles, right? I told everybody she's going to be a great player, and everybody was telling me no, it's going to be Cheyenne Sellers. And I was saying, y'all crazy. And then after Cheyenne Sellers, they was like Serena Sundell or somebody. And I was like, y'all wilding. Y'all, this I said this woman is generational, right? Anybody in the chat who was around, or anybody that see this on a playback, they can attest to what I'm saying, because everybody know. I was the literally only one saying that she would be who she is. Now, did I know she was going to be this great? No, of course not. I'm not a psychic. I don't know that you just. I knew she was league ready. I knew she was league ready. And I knew she was one of the stars, because what happens is when Caitlin and Angel came along, everybody was acting like it was just them. And I'm like, nah, some other girls coming. I said, there's some other girls coming. That's nice. Oh, yeah. And it ain't about to just stop with this draft either. There's some girls coming after this draft that's going to take this league by storm. And Olivia Miles is one of them. And I was telling, so the critique people had on her at that time, just so you can understand the context, people were saying that she didn't defend well enough to be that good in the WNBA. I disagreed with them. People were saying that she wouldn't come in and be generational. She'd be average. And I disagree with that. You know what I mean? And so to answer your question, I think her game is too unique, and her game makes everybody around her better. So as long as she got a coach that's going to allow her to have a ball in her hands and run, the only way you can stop Olivia Miles is by taking the ball out of her hands, right? So let's just say she played on a team with another. Let's say she played on a team with Caitlin Clark, and Caitlin Clark usage is super high, so that the ball could never. It's almost like what's happening. Honestly, it's like what's happening to Raven Johnson right now. Raven Johnson could be so much better on a different team. But because she plays on the team she is, and she gets the limited amount of opportunities, she's not able to show what she can actually do in the pros. Olivia Miles is in a perfect position where she got a coach who trusts her, and she got a veteran coach who knows how to play, who knows how to coach, right? So she's even getting tutelage. She's getting the right type of tutelage to even get better, right? Then on top of that, she's on a team with a superstar, right? Who's injured right now, who's going to come back soon. So she's in a perfect position to be great for a long time, right? Right. So I think it's only going to continue, if not get better.
Paige Beckers, you think? Well, I already know the answer to it, but you put Paige and Caitlin together. You think Paige is having a better first and second year than Caitlin?
You saying if they on the same team?
No, just period. Now, who's having the better?
You asking who has a? Okay, you saying compare their first and second years?
Yeah.
That's your question. Yeah, I think Paige is definitely having a better first and second year. I mean, you can see it. You can tell. First of all, remember, Caitlin got hurt in her second year,
Well,
and she didn't
actually,
play that
Peyton,
much.
you basically compare their two careers because they both played the same amount of games, except Caitlin been in the league for 3 years.
Okay, you say okay. So then, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see it. It's clear. It's clear as day. Paige having an amazing season, bro.
I think she had an amazing season last year too. She just
She
didn't have
did.
a team like.
She did. She had an amazing. I said it earlier in this show. I said Paige had a great first year, and she having an even better second year. That's just a fact. Like she went to Unrivaled and got better, bro. Like that's just what happened. She was good last year. She was great last year, and went to Unrivaled and got even better. Like that's So we seen her grow in a year.
How about Kelsey Mitchell? You think she's gonna stay with Indiana, or you think she's gonna?
It's difficult. It's hard to say what she's gonna do. I think it really depends on the success of Indiana, but she signed for a 1-year deal, so it's like she left her options open to go someplace else. Now the question is, if you do go someplace else, where do you go? Is the grass greener wherever you go? So that's the question. But so right now, I'll be honest. Indiana does have. Listen, I'm an Angel fan, but I'm a truth teller, right? I'm not afraid to tell the truth. Indiana does have something going for themselves, right?
Absolutely.
There's certain things they need to fix. There's certain things they need to shore up with their team. But as far as the offensive side of the ball go, they one of the top teams, and they could beat as they did last night. As we seen what they was able to do last night, they could beat anybody in this league with how good their offense is, right? They have the highest paced offense in the league, meaning they play the fastest, they play the quickest, so they score when they click and they able to score the most. So that's a lot of firepower for anybody to have to contend with. So that's really up to Kelsey Mitchell. Does she feel like is she happy hearing that, right? But they do have something going for themselves. So if you do leave, you got to make sure that you leaving for the right team, and you don't want to leave and backtrack, right?
I think the organization loves her.
They do.
Just the fans that flip flop on her for Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
Because
see, the biggest not to cut you off, but the biggest problem with Indiana is Caitlin, right? It's Caitlin trying, because what happens with Caitlin is two things. You got a Caitlin that wants to dominate and make everybody conform to her, or you can have a Caitlin that says, this is new for me. I never did this before in my career. Now I ain't doing it in college. But I'm gonna fit in with the team. I'm gonna come in wherever they need. I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna come in and dominate and ask for the ball, and the ball got to be in my hands. I'm gonna come in and fit in. So wherever Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston need me, that's what I'm gonna go, and they could be more deadly that way. Or she could say, this is the way I know how to play. This is the way I like playing. This is the way I played my whole life. I need the ball in my hands. I need everybody just to run and get open, and I'll find you, right? And when I decide to pass you the ball is when you get the ball. If she wants to play that way, she could play that way too. The question is, which way is better for winning? And that's really up. So Caitlin Clark is actually the real question mark with them, because we see again. I'm not going with the narrative that they're better without her. I'm not saying that, but we do see when she's not there, they fall into a system everybody comfortable with.
Right.
But when she comes back, they all got to adjust how they play to make her comfortable. So that's what she got to decide.
This is not a narrative, though. This is not a narrative. They went to the semifinals without Caitlin Clark.
That's a fact.
The coach was good enough to coach the team and overcome all those obstacles while she was on the bench.
That is a fact.
They won a Commissioner's Cup last year.
Without her.
So it's that people try to say that there's a narrative that people are bringing. It's a fact. This is what we see.
Right.
Caitlin Clark been on the team for 3 years. They try to discredit Boston and Mitchell by saying, well, Boston was there for 7 years and AB was there and they never made the playoffs. until Caitlyn came. But they were rebuilding.
Exactly.
And for whatever reason, people think that that's Caitlin Clark team when it's always been Kelsey Mitchell team. And they rebuilt around Kelsey Mitchell. They got help for Kelsey Mitchell.
Exactly.
The organization tell people that, and yet her fans are still appalled that they say that, things revolve around Kelsey Mitchell, which is it should. And like to what you were saying about her making adjustments, that's the difference between her and Olivia Miles. Olivia Miles didn't go in there and say, this is my system, and she went in there and did her thing and did whatever the team needed her to do. And it's not to say that they don't need Caitlin Clark to play Caitlin Clark's game. It's just a time and place for everything. And sometimes you might need that, but she needs to know how to play a half court offense too, and learn and need to develop her game. She what, 23? She's young.
Yeah.
She don't, for whatever reason, they think she know more than the coach.
Exactly. They think they know. They think they know more than the coach.
They don't understand the logic that when you shoot at a low percentage like that, there's long rebounds and transition points on the other end. So she's shooting at 30%, 32, 33% from the three. It's crazy. And they want that? I don't know. I'm old school. You'd be sitting on the bench if you just jacking up shots. You think I'm gonna run up and down the court playing good defense?
To your point,
and you just throwing up the shots.
To your point, that's what happened to her yesterday. That's why I got upset to I forget the lady named Marie Miller, I believe her name was, if I'm remembering your name correctly. She said it. She said after the game they gave Caitlin all the credit. I was like, I remember that. That pissed me off. I'm like,
this is Caitlin's first game. She beat Vegas.
She beat the Ace, yeah. And then to your point earlier of her jacking up these shots, not only is she jacking up them shots, on the other end, she's also not playing no defense. So it was like, now you really hurting me.
So it's like you giving up 4 or 5 turnovers. You shooting at a 20% rate from the field. All of these possessions. That's why the team does so good. It's not even rocket science. It's just mathematics. The other team get more when she's not there. Her team has more possessions because less turnovers and less jacked up shots. And usually that's the difference in the game. 5 or 10 points.
Yep. Really quickly. Again, listen, man. I got special people a part of my chat, man. So you don't only have to hit the super chat. You could also send me a Cash App. So I didn't get a super chat this time. I got a Cash App. Shout out to Reddit Milky Way in the chat. And again, she ain't even tell me. Like I'm having a conversation with you, and I see a $ on the top of my phone. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's because Reddit Milky Way talking about great show, and she's enjoying the show. So thank you, Reddit Milky Way. Let me give you a round of applause. Thank you, Reddit. And she sent me $20. So thank you for the $20 from Reddit Milky Way through my Cash App. I appreciate you. Get Tracks.
No, I just think
I got another topic too that we about to get into.
Go ahead. I was just done with that.
Nah, you good. I'm just letting you know. Like, if you remember, if you forgot your thought or whatever. But if you remember, we could get into it. But so I wanted to give Kennedy some love, right? I want to give her some tough love, and then I want to give her some love. And then after I give her, y'all could tell me your thoughts on it once I finish. But I'm going to start with the tough love, right? And the tough love is this. We spoke about it the other day. Me and Reddit Milky Way spoke about it the other day, right? We can't keep, we can't want this more than you. You have to mature. You have to be able to not be a cancer in the locker room. You have to be able to get along with others, right? You have to understand that everything in the world ain't gonna go your way, right? Just like I said earlier, right? Hot tracks with Angel with the offensive foul, even though we know it wasn't an offensive foul, we understand that sometimes things don't go your way, even though it should, right? Same thing with Kennedy.
Yeah.
Sometimes life don't go your way. We understand that. But you got to know how to operate when you get in the short end of the stick. And this is one of my sayings. I say this all the time. So I'm about to give y'all a jewel. Y'all could take this if y'all want. This is how this is my philosophy for my life when I go through things. I always say it's times in my life where I got blessings that I didn't deserve. And when I got those, when I didn't do nothing to deserve that blessing, guess what I did? I said, thank God, and I took the blessing. I kept pushing. Ooh, I thank God for this. I ain't deserved this.
Right.
But I got it. And I just kept pushing. Well, guess what? It's gonna be times where you doing everything right in life, and you're gonna get the short end of the stick. Guess what you gotta do? The same thing. You gotta keep it pushing. You gotta say, damn, I don't even deserve this. Like, I've been doing everything right. I don't deserve what I'm going through right now. But I got to keep moving forward. I'm not going to blame God. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to blame nobody else. It is what it is. I'm strong enough. I can handle this. I could be better. I'm going to be better, even though I don't deserve what I'm going through right now. That's how you got to take that. That's how you got to handle that. That builds character. That builds adversity. Adversity builds character, and that shows what type of person you are, right? So that's kind of my philosophy for myself in life, and that's what I feel like Kennedy Carter is going through right now. Kennedy Carter is going through things that maybe it ain't all her fault. Maybe she didn't deserve it. Maybe some of it is her fault, right? But it ain't all her fault, and she don't deserve it. But she has to learn how to navigate that anyway. Even though the odds are stacked against you, you still got to know how to be like, all right, bet. Odds are stacked against me right now, but I'm not gonna argue with the best player on the team and Asia Wilson. I'm not gonna be a headache. Yeah, I get into it. I'm not gonna be a headache to my coach. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna become a distraction to the team because I'm arguing with fans on social media, right? Especially when I know that I'm being blackballed out this league and there's a bunch of people that don't even want to give me a chance. I'm not gonna just throw away the one chance I got, right? By being emotional, right, in this situation. So we talked about that the other day. And here's where I give her love. And then after I give it a love, I'll explain the situation to you, Hot Tracks. Here's where I give her love, though. Even though everything I just said is true, and even though I believe in everything that I just said, we got to stop picking and choosing with people, right? Because when it comes to Kennedy, we say, oh, she was out the league because she bumped Caitlin Clark, and that wasn't a basketball play, right? Caitlin Clark could have got hurt, right? But Hot Tracks, look at this. Marina Mabry did the same thing, and she not out the league, right?
I don't even think that bump was that serious.
No, it wasn't. That's my point. The bump, listen, first of all, the bump was a retaliation to Caitlin Clark hitting her. So Caitlin Clark already knew it was about to happen. She was just doing the whole flap thing like she always do, right? She was doing a flap. I'm hurt, damsel in distress, like we see her do so many. It was just so early. Maybe some people didn't know she did that. If you knew her from college, she's been doing that since college.
Oh
but
yeah,
anyway,
I sent you a couple flop videos of her, Caitlin Clark.
Oh, you did? Or where?
Yeah.
Where you sent them at? I didn't get them.
I think I had put them on one of your posts. I just put them in a link in the comments.
Got you. I didn't. You know what? It might not show me links. I didn't know. But I appreciate you for that. But yeah, I didn't know. But again, we're Caitlin Clark knew what she was doing, right? She knew eventually Kennedy Carter was going to retaliate because she the one that started it. Here's the funny thing, right? Going back to the Marina Mabry situation. Caitlin wasn't even into a Marina Mabry. She was into it with J.C. Sheldon. So when Marina Mabry bumped her, that could have actually hurt her because she didn't know that bump was coming. That bump really that was like a sucker punch bump, right? That one could have hurt her, right? She could have, like, you ever turned your neck too fast or got, you know what I mean, and it hurts your neck or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Something could have happened to Caitlin, maybe fell the wrong way because she didn't know the Marina Mabry bump was coming.
Right.
That one actually caught her off guard, and that one could have hurt her. But are we calling for Marina Mabrey to be kicked out of the league? Is her job in jeopardy? Is anybody? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Thing, except one was actually worse. The Marina Mabrey one was worse. So that's why I said we got to stop picking and choosing. Another thing, right? We just seen, like I said, you probably don't know, but Kennedy Carter was on Threads arguing with some fans about about a game or whatever, some stuff they had, whatever. She was arguing with fans on social media, but the point is she brought it to social media. She brought some locker room shit to social media, whatever, right? We just seen Skylar Diggins do the same thing 2 weeks ago, last week or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody saying Skylar Diggins need to be kicked out the league because she done went to social media and aired out some grievances. Now, you might not like what she did, or you might not be happy, but she still got a job, right? Ain't nobody saying she need to lose her job, right? Also, early in the season, we heard what? We heard Skylar Diggins say, oh, that's a Tyler Marsh question. Don't ask me. Ask Tyler Marsh that question. So she was even though I don't have no issue with what Skylar Diggins did, a lot of people use that as an opportunity to say, even the great Cynthia Cooper said she didn't agree with that, right? She said that in a post. She works for Amazon or whatever, Amazon Prime. She was saying that that's she got 4 championships, and that's not championship behavior. You don't do that. You don't speak in the media. You keep that in the locker room. That's what Cynthia Cooper had to say. My point is, Skylar Diggins still got a job though. Kennedy Carter was in a press conference and she was saying things like, "Oh, they got a leash on me. They got a leash. I don't. I'm not able to play my full game, so it's not fair and it's not even when it comes to like her opponents and what her opponents is able to do versus what she able to do, right? That was her response to that. But my point is, okay, you might not like that she said that in a post game press conference, but Skylar Diggins still got a job and she did it. We got to stop picking and choosing who we okay with. I heard, and again, I don't know this. I don't know how long you've been a WNBA fan. Hot Tracks, you might have been longer than me. For the people who have been fans longer than me, you might know this. I don't know this as I haven't been around for that long. But I heard Diana Taurasi used to be wilding out in the locker room, wilding out, cursing teammates out. I used to hear she used to be an issue.
Yeah.
Right? Well, ain't nobody was trying to kick her out the league, but you want to kick this young woman out the league. She really ain't got no opportunity. Every time she get an opportunity to play in the league, somebody criticize something about her personality, right? Now, again, I'm not saying that she don't have no work to do because in my personal opinion, I do think she, and again, I don't know her personally, so I don't know what she got going on. But from the outside looking in, I do think she got some things going on. But maybe she do need to go sit down and talk to a therapist. Draymond had to do it. Certain players got to do it, right? And it helps them. So maybe that's what she needs. Maybe she needs somebody to help her, right? Figure out whatever problems or whatever that she got going on, why she gets angry, why she rages, or why she outlets the way she do, whatever it is, and how to do that differently, right? Maybe she needs somebody in her corner to talk to help out with that. But with that said, like I said, none of these other people who's done the same thing she's done, none of them had to worry about losing their job. And I think it's unfortunate because since she's been in college, she's been going through this. When she was in college, if people, and I'll get into the story now, but I start from college tracks. A lot of people might not know her. In college, what happened was, a lot of the vets didn't want to play with her because she's a scorer. But you see how talented she is, right? So a lot of the vets didn't want to play with her because they would think she wouldn't be in her place, right? She wanted to score too much. So her coach had to actually get her some younger players to play with her, and then she was able to then be, I don't want to say a leader, but the best player on that team. Hold on, let me pause for T. Camilla because she's usually giving me good information. T. Camilla says Kennedy will land on another team in a double. Phoenix, okay. I like that energy. I agree with you. I think a lot of teams could use it, but yeah, Phoenix could definitely use her help.
Yeah.
But to my point, so now in college, once the veterans went and graduated, wherever they went, she was able to now be more of a go-to person, a focal person on the team without all of the distractions and all of the hate from from the the older players. So she's been going through this since college. So now she get into the pros, and this is where I don't have a lot of information because I wasn't around. So the people who was around, if you want to fill in the blanks, I could help fill in the blanks. But she got to Atlanta. She got drafted in Atlanta, and her and Courtney Williams had an issue, right? They had an issue in the locker room, and she ended up, I think she had a really good rookie season, but her second season, she ended up getting like kicked off the team and not brought back to the team or something like that. Something like that happened. I don't know. Somebody else could fill that part in. Then after Atlanta, she ends up going to LA. And I don't know what happened with LA or how much time she spent on LA, but her and Elizabeth Cambage ended up having an issue, I heard. Right? Something between her and Elizabeth Cambage. So now this is the second time she's out the league again. She's out the league 2 times already, right? Before she even gets to Chicago. So now Teaspoon come back. We all know the history with Teaspoon. She ends up having a really good year, revitalizing her career, got a whole bunch of new fans playing with Angel, right? And then Jeff Pagliuca don't bring her back, right? Jeff don't bring her back now. So now this is the third time she out the league. So now we all like wanting her to get back in the league. It's been a year. It's been 2. I think it's been, 2 years? Or 1. It might have been 1. I think it's been 1 year. We all want her to get back into the league. She lands on the Aces, right? Teaspoon puts in a call. Gets her. Now, when she's on the Aces, she's only on the training camp contract. She's not on a full contract. So they could have cut her any time, which is what they did, right?
Right.
T. Camilla says, I respect Kennedy for not wasting her time and wanting to be a starter and not having an interest in the 6th Player of the Year award. She is, I got to go to the top. She is older and feels like she's no longer wants to waste her time. Listen, I'm with you. I agree with you, Tika Miller. And if that's what it was, then I said that. I actually said that on a live. I think the last live I was on. I said, listen, some people you can't put in the box, and if she just couldn't fit in that box, that even though I wish she would have and kept her head down, maybe win a championship, and then next year. Right? Next year, went and got her own team, because then you get all the criticism out. Now people just gonna say, look, now you got leverage. So that's what I wanted her to do. But to your point, T. Camilla, if she was just honest and like, yo, this I can't, like I need to go someplace where I could play, I respect it. But let me finish the story for the people who don't know. So she ends up on Vegas, and everything is going well. Everything is actually going well. She's scoring. She's a big part of the team, and she's doing her numbers. Apparently, this is part where it gets foggy. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I might not know this information correctly, but I think Jackie Young was struggling in the beginning of the year, and then once Jackie Young started to play better, her minutes started to diminish a little bit. She started to lose minutes, and then I think it was also an issue with her defense too. The way Becky wanted her to play defense, I think she gambles too much, right? For Becky. I think Becky wanted her to be a lockdown defender, wanted her to be a guard the full court night, because her speed and athleticism. So Becky was thinking about it like that. But I think what Becky didn't realize and what Becky got it wrong at, right? Again, I'd have no issues blaming the coaches, people, as long as we blame them for the reasons they need to be blamed for. I think what Becky got it wrong at is not understanding her personnel. Even though Kennedy is a young player, she's not a rookie. She's not a young player. She's somebody that's seasoned and been around the world a little bit and played in different systems. So it's like to ask her to play this role that you pretty much just give to a hustle player is probably not the best role for her, right? That's probably not the best role to put her in. But that's the role that Becky wanted her in. And I guess maybe she would gamble too much, maybe in passing lanes and give up certain things, and that would upset Becky on the defensive end. So she would lose minutes, basically. And then what happened was the game that brought it all to her head, they played Dallas. They played the Dallas Wings, and AZ Fudd, I guess, got off on her, right? Because I ain't even watched the game, so I don't know. I'm just telling you for what I heard, right?
Yeah.
So then after the game, actually during the game, they said that Asia said something to her. She's going back and forth with Asia. Chelsea Gray come over to try to, diffuse or whatever. After the game, she goes into the press conference, and then that's what she says, I have a leash on me, right? And then obviously, I'm assuming people in the locker room didn't like that because Vegas is a championship organization, and they don't do certain things that other organizations do, which is spill certain things into the media that's happening in the locker room, right? You keep certain things in-house. So that was already a red flag against her, right? And then she goes on social media, and then she started responding to fans because fans is talking about how bad she got cooked. And she's defending herself on social media to the fans. So then one of the fans say something like, listen, you shouldn't be responding to fans, blah, 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 whatever, keep it in-house. And then Asia Wilson apparently liked that. So, people went crazy. It was like, look, Asia liked the tweet or whatever, right? So from there, you fast forward, she ends up getting sick, and she's out for a certain period of time. And when she comes back, I think she had a really good game, but after that, she didn't really have any, do anything spectacular. And then next thing we know, she's cut. That's a story as I understand it. I might have missed certain steps or skipped certain steps. So if I did and you understand it better than I do, you could definitely correct me in the comment section or in the in the comments. If you watch it on a replay, gang, or on the live chat, you could definitely correct me if I missed anything. But that's how I understood the story. Okay. And that's why she's out the league, because of those particular things. Off the team. I ain't going to say out the league. Off the team, off Vegas, because of those events that happen. And it's like, you already know when you got a player that's like the leader of the locker room, you can't really bump heads with them. Because if you're not on the same page with the leader, then they pretty much going to, they're not bringing you back to the team.
So what you just said.
Hold on, before you get into that, let me read this one thing, and then you say what you're gonna say. This is T. Camilla. She said, Brooklyn, one correction. Kennedy didn't say she had a leash on her in the press conference. She said it on social media while arguing AZ. Okay, while arguing, she said it on social media while arguing AZ fans. Okay, thank you for correcting me, T. Camilla. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I understood it too. It was on social media.
Yeah. No, she did say something in a press conference. I might have got that part wrong, but she was in a press conference complaining about something. And also, in other words, both things did happen. Okay. So she might have said that on social media, but she was in a press conference complaining about something.
So something that I disagree with Asia Wilson. She shouldn't have liked no comment with somebody talking about her teammate.
But I agree with you. But here's where we go back to the women thing, and we know how men are and women are petty. Not to say a man wouldn't have did it, right? But a woman is definitely going to do that. Like she's going to do that, especially if it's like something there between them. Women have that petty gene where it's like and did, right? And did. Mm-hmm. Like she wants you, she gonna do that, and she wants you to know she did it, type shit. Like she gonna do that.
So like,
whereas a man do this, I ain't gonna like nothing, but in his face, but like behind your back, he like stupid ass. Nah, you know what I mean? Like he agree with the comment, but it be in your face, like nah. Like men and women petty different. A man petty is like smiling in your face, but calling you stupid behind your back, right? A woman petty is I'm gonna like this post, even though I know I shouldn't, and it's. So I agree with you. She shouldn't have did it. I do agree with that. But
I like just if it was just that and it wasn't no problems like in the locker room or no tension, I think they just took advantage of some low-hanging fruit. But
I agree with you. Listen, I tell you, that's the story as I understand it. I'll tell you something else I thought about that's just in my brain that could have happened and not could have happened at all. But if you remember in the Chicago season, right? Dana Evans threw Teaspoon under the bus. You remember that?
Uh-huh.
And in the press game and what you call that? At the end of the year when they do their last press conference, right? She threw Teaspoon.
Interviews.
Right, there you go, the closing interviews. The reason why she was upset with Teaspoon was because Kennedy Carter took her job. Right?
Yeah.
So this is like, listen, this might have nothing to do with nothing. It's just something I thought about. I ain't saying this had anything to do with it, but maybe, right? So And notice Dana Evans just started for the first time last night. I don't know if you know that. It's like she's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's back last night, right? And this is another piece. It may not have nothing to do with nothing. This is another piece, though, right? Candace Parker played for the Las Vegas Aces.
Yeah.
And you know she don't fuck with Angel. Angel don't fuck with her. You know what I mean? And something could have happened. You know when just somebody rub you the wrong way and you like, fuck this bitch, like type shit. You know what I mean? It might have been a relationship thing where they like, nah, get her out of there. And it's like a whole coercion thing. Because to your point, that's low hanging fruit. Like it's like, and we all know the talent. Listen, and this is one thing I don't like about the WNBA. I'm a huge fan. Like I wasn't always a fan of the WNBA. I didn't always like women's basketball to Angel, but I'm a fan now, and I'm happy. Like I enjoy the game. But this is one thing that annoys me about women's basketball that I don't have to deal with in men's basketball. If you talented enough to play, you gonna be in the league, no matter what no matter what's going on. You get what I'm saying? You could be the craziest Meta World Peace. I could name a Meta World Peace. You know what I mean? John Morant he want to show everybody his guns. He still got a job. You get what I'm saying? This is a slightly different type of scenario, but your boy Zion can't keep it in his pants, and he really ain't do nothing for the whole time he been in the league with all the hype he came in with. Still got a job. You get what I'm saying? Like in the NBA, if you could play, you in the NBA. In the WNBA, they got mad people with talent overseas. It's like, what's
right. And see, that's my problem with a lot of our people. Like you just going at this girl like she just out here just doing like crazy stuff, and it's like you don't even have all the information, and you are and it's other channels that's just like, yeah, well, she like she a problem,
right?
But I don't see nothing that she did that was egregious.
And
that's nothing more than a conversation that the coach, get offline. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if you hear under these conditions and all that kind of stuff, look, man, you going in the wrong direction. Just disconnect yourself from that. Like if anybody was wanting to help her, like Asia, like you the best player in the league, big sis, like you should be, looking out.
Hold on, really quick.
Unless you got friends. Okay.
Really quick, T. Camilla, Brooklyn. She said in the press conference post Vegas Dream game, they asked her about winning that game, and Kennedy said it cool, but it would have been better if she helped close the game. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, T. Camilla. I'm with you. I don't see nothing wrong with it either. And to my point earlier, everything that you could say she quote unquote did wrong, you could point at another player who did the same thing.
Right.
It's like, why are we picking and choosing?
Exactly. I hope she do go to like somebody like Phoenix or something like that.
Yeah. Listen, we just got Shatori, but like I said, we need I got to keep it real because again, I'm real big on accountability. So even though I don't feel like I'm with you, I don't feel like she did anything where she shouldn't be able to get a job. I do think that she needs to hold herself accountable as well and do whatever she needs to do from her end. So with that said, I would love to listen. Like I said, we don't got many vets on Chicago. Chicago on Atlanta. I would love to see her come off the bench in Atlanta. But again, is she willing to accept the bench role? And two, is she willing to admit her fault in all this? Because again, I don't think, like I started off with, I don't think, to your point, I don't think it's all her fault. But I do think she got to take accountability for the parts that is her fault. You get what I'm saying? So is she willing to take that accountability, one, and is she willing to come off the bench? Because in Atlanta, she will have to. If she not, then you're right. Any of Phoenix or, any other team that may need, even listen, because to me, Phoenix is definitely a great option because I do think they need it. I was actually, shout out to Tika Miller, because that was actually a very smart pick. because I think they really could use her services. So, but even that, but all team, I know they're trying to tank for Juju, but even a team like Connecticut, because the reason why I say that is, to me, Kennedy is so great, you got to kind of build around her. You got to kind of put her on a team and start to put pieces around her that fits her play style. And then, you could eventually win when you get the right pieces. But I'm not mad at Phoenix. Phoenix is actually a team that's kind of already built the right way, and that she'll fit really well in. So that's actually a great pick. I didn't think
they
about
got
that.
players that's rough around the edges too. So ain't nothing she did.
Yeah, that can handle that.
What's
Yeah,
been happening already.
Yeah, they not soft.
Shoot, there ain't nothing she did that compared to nothing that AT did.
That's a where I wonder where do y'all I know T Camilla probably knows. She not, she'll look it up. Where is Kennedy from? I know where she went to school at. She went to school at Texas A&M, but where's she from? The reason why I asked that is, to your point, Kalia Kopp is from Philly, and AT is from Baltimore or the DMV area. So it makes sense why they can handle a person. You know what I mean? They from them cities where it's like, you good over here. So I wonder where Kennedy is from. Is she from one of them cities too, or is she from, like you said, she might be from Texas or something? I don't know, but I wonder.
She's from Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, and from what I hear about Fort Worth is like that. And I've never been, but I hear Fort Worth is like that. So she'll probably fit right in with a Kalia Kopp and an AT.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Look, they was my bad, y'all. I wasn't even looking at the chat. BS 6008 says, I like that Paige had no problem with the question. Another response could be, the majority of this league through its history has been Black women. It's obvious there are many candidates. That's a fact. That's a fact, BS. That's actually a pretty good callback. So either you got a great memory or you delayed. He talked about that a minute ago. But shout out to you for that.
I just showed up.
Right. Tika Miller says she's from Texas. Thank you, Tika Miller. BS also says, does anyone really think that to play at this high level, there aren't many potential teacher/coaches out there? I think there's a lot. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though people one thing I learned about people is people just afraid of what they don't know, right? So since people like to criticize Carson Mesco so much, since people like to, even Nate, I'm hearing the fire Nate Tippett's stuff right now because of what's happening in Phoenix. Because people, even though people like to say that, what they don't realize is those coaches actually coach really good. You can't always blame winning and losing on coaches. Even though their job is predicated on winning and losing, sometimes it ain't their fault. Sometimes they lose jobs because of what their players is doing. And sometimes, coaches are going to get credit for having, great talent on their team or whatever the case may be. But if you look at the Olympics this last year, they was praising Nate Tippett. They were saying Nate Tippett is a really good coach, right? And I don't know much about his system, so I would have to look at his system and see what he does. I know from afar when I look at it, he likes a lot of high screening rolls and high screening pops. That's all I know. But I would have to look at his offense to see how it runs. Carson Mesco is an offense that I didn't know anything about, right? Because I wasn't an Atlanta Dream fan last year. I was a Chicago fan last year. And so I literally just went to learn what Carson Mesco do. And that's how I know. It's not like I'm sitting like I've been a Carson Mesco student for the past 10 years, right? I just went and learned, which a lot of people is not taking the time to do. They being lazy and then looking at him and saying he can't coach. But also Jose Fernandez. I think Jose Fernandez is another one who I think is good coaching. In other words, what I'm saying in short is I think what the WNBA doing right now and the talent and the coaches that they picking, they actually picking some good coaches. Now, unfortunately, amongst the candidates, they haven't picked any black women. I think there's plenty of black women who would be great coaches in the WNBA. But from the talent pool of the coaches that they have right now, I think a lot of them is good. Now, it's some of them that can go. Like, I feel like Tyler Marsh, time is up. I feel like Lynn Roberts' time is up, especially with the GM getting fired, right? Sidney Johnson is interesting because they fired his GM, but they made him the GM. So I don't know, but that's it. Listen, whatever they doing in Washington, we gotta wait and see. But there's a few coaches that can go. But it's also some good coaches that people just not giving credit to. So I think Nate Tibbetts is one. I think Nate Tibbetts is a good coach, regardless of the record. I think Carlson Mesko is a good coach. I think that the other one I just mentioned, Jose Fernandez. I think that all three of them are good coaches, in my opinion. Obviously, we know that Cheryl Reeves is a good coach. I think Stephanie White is a good coach. I'm trying to think, who else am I missing? So I don't know much about. I think her name is Sonia. I forget her last name out in Seattle. I don't know much about her, so I don't really have a opinion on her yet. I think Natalie Nakasi is a good coach, right? Mm-hmm. So I think there's some good coaches in the league, regardless of we give them credit or not. But I do think that there's room for some more black women coaches, and I think it's important to have black women coaches because anytime you got a league, and that's what the league represents, you want to have the top and the leadership to also represent that. The one thing I will say that's good that nobody highlights is there's a few good black GMs too. Now, why they didn't hire black women coaches is all you gotta ask them, right? But if I'm not mistaken, I believe in Golden State that's a black woman GM. She hired Natalie Nakase, right? And I think in Toronto it's a black woman GM. She hired Sandy Brandella, who I think is another good coach. So it's a few black women GMs in the WNBA, but they need more black women coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let me get to another comment. Fort Worth, appreciate you. Somebody lying. Somebody said Fort Worth. Somebody said Manfield, Texas. I don't know. Y'all up. Tika Miller was correct. As usual, as she usually is. Yeah, Sonia Raman in Seattle. I think she's a good coach. I don't know how y'all feel about her. I mean, not that I think she's a good coach. I don't know much about her to have an opinion yet on whether she's a good or a bad coach. But so far, I like what I'm seeing. And Flage speaks really highly of her. Flage says she's really smart. So that's good. You want your young player and your soon-to-be best player or one of your best players to be high on you. So that's good. Who Raised You says, go check out Paul's assistant coach. Her name is Chelsea Lyles. Okay. You saying she needs to be a head coach? Chelsea Lyles? All right, so I got another topic. This is not really a topic, but it's a topic. It's more of a broad topic. Let me say that. It's more of a broad topic. And it's about Chicago. It's about Chicago Sky. And it's about their best players being on the bench. So we can talk about Chicago and the circus or the record or Courtney Vandersloot, Skylar Diggins starting. I mean, we could whatever y'all wanted to. But when you look at this graphic right here, it's crazy because this is where he spent the money at. He spent his money on injured players. Now, obviously, we know Rakia wasn't injured, so unfortunately, it's good to see. I'm happy to see her on the bench. I'm happy to see Rakia on the bench after her injury. Hopefully, she recovers well and soon, and hopefully, we see her again next year. Dejanay, who knows when she coming back, right? But we already know what she provides: defense and tenacity, and obviously, Skylar. We know what Skylar provides, but you just went to an organization that just builds teams weird, I guess. I don't know. And then, you have Courtney Vandersloot, who was hurt, who's now healthy and playing. And then you got Azarae Stevens out there, Camila Cardoso. You got the young player, Teller. But yeah, what's your thoughts, Hot Tracks, on and like just Chicago in a whole, like the overview of Chicago, with these players on the bench, with them not winning many games, with Camila Cardoso not necessarily becoming the player that they need her to be the starter. For All-Star game to be in Chicago this year, no All-Stars. What's your thoughts?
It's a dumpster fire over there.
Facts.
It's a dumpster fire. I think I don't see how Skylar is on the bench.
Yeah, neither.
I'm still confused about that.
Yeah.
Azarae Stevens, she inconsistent. She give you one good game and then like 3 or 4 bad games.
But that's been we knew that. That's been her whole career. So for them to give her $1 million is crazy.
Yeah, like, hey, you can't be mad at the player.
That's a fact.
Vandersloot, like, look, man. I guess she the mini GM over there, so
right.
She the one with the relationship with the people, so she basically she the player GM. She the veteran over there, supposedly. But Skylar ain't trying to hear that. Skylar called that out. She called her out indirectly when on that same interview when she was saying, that's a Skylar question. She was talking about the leadership, so-called leadership, and people in the I don't know, man. Like on paper, they look good.
I'm gonna do a show to your point, Hot Tracks, and to your point, Tika Miller. I'm gonna do a show one of these days about who's stealing money, man. Because some of these girls out here,
man.
Some of these girls out here stealing money, man.
True. So, what do you think about? Didn't they give Fag Bentley $1 million over there at whatchamacallit too?
Did they?
Up there. I think they did her $1 million
okay,
too.
I didn't know that. I didn't know about that. That's crazy.
She was actually a good fill on the Fever.
Yeah, like, she got good hands, so she fit Caitlin's play style. Again, that's why I said you just got to pick and choose what you're gonna do. But Caitlin play style, she fits Caitlin's play style. She's a big that runs the floor, that finishes well, and got good hands. So yeah, she was perfect with off the bench when Aaliyah Boston sat down.
But to be fair about, I like Sydney Taylor,
Yeah, I like her too.
I like her. She like. I think once they get all of their players, I think it's going to take the rest of this season and some of next season for them to actually look like they want to look or intend to look. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, but I would like to see all of them be able to compete.
Yeah.
But the slump that they're going through right now, they deserve it because of how they did Angel.
Yep. That's a fact. Listen, I agree with that. I agree with that, but also to your point though, is when you look at this graphic right here, there's some really good. This is some really good points. This is some really good offense, defense. Like this is a big portion of your team right here. Like
Yeah.
when you think about it, you just think about like, damn, imagine like with what Chicago has right now. Imagine if these three players was healthy, how much different that team will look. You get what I'm saying? So it brings me back to the GM, because it's like in the off season, you basically selling your fans a dream, a pipe dream.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like signing injured players. Even though Skylar was playing and Rakia was playing, we know how many injured players at that time he was on the bench at that time that he signed.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And it's just like trying to put together a roster like that is crazy. You lucky a Sydney Teller is starting to blossom, right? You lucky that Camila Cardoso, even though she's not playing like the go-to person every night, she's showing flashes. Like that's you lucky about that part. And then even to have somebody like Natasha Cloud fall into your hands, because we all know the only reason why that happened is because she ain't have another option, which is weird. I don't know what was about to happen. Well, was she about to get blackballed or what? But you wasn't supposed to have no Natasha Cloud on this team. You get what I'm saying? Especially with all the other guards you got. What team signs that many guards? Like you got wild guards on your lineup, and then you go sign another one. Like, come on. To the point where you had to let some go, right? They had to let Haley Van Lith go, right?
Oh yeah.
Because they had too many. And I think they had to let well, she ain't get another opportunity. She went to LA for the she went to LA to get to get a chance to make the team. But was it Susie or I forget the girl name, the point guard we picked up, they picked up last year. So they ended up letting two more guards go because they had too many guards.
Right.
Tika Miller says, yup, Timmy Fagley also got $1 million. Ariel Atkins got $1 million. They all need to pay back restitution.
So this is what's going to be interesting. Next year, all of these one-year contracts are going to be over. And people are going to start getting paid what they deserve.
Yeah.
The $1 million contracts ain't going to be the same way they is this year.
Yeah. Everybody, they ain't giving them out. But I think they did that on purpose. And I think I could be wrong, but I think they did that on purpose just to see what the market is. To see what the market is and to see like how people are going to play. So now to your point, next year, they could give the right people the right contracts and even it out a little bit better.
Right.
Because there was a lot of money to go around this last, this last year.
Well, that's how they end up. Remember the NBA when they was doing their thing and people was getting all that money that didn't deserve it. A couple players got a lot of money that,
Sean Kemp. I'm talking about old Portland. I don't know if you remember Portland Blazers, Sean Kemp, but
yeah.
I remember him because my favorite player at that time, because it was after Jordan retired. My favorite player was Tracy McGrady, AI and Tracy McGrady, both of them. And Sean Kemp ended up coming to the Magic.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like one lockout, because he was in shape before the lockout. Mm-hmm. After the lockout, it was over with. Tika Miller says the only thing with, I think she meant thing. They only think with Sydney Teller is she's inconsistent. She has always been since college. I love the 25 and 29 point games, but not the 8 or 12. Okay. Some nights you can't really be upset about that because she's a rookie and you expect rookies. It's almost like Flage, Tika Miller. It's almost like what Flage doing now. I'm with you. I feel like Flage, the thing that annoys me about her, to your point, is the fact that she can have those 20, 25-point games, and then she can have an 8-point game. And it's like, Flage, like, you was putting it together. What happened? Like, because I want to see a race. I don't mind. Listen, I've been talking about Olivia Miles, Flage, and all these women for the longest. I don't care who gets Rookie of the Year. Honestly, I don't have a dog in a race, but I do want to see a competition. I would love to see them compete for it. So the fact that Olivia Miles is so far ahead, Flage, I'm like, yo, Flage, come on, let's go. Let me see. And then she'll have the 8 or 12 points. And I'm like, all right.
But see, this is the thing. Olivia Miles is in the right place at the right time because she came to a championship-bound team. They already got, this already cohesive and everything. So she could just fit right in. Like, do you think that if you had one of these other girls, will they be able to fit in there and have the same production or close?
Not like Olivia, no. I would say Olivia probably would have the best option, but do I think she would have been the only one to be successful? No, I don't think that. I think that the way first of all, it's some talent in this draft. That's number one. So listen, my favorite player, the best player in the draft to me was our fam. So I think any team our fan would have went to, she would have killed on. So especially if she would have went to a team like Minnesota, especially with having Fee out, and it would have been what, her and I can't think of the center name that's there now. Howard. Is it Howard? I can't think of the center name. Natasha Howard, right? Natasha Howard. So it would have probably been her and Natasha Howard. And, Natasha Howard is a vet that could shoot and space the floor. And so she would have, and our fam could shoot. So she would have gave our fam space to be great. And so I think they would have been fine. So to answer your question, yes, I do think there's a couple other rookies that could have went to Minnesota and been successful. I think Olivia Miles is the best one. I think the system fits her the best. I think she fits the system. Olivia Miles is one of those players that, she's a point guard, right? She's a point guard. So she's going to understand what the coach wants and then execute it in a way that the coach really needs it executed. It's like, you know what I mean? It's almost like the transition that Jordan Canada went through, right? And that's why I keep saying Jordan Canada is doing, when everybody was complaining about her, I'm like, yo, she's doing what the coach want her to do. She's playing good. Jordan Canada went through a transition of kind of trying to be a part of the offense to now being the focal point or the creator of the offense. And I think that was a difference in a transition in her playing well, right? Because early in the season, you could see she was just like moving the ball, probably because you got to realize Angel is new, right? All of those other players that's playing in the system played in the system last year with Bree Jones and Brittany Griner. So they probably played it a certain way. So, if you're already used to something and you already kind of know how it go, you're gonna come back the next year and just do the same thing because you already know like what you're doing. But when you add somebody new to that and they play differently than the bigs you used to playing with, now you got to figure out new chemistry, right? So I think so my comparison to what I'm saying about Olivia Miles is, I think that's what Jordan Canada is doing now. Like Jordan Canada figured out, like, okay, in order for me to be successful this year in this system, I have to play like this. And I think Olivia Miles was able to do that in Stephanie Reeves' system from day one. She was able to get the system from the coach and be like, all right, bet. With my play style of playing fast and being able to be efficient and see passes people don't think I could see and hit people in certain corners, I'm able to look at her offense, see what she want, and then just hit the ground running and execute it. So I think,
not to mention, man, having somebody like Kayla McBride and Courtney Williams on your team on the floor at the same time with you make things a whole lot easier.
Exactly. One, she got good vets because we listen. I didn't know this. I'm learning through Angel. through Angels' eyes, we see some of these vets don't support you, right? Some of these vets, because they look at it as I'm trying to get mines, right? And you getting in the way. So she got good vets that is not doing that. And one of the examples is that I said this, I believe, on my last live is Fee. You would think that, not you would think that, but Fee could have took the stance of, rookie, you a rookie, learn the ropes, stay in your place, but don't get too big. Almost kind of what Kennedy going through in Vegas, right? It could have been a hostile working environment. But there's a report that came out a couple days ago that said that Fee, and this shows you how big of a person and how good of a vet Fee is. Fee sat down with Olivia and said, even though you a rookie, right, and even though you're new, you got to lead us. And that's the MVP. That's somebody who could be an MVP of the league, telling the point guard that they could, that I'm willing to be led by you. She said, you are point guard and you have to be the one to lead us. That just shows you the type of vet she is, because a lot of people could just be like on a high horse and be like, yo, fall in point. Again, kind of like what's happening in Vegas, right? Everything starts with Asia, apparently, right? In Vegas. But in Minnesota, Fee is saying, nah, I'm willing to follow you. So make sure that you a leader for us. Make sure you vocal for us. Make sure that you are our point guard. So make sure that you're doing these things. So to your point, exactly, it's the vet she's playing with and then not only their characters, but on top of that is where they like the ball on the floor, right? So now the type of point guard Olivia is, McBuckers is a perfect player to play with Olivia, because all McBuckers want to do is catch and shoot. Okay, Olivia, I'm gonna just run the floor. I know you're gonna see me. What makes Courtney Williams so valuable is Courtney Williams is able to take pressure off of Olivia and say, I could go get this bucket myself, or I could also find people so that you're not the only one out here, trying to make the offense go. So now that takes pressure off of her. And then you got Natasha Howard, who's like, yo, listen, I'm running the floor. Right. So I'm gonna be an option for you every time. So it's like it allows Olivia just to go play her game. So to your point, on a human being and a teammate level, she got the right vets. And then from a personnel level, she also have the right vets.
So put her on Chicago. Do she have the same success?
The same success, I would say no, but I think she would. I think she makes the team better, right? And the reason why I say that is this. The reason why I say, and this is, you saying Chicago as they constructed now, or Chicago if they would have made the right decisions when Angel was there?
No, as they're constructed now.
All right. So as they constructed now, I would say it's difficult. It's difficult because all of the distractions there. So it's like, is Courtney Vandersloot going to come off the bench and allow Olivia to be Olivia the same way we said with her? You feel what I'm saying? It's too many unknown, but it's too many question marks. If it's a situation where the vets could look and see the writing on the wall and be like, yo, let's just get out her way. Right? If it's that situation, I do think she could be successful, because a player like Camilla, a player like Olivia is perfect for her.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
So if it's a situation where they allow it, where the vets is not going to be worried about me, then I think she could be successful there. But if it's going to be a situation where we got to make sure Courtney Vandersloot get her minutes, right? We got to make sure, you know what I mean? As a race, she got the money, like whatever it is. If it's gonna be all these distractions there, I don't really know. That's the issue with Chicago, right? It's the issue with Chicago is like what's going, like for me, and I say this all the time, I don't even know how much I can critique Tyler Marsh. There's things I don't like about Tyler Marsh, but part of it is I don't know if it's Jeff P, right? For like, I don't know how much of the decisions Tyler Marsh get to make, or is he making decisions to keep Jeff P happy? So, for instance, something as simple as Courtney Vandersloot getting minutes, or something as simple as Rachel Banahan. I forget her name. I'm saying her name incorrectly, but I'm talking about her getting minutes. It's like certain people, because it's certain people that shouldn't get minutes. I feel it's certain people, and then also, in my opinion, my biggest critique on Tyler Marsh. I haven't been watching him this year, but anybody who has been watching him, you could tell me if he's grown. My biggest critique on him is he don't pay enough attention to the defensive end of the floor. Like he's so focused on the offensive end. That brings me back to Carson Mesco though, because everybody's so focused on Carson Mesco saying whether he a good coach or bad coach, right? But they don't realize Carson Mesco this whole season have the team as a top 4 defense in the league.
Yeah. And
right?
As good as they are, they frustrate me.
Exactly. But the problem with the team right now literally is making shots. That's literally the problem, and that's not his fault, right? Like Ryan Howard missing, and Alicia Gray going through cold slumps, and I'm overthinking, and then Nas Hillman getting sick because she was somebody else who would hit a 3. Because our bench wasn't giving us nothing, so all we was relying on was our starters, really. And if they starting to go cold, right, you add Angel who's not shooting, and then if they starting to go cold, then everybody is like, look, Carson Mesco's terrible. All he want to do is shoot threes. It's his fault, and but they not taking into account that the defense is good. They not taking into account that, like I said, the players is the ones that's not actually like when you have a read and react offense. The way you fuck it up is by not trusting it. So if you a player and you don't move the ball and then cut and then do what you're supposed to do, if you don't actually go through with it, the offense is not gonna offense, right? It's basically gonna turn into one-on-one basketball or whatever, or just jacking shots basketball. Now, do you blame the players for that or you blame Carl for that, right? But like I said, regardless if you want to blame him for the offense, don't nobody give him credit for the defense. And the defense is one of the best defenses in the league, right? Yeah. So now that brings me back to Chicago. Again, I haven't been watching him this year, so maybe he's been better at it this year. But last year, his focus on the defensive end was totally like non-existent, and that used to piss me off because we would get blown out so many games without being, So I don't know. Maybe he's better this year.
They did another thing,
and I land the plane. Let me just say this real quick. I land the plane with this. Another thing is. This is why I can't really hold him 100% accountable because, like I said, I'm not going to blame the coach for something that don't have nothing to do with him. The personnel that Tyler Marsh got last year wasn't good. Right. It just wasn't fucking good. So it's hard for me to be like, you're a bad coach. No, you had bad play. You had your vets who were supposed to be the vets out there was playing terrible. And not only was they playing terrible, what the fuck they doing now? Rebecca Allen is on she getting DMPs in New York. Right, that was one of our go-to players last year. Kia Nurse, she gets sparing minutes in Toronto. That was one of our, you know what I mean? Michaela Onyenwere, it's not even like I don't even know if she should be playing. Like there's so many players in Washington that might be better than her, right? But but my point is, how do you hold Tyler Marsh responsible for those vets? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You lost Courtney Vandersloot last year. Like it's just. So it's like I don't know how much the vert could be out on him until I actually see him mess up a good thing. So like even like this year, with the people that's out there, it's like I don't know how much I could really blame Tyler Marsh and say he's a bad or a good coach. Some people will blame it on him and just be like, "Listen, who cares? No excuses. The record is the record." But I'm a little bit. More lenient than that. If you gotta, for me to really judge you, you gotta have a team that you squandering, and then I'm gonna be like, all right, you probably not that good of a coach, or vice versa. And this might be an indictment on Tyler Marsh, right? If you got a bad team and you able to overachieve with that bad team, kind of like what Cheryl Reeves, right? What Cheryl Reeves is able to do with Nafisa Kalia out. That shows how great of a coach she is, right? So It's like, but she also have other good vets and personnel on that team that she can rely on. That's good, but so that's my only, and that's me personally. I could be bugging. Y'all could tell me right now, like, nah, Mike. my real name is Mike. Y'all could be like, nah, Brooklyn, you bugging. Like, hold Tyler Marsh. Like, you got to hold him more accountable than that or whatever. I don't know, but that's just how I feel about Tyler. I feel like it's hard to really put judgment on him. One, because of his boss, Jeff P, and I don't know how much influence Jeff P has, right? Because we seen what happened with Teaspoon, right? She had a 2-year contract. She got fired after the first year because she wasn't listening to everything that Jeff P was saying, and that pissed him off, and he got petty. That's what really happened. Like, he said his little bullshit in the media, but he just got mad that she was doing things the way she wanted to do it. And so she got fired. So now, do you blame somebody like Tyler Marsh and say, I want to keep my job? So I would just listen. I'm gonna listen to the GM, even though it might not be the best decision making.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. What am I bugging? What you guys think of that in the chat? Am I bugging? With Tyler Marsh?
I think that's accurate. Look, check this out. So Dana Evans, she did well last year in the postseason.
Yeah.
But she ain't do nothing in Chicago. Like, she ain't even want to pass Angel Reese the ball in Chicago.
But that's also a role difference, right? And even though she did lose her job and eventually went to the bench, she was starting in Chicago. On Vegas, I mean, how do you not do well? You playing behind Chelsea Gray.
Right.
How do you come in and fuck that up, right? But but you're right. Shit. But again, listen, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the vets not always wanting you to be successful because a lot of players see what I'm understanding and learning about the women's game is women don't really care. Like in the men's game, I don't care how old or young a person is. If somebody better than you, and if you come in there, like for instance, Tim Hardaway played in New York. So Tim Hardaway Jr. just got signed to Miami. I mean, not New York and Miami. I mean, Tim Hardaway Jr. just got signed to Miami, and he's talking about he's so happy. He grew up in Miami, and it's the history there, blah, 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 and all this. But he also know his role. He said, I'm just coming there to make space for Giannis. You get what I'm saying? They just need somebody to space the floor for them, right? They know who the talented players are, and they know their role. They know, listen, I'm not coming here so I could finally get my chance to be a superstar. I'm coming here to create space for those superstars. And it's like in the women's game, it's hard for some women to do that. Because they feel like, oh, I done waited these 3 years or these 5 years or whatever it is. Now is my time. And it's like, nah, you're not the best player on the team. You probably should like make their job easier so y'all can win. Opposed to you wanting to take all the shots. But that's what happens in the women's game. Women feel like, oh, nope, I waited my time out. I had to wait on the sideline. Now it's my time to take 18 shots. And it's like, all right, we not gonna win like that though with you taking all the shots. So I think that's what happens a lot.
So Isabella Harrison, that's why she's so upset with Angel, because I guess Angel came in there and outperformed her.
Yep, took her spot.
That's her fault.
Yep.
That's her fault for letting her spot get took by a rookie.
That's it.
If she was putting up like that, her spot, she would have still had her spot. And
then the rookie that took your spot, you can't be mad because the rookie who took your spot must be pretty good because that rookie has been an all-star for them. You know what I mean? You haven't in the time that you've been in the league. I don't know if she ever made an all-star game, but in the time that Angel's been in the league, you get what you got to. In other words, you got like real. You got to recognize real. You got to respect what somebody is actually putting in that work. You got to be like, damn, like I was mad at first, but you really that girl. Shout out to you. Do your thing, man. Like you that should be the energy. But instead is like you said again, it's back to what I said earlier about Asia liking the post. Women is petty, bro, and they really be having that and did attitude. So they be wanting you to know and did, bitch. Like what? Was it? You get what I'm saying? So, hey, Izzy wanted to let Angel know 2 years later how she felt, I guess.
But that's crazy because during the exit interviews, she talked about it like that. And Angel still, handled it like a G. She ain't even talk crazy or nothing. She just kept leveling up.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But hopefully, piggybacking off the question you asked me about Chicago, hopefully some of these organizations, now after the new CBA, actually start to take pride in their organization, especially with the young players coming out. Because I can't imagine you being an organization and you getting a rookie and you allowing the vets to like bully your rookie or make it an unpleasant experience for your rookie, because some of these rookies coming in, they game changers. Like we already know Hannah Hidalgo about to be in the league soon, right? At this upcoming draft. Juju. And speaking of Juju, I'm hoping Juju, and I think she will, right? But obviously, we don't know much. We haven't heard much in the media about Juju. But I'm hoping Juju bounced back from his injury similar to Paige did, because we see how Paige is progressing in growth now in the WNBA. With Juju, the trajectory she was on before she got hurt, she was looking like everything they wanted Caitlin to be, like one of the best players we ever saw, right? So hopefully she's able to be even better than that and get back on the same trajectory to do that, to your point, because that's another one. If she comes into the league next year, or again, I tell people all the time, we got to wait and see, because we don't know if she's going to take that red shirt year. She could take another year if she wants. So she might come in next year. She might come in the year after. But whenever she do come in, she's a real game changer. Her, Madison Books is another one. Madison Booker is another one. I really like Michaela Williams. A lot of people were saying that they think Michaela Williams have the same thing that Flage have, the ability to disappear sometimes. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think she's probably gonna be even better in the pros than she is in college, because she's 6 foot. She's 6 foot. She put it to you like this, and I could be wrong. Maybe I'm bugging, but fuck it. I'm gonna be the first person to say it. Nobody's saying this, so I'm gonna be the first person to say it. She the college version of me right now, like what Jackie Young is for the Vegas Aces. You get what I'm saying? And she's in college. So imagine that, maturing. That's maturing. Because remember, again, I didn't notice this. What people told me, Tyler Marsh helped develop Jackie Young into the Jackie Young we see today. She wasn't always like that, right? She didn't always have that shooting ability or whatever the case may be. Michaela Williams got that now, and she had that like coming in as a freshman. If you remember her as a freshman, she was a problem as a freshman. So the game Michaela Williams have, able to handle the ball at 6 foot, pretty much be like a point forward, point guard type at 6 foot, small forward type. And for that to mature and get even better by the time she get in the league, I think she's going to be a problem on the next level, bro. She's able to shoot, and we see it right now in 3-on-3. She plays the USA 3-on-3. And I'm sure when she gets to Unrivaled, she'll probably play in Unrivaled when she gets to the league or whatever the case may be. But when she gets the ability to like really get comfortable, because she already got the body, right? Her body, she like mad big already, so she could just bump you off and just go up for the shot. I think she's gonna be a problem on the next level.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope these organizations get it together, because like I said, I can't imagine you having a game-changing rookie coming in and vets is getting mad because they want their quote-unquote spot.
I know they probably thinking in the office about, if things don't work this way, the way they want in Atlanta, what they're going to do with the team next year. And if any changes have to be made, like which one of the stars you think they should get rid of, and will you think they trade them for like a high pick in the draft? Or
I'm sorry, repeat that, because I got lost in your question. Repeat that again.
So Atlanta has high expectations this year.
Yeah.
But I know if it don't go the way they want it to go, they're gonna have to make some decisions.
Yeah.
So if they have to make decisions, which one of their stars do you think they'll try to trade? And if so, will it be for like you think for draft picks or something or
It's difficult only because of the contract, right? So Angel and I believe I would have to look. Well, no, I think she did get paid. She might have got her. So Angel is still on the rookie deal.
yeah.
I believe everybody else got signed to. So everybody else got a mill. Okay. So it would have to either be Alicia, Ryan Howard, or Bree Jones, one of those three. Who would get traded and what would they get traded for? It depends. If I'm another team, it's weird because I like different people for different reasons. So Alicia Gray is probably the most consistent out of the scorers. So maybe I would want Alicia Gray if I'm another team. And then the question is, does Atlanta make that move and want to do that? But then I could also see another team saying Ryan Howard is younger, and
right.
I want the younger star, even though she could be inconsistent. I could see them saying I want to go with the younger star. Bree Jones would be the last person I could see somebody wanting just because of the age and the injury history and stuff like that. Still a good player, still can help a team, but that's just the last one. So I don't know. That's difficult, but it'd be one of those wing players. It'll definitely be one of those wing players. And you saying, what do you get, draft picks? I doubt you go for draft picks. Why? Because here's the thing about winning championships. 90% of the time, if not 100% of the time, you're going to win with a veteran team. You're not going to win with a young team.
Right.
And that's actually the red flag with our team. The red flag with our team is actually the bench, because our starters are veterans, but our bench is rookies. So the question is, do we have enough experience throughout the full team to win in the playoffs and win a championship? I don't know, because we got so many young players on the bench. So that's why I don't think you go for picks, because of where you at right now, what you trying to do. You go for picks when you middle of the pack and you still trying to fit, grow, or you bottom of the pack and but if you at the top of the pack, you need a veteran. I want somebody that been there before. I want somebody that actually won a championship before, who knows what it takes. I want people like that on my team. I want people like that coming off my bench. The funny thing is we have that, but very young, right? So what's her name? That came from Vegas. Aaliyah Nah. Aaliyah Nah won a championship, so we have somebody with championship pedigree coming off our bench, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Izzy Borlace is the MVP in Australia. And then who else did I see? It's somebody else with some type of championship experience on the bench. She lost this year. So not her. Somebody else. I had looked it up. I forgot who. Somebody that got traded to the team. Oh, the point guard that's on a developmental contract. Jalen Sherrod won a championship with the Liberty.
Uh-huh.
Right? So we got championship experience on our team, but we have young championship experience, and I don't even know how much they contributed to the championship because they were so young, right? They might have experienced it more on the bench than actual minutes. So we need more veteran experience of, even if you haven't won a championship, but you've been to the playoffs and you had some legitimate playoff minutes. I feel like that's important. So to your question, if we do make a trade and what will we get back, that's what I'll be looking for. I'll be looking for championship or playoff experience, right? Like, even if you the team, for example, even if you a team that was in the finals but you lost, that experience is invaluable. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a hunger there. It's a hunger there now that you can't teach. That losing, you get so hungry to get back because you feel like you were so close you could have won it. that type of person might put you over the top, and that type of person to stop you from slacking, because that's right. That person will be like, yo, we lost because we did this, so we ain't do this right. Or we would have just did this, we would have won, right? That person in your ear, that person in the locker room, that's what I would want. So if we did trade something, I want that back from whatever team we trade from. Some championship experience or some deep playoff experience as opposed to getting picks back.
There should be another factor too, because they cheated Angel out of being one of the, on the first team. Do you think she make first team defense this year?
She should. I mean, to me, I'm sure me and you on the same page. Angel Reese, I think they cheated her out of Defensive Player of the Year already. You know what I'm saying? So to say first team, yeah, she should. Was she on any team? Was she even on the second team?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's crazy.
I don't understand it.
Me neither. But and the funny thing is, what she go to Unrivaled and do what? Win it, Defensive Player of the Year. So it's like that shows you like she has the ability. And anybody who's an Angel fan know she plays elite defense. Like that's part of her game. So the fact that they don't recognize her for that just shows like it's an agenda. And it's weird because again, I'm not a conspiracy theory fan. Like I don't like to talk about that type of stuff a lot, even though I know certain things goes on, right? I know like the game to a certain extent is controlled. I understand that. Like, is it controlled 100%? I don't think so. But I do think elements of it for a bit, because it's a business, right? That's the part that people want to forget about sports. It's the sports is the entertainment element. That's for us, the fans. But it's also a business element, and it's their job to continue to make money, and they're gonna do whatever they need to do to make more money. So I understand that's why it's controlled to a certain extent.
Right.
So with that said, I do know that for whatever reason, I mean, I hear people's reasoning, so I'm not sitting here saying I don't know. But I just feel like it's always more to the story, right? But I hear people reasoning why, whether Angel didn't sign or did sign a certain contract, if she's with Nike and this, that, and the third. I hear people reasoning, but it's still like, yo, that's kind of crazy, like, to really have something out on this girl. Like, again, this is sports. Sports is about the thing we love about sports is the fact that you earn everything you get. Nothing is given to you. So if you a champion, you a championship because you earned that. If you have a scoring title, you got a scoring title because you earned that. If you have a Defensive Player of the Year, All-Star nod, MVP, whatever it is you have, you went out and got that, and you got that legitimately against competition. So we respect it. You get what I'm saying? That's what sports supposed to be. So the fact that Angel can't go compete, the fact that we see clearly refs will look at her get fouled and won't blow the whistle. The fact that we see clearly that, listen, sometimes she travel. I could say that. Sometimes she travel, but it's times where she don't travel and they still say it travel. I'm sitting here like, and then there's other times where this what annoys me the most. There's times where they call travel on Angel and I see another player do the exact same thing and they not calling nothing. So I'm like, yo, which one is it? Are we calling this travel? Are we not calling it? Another thing that annoys me, and this is actually across the board. This is not just with This is not just with Atlanta. I actually see this with other teams too. But another thing that annoys me is the 3-second count ain't a 3-second count in WNBA. They be in that paint for damn near 10 seconds. I don't know what the hell them refs be looking at.
It's whenever they want to call it.
Yeah, it's whenever they want to call it. Like even tonight, I was looking at Medina Okai. I'm like, yo, Medina, you can't do that. Medina Okai went into the paint, right? She set up in the paint and asked for the ball, which is already 3 seconds in the NBA. But okay, cool. They ain't call it, right? They throw her the ball, and then she proceeds to take her time and go through a move. I'm like, yo, Medina, you got to get out the paint. But they never called nothing. So I'm like, all right, I guess. Like I was mad confused because in the NBA,
they called one on her the last game.
Oh, they did? In the NBA, this is what a coach will tell you. In the NBA, this is what a coach will tell you. they say, yo, if you in the paint and you get the ball, go right up. Don't make no moves. Just go up with it because you don't got no time. Now, if you catch the ball on the side of the paint, like if you're not in the paint and you backing yourself down into the, okay, now you got a little bit of time to back down and make a move. But if you directly in the paint and you call for the ball, soon as you catch it, you got to go right up. And that's what I'm used to. So when I see Medina today go stand in the middle of the paint, put a hand up, I'm like, okay, that's like before she even got the ball, it was already 3 seconds. They threw her the ball. And then she started dribbling, going into her moves. I said, "Oh shit!" So, like to your point, they call it when they want to call it. They don't. So it's just different things like that. That's just weird to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let me get to some of these comments. Henry Hurley says, "Well, Aaliyah now played a total of 2.5 minutes
That's where it
throughout
all
this
comes
game.
in, where they got control of things. Because they won't call it now, but when the is on the line and they need to make that call for somebody
Then they're
to
gonna
win,
call it.
then they're gonna call it.
Yeah." Yeah, I figured that. Thanks for the update, Henry. I figured she didn't play much, but a championship is a championship. So she got the experience, but she don't have the actual playing experience, which actually matters. Is actually playing. Who Raised You says sports is about the money. Sports is about the money you bring to the table as a player. Sports is about the money you bring to the table. I don't understand your statement. Are you using money for a metaphor? Or are you saying how much money you get paid? Like, what you mean by how much money you bring to the table? Oh shit, we getting philosophical. Henry Hurley says sports is a microcosm of life. Hot Track says, oh, excuse me, I said Hot Tracks. I just added you to the thing. Miss Albert says, the refs be trying their best to keep Angel from having an extraordinary scoring night, but she still is getting them double doubles. That's a fact. That's a Snapple Top fact. Me and Hot Track spoke about that earlier. Angel is not letting anybody get in her head. She's not letting anybody stop her. She's out there doing what she got to do. But I do like the fact that she's like, yo, I got to start bringing some attention to these wrestlers. If I don't do it, who else going to do it?
Right.
I'm going to drop the link in the chat, too, if anybody want to join the conversation with me and Hot Tracks. The link is in the chat.
Yo, so back to that original question, right? So if she do make one of these first teams, then they're gonna have to pay her a max contract.
Yep.
So then what would the team dynamics look like then? Like, do they have enough? They have enough to pay for Angel, Ryan Howard, and Alicia Gray? And
I don't
how
think
much
so.
are they paying?
Yeah, I don't think so. They're going to have to figure that out. We talked about that on a few lives ago. Like you said, to your point, right now they're paying, and you could, if you want, I don't know if you got like a computer or your phone next to you, can actually bring it up and look at the contracts. But right now they're paying Ryan Howard. I think the person who gets the most money is Alicia Gray, I believe. Alicia Gray gets $1 million and change, and then Ryan Howard gets a little bit less than that,
right?
I believe. And then Bree Jones may get a little less than that.
Yeah, because Angel get $350 right now.
Yeah. And then you have, they also had to pay Nas Hillman something. I think she might get 75 or something like that, 7,500.
Okay.
Or 750, I should say. And then Jordan Canada gets paid as well. So I don't think she, I don't think she makes under $1 million as well. So if Angel gets her $1 million contract, yeah, one of those will have to go.
Because I know they're not gonna. I know they're gonna not let Angel walk. I know
Yeah,
they're gonna pay her.
somebody said they already decided that they extended. They want Angel, so so regardless they keeping her, and so that means somebody will have to go. I'm assuming, just from a youth standpoint, it'll have to probably be Bree Jones.
Shoo.
I'm assuming they're gonna keep Alicia, right? They're gonna keep Ryan, and they like the lineup of Nas and Angel right now. So I'm
I think
assuming
she would be the most replaceable out of the vets.
Yeah.
Because you could find a big, for like a low money.
Yeah. So we'll see. So this team, that's why this team is put together to win a championship, because they know you can't keep this team together for long, right? Like, it's a window.
Right.
But the good thing is, because of the talent on this team, and like you said, how easily you could like shuffle the pieces, even when this team get broken up, they'll be able to put together quickly another team that's talented enough to win the championship again. You get what I'm saying? Like, it won't be like, this ain't a team like, yo, once it's over, it's over. Like, this a team like they could just, to your point, shift the pieces around a little bit and still have a championship team. So
Right. Also, to your point, this would be another reason why they need to go get Kennedy Carter, because she's cheap right now.
Exactly. Cheap talent. What? Come on, man. Especially cheap talent with a chip on their shoulder. Come on now.
Right.
Got to do that. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. If the contract wasn't so expensive, I would be pushing for them to go get Skylar Diggins right now. But that's too expensive. If you go get Skylar Diggins, you definitely giving up one of those, one of your big pieces, because Skylar Diggins making $1 million.
Right.
So, that experience, I definitely would love to have Skylar Diggins, but she too expensive. But to your point, guess who's not expensive?
You need to go get her and ride it till the wheels fall off.
Might as well add her. But the question is she going to be comfortable, coming off the bench? And I think she wants to start and roll, right? Last thing we need is for us to bring Kennedy in and she feel like she not getting enough minutes. And then what was the point of bringing her in anyway? You know what I'm saying? So, because like if it was a room for her to start, I would say start. But the way this team is constructed, I feel like the starting lineup, you shouldn't even mess with it, right? Jordan Canada is a lot. Again, she's sacrificing so that Angel could get her shots, Ryan could get her shots, and Alicia could get her shots. If she doesn't sacrifice, somebody is going to miss out on attempts. You get what I'm saying? Because Jordan Cannon could easily come out and say, I'm going to take, 8, 9, 10 shots a game or whatever. Mm-hmm. And well, that means somebody else's shot attempts is going to go down. So Jordan Canada, what she's doing is sacrificing her own shot attempts so that those three could, be happy. Almost on like some Rajon Rondo. If you remember the 2008 Celtics, right? How Rajon Rondo was playing before Ray Allen left.
Right.
So that's kind of what Jordan Canada is doing. So I don't like. But yeah, Canada, listen, again, if she's willing to take that road, then perfect. But I don't think she is. So that's why I don't talk about it or think about it. But listen, y'all made a good point earlier. Her on Phoenix is actually, because it's a different person than I thought. I always said that because I don't think Enrique is the best fit in Dallas for what they trying to do. So I always said Enrique would be the perfect fit. At first I was saying Chicago to play with Angel, but Angel not there no more. So now my second pick or my next pick for her would be Phoenix. I was saying Enrique to Phoenix because what people don't like from Enrique is her playing point guard because of her shoot first mentality, right? So if you play with a player like Alyssa Thomas, who's a point guard, you don't have to worry about Enrique being a point guard. You could just allow her to be a shooting guard, right? And that offense. But to y'all point, you could say the same thing about Kennedy Carter. So Kennedy Carter also, who has the ability to play the 1 or the 2 at what her size, being now she's 5'9". If she plays with a player like Alyssa Thomas, she could just focus on scoring. Like, you don't have to be the point guard. Alyssa Thomas already take care of that for you. Right. So you could just be another scorer along with Kalia Copper. So both of them fit there, you know. Kennedy Carter or Enrique, both play styles fit with Phoenix. So we'll see if that happens, if they, Phoenix actually decides to do that. Phoenix would have to, in order for them to get Enrique, they would have to have something valuable in a trade. I don't know what player. I don't think they have a player that's valuable for Dallas, but they could give some picks. Now the question is, do they have any valuable picks? And they may not, because in a WNBA, they judge it by every 2 years. That's your bag. And Phoenix was good last year.
Right.
So I don't know how good their pick is going to be. If they even got a pick, I would have to look that up. And then with Kennedy, to y'all point, Kennedy is basically a free agent right now. So that's an easy pickup for Phoenix if they want to. They don't have to worry about giving up nothing. So we'll see. That's actually a really good pickup. So I hope Kennedy people are talking. I'm assuming they are. I'm assuming they doing their job right. Like, that's one thing we got to do as fans. Like, we got to understand that it's people's jobs to do this stuff. Like, whether you talk about coaching or whether you talk about, people agents, right? We be thinking that we do their jobs better than they do.
Yeah, right.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm assuming Kennedy people was doing their job and they due diligence and they talking to everybody. So we'll see what happens with that.
Any team to get her is gonna have to just set the expectations up front. Like, listen, you're gonna be a bench player and you ain't gonna get that much time. Do you want the job or not?
Right.
You got an opportunity to be in the league and make a salary.
Right.
Somebody get hurt, you're gonna be up. Your number gonna come up. Use this as a time to clear your name out. Let people know that you can actually function on a team, and because everybody know you got more talent than almost anybody else. It's just wasn't between your ears. This question.
But to y'all point, listen. To your point and to T. Carmella's point, she'll be able to start in Phoenix. She don't got to come off the bench.
There you go.
She'll be able to start out there. Well, it depends, because they just got Sammy Wilkham back, and I don't know how they acting like she a big part of the offense. So maybe not. But I feel like she can still start because Sammy Wilkham plays the 1. Right, you could slot in Kennedy at the 2. You got Kalia Copper at the 3. You got Alyssa Thomas at the 4, and whoever they one of their foreign bigs. They got one of their foreign bigs at the 5. Mm-hmm. That's a solid team. Like, I think Kennedy could come right in and play. You still got Sammy Wilkham there, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because they spoke about it today. I was watching a broadcast. And she just came back, and they were saying how much of a glue she is for the team.
Yeah.
So they probably want her starting, and then she hits threes. She's a big 3-point shooter for them. So I could see a lineup that if Kennedy goes there, Sammy could be at the 1. And like I said, Kennedy, with her size and ability, she could play the 2. She could play the 1 or the 2. So you could she right there in your backcourt. You got Kalia Copper at the 3, Alyssa. That's a solid lineup, Phoenix. Listen, I got to tag them. Like, what I got to do to
look? That'll be tough on any team.
And
have to deal with Kalia Copper.
Yeah, the speed and athleticism.
Have to deal with Kennedy Carter.
Yeah,
they just lost the game tonight, but they went to the wire with the Lynx.
Yeah, but they also, even though they lost tonight, they've been playing ever since they in the last about 4 or 5 games or something like that, they've been playing well. Even though they lost a couple of them, they won the majority of them, and they've been playing well. And then to your point about being able to handle, you spoke from a player's point of view, but I think even Nate Tibbetts, again, another laid back coach. Remember, I said every coach ain't like get in your face and yell and scream type of coach. A Nate Tibbetts personality might work well with a Kennedy Carter personality because he might be able to like be chill, like and like when she's whatever, he probably be cool about it, which would make her feel like, damn, this coach got my back, opposed to a coach like jumping down her back all the time. She probably don't work well with a militant coach. You get what I'm saying?
She might shut down.
Yeah, shut down or clap back, one or the other. Whereas if you got a laid back coach, you'll check yourself. You'll be like, nah, this coach too cool for me to be wilding out like this. He has my back. So let me chill. You know what I mean? It might be that type of energy. So yeah, that's actually a really good. Let's shout out to you and Tika Miller, man. Shout out to Hot Tracks. Shout out to Tika Miller. You know, I give credit where credit due. Like I said, even myself, people didn't want to give me credit or don't want to give me the credit right now for not really predicting, but telling people how great Olivia Miles was before it was popular to say she was great. I'm giving y'all the credit right now because that's a really good idea. It's something I didn't think about. Again, I thought about it from a Enrique standpoint, but I didn't think about it from a Kennedy Carter standpoint. That's actually a really good fit. And now I want to see the fit. I want to see it. So I hope they go out and do it because that's another team I think right now that the moves they should be making should be moves to help them get back to winning a championship. I don't think they should be I don't think they need draft picks or young players.
Right.
At this point in Phoenix. I think they need players that's veterans and that want to win and that's ready to win right now. So that's Kennedy Carter to Phoenix is actually a really good move.
Yeah.
Because she gets a start. She should be happy there. I think, like you said, the players can embrace her. She's not with players that's going to be in their feelings or soft like that. And then even the coach, I think he fits her personality because, again, when you have somebody that's like a fireball, like somebody who could go off at any time, you don't want somebody too strict with them. You want somebody that's more laid back with them because that person will be able to get through to them quicker and easier than somebody that's like, to your point, of make them shut down or make them blow up.
Yeah. Maybe she need one of them, what you call them people, what the kids get when they're in school. Maybe she need a one-on-one, one of them people who walk around with her.
You stupid. She did something though. She definitely need I'm so serious when I say this because again, no, let me say this too. Let me be honest about this. I don't think therapy for everybody, right? Because some people are able to talk about their problems with other people, and then some people just like, for instance, me. I don't think I'm a person, and I'm not saying I think therapy is good. I'm not somebody who think therapy is bad, but at the same time, I don't think I personally need therapy because I don't like talking to people about my problems. Like I said, I do music, so I have an outlet. Whenever I go through things, I like to go through my problems, creativity. I can't talk right now, but I like to be creative. I like to be creative, and then I also, like I said about when I was telling you about the conversation I had with the girl earlier, I'm a thinker, so I love to sit back in my own thoughts and just think about things I go through, or just think about life, and that's how I personally like to deal with my problems. Other people can't do that. Some people really need to sit down with somebody and talk it out for them to figure out what's going on. So those people, I think, need therapy. You get what I'm saying? Or certain people who may have like anger problems or certain problems and they just can't get it right. sometimes you need to talk to somebody else. You know what I mean? So in Kennedy case, whatever it is, because again, I don't know her personally. I just know, like you said, we don't know the full story. I just know what people are saying. So judging off of what people are saying, I feel like she should go talk to somebody, right? Because yes, we don't know the full story, but if a bunch of people keep saying the same thing, and there got to be some truth into it too, somewhere. So she needs to go figure out what it is she, what can she do differently? What is she doing right? And just talk to somebody about it. It may help. Now, if it don't help, then at least you did it and you move on. But I do think she should do that. And, they make enough money now. I mean, obviously she ain't have a contract, so you can't say her personally, but hopefully she gets a contract soon. And if she gets a contract, they make enough money where you can hire your own chef, right? Yeah. You can hire your own person. Like you said, if you need that person to talk to you, that person could be with you anywhere. You can hire that person, or it could be virtual. That person don't have to be with you. It could be virtual, but I just think that whatever it is she needs to, put it to you like this. Let me not even say therapy. Whatever Kennedy needs to help her, she needs to do. Whatever that is. I don't know what it is, but whatever she needs to do to help her not have these issues no more, she needs to put that in place. So like I said, in simple terms is what I'm saying. If it's eating right, hire a chef, right? If it's going out and being safe, hire security to be with you. You know what I mean? So if it's something mental, hire that person you need to talk to, or whatever. Like whatever it is you need, take care of your needs, because we need you in the league. Us as fans, we need to talk about Kennedy Carter, what she did.
Because everybody was happy when she came back.
Right.
But I think you hit on something, man. I think Dana Evans probably had a little something to do with some of this.
It was weird when I saw her yesterday. I was looking at her, and then I just thought, my mind went through conspiracy theory, right? And I was like, Dana Evans, Candace Parker, Asia Wilson, Becky Hammond. Like, I just started to piece relationships together. And I was like, damn, she got caught us. They executed her.
Right. And plus, man, she could have been having flashbacks. She could have been like, oh no, this girl right here, she coming in putting up 20 points a game and all this.
About to take my job.
Start looking at me soon.
Yep, about to take my job. And then it's funny, soon as she go, guess who's back?
Right.
So again, I don't know if that happened. I don't want to put lies into the atmosphere. I'm just saying I thought about it.
Because I'm telling you, man, them little comments on that, I mean, that was like, that's minimal. Like, okay, don't engage with the fans like that. Cool. Don't talk about other players on other teams. No problem. Unless she was actually in the locker room, like wilding or something like that, or just not like being engaged in like team meetings and locker room conversations or whatever, then I could understand it. But you don't just let no talent go like that.
Yeah. No, you do. I agree with you if it was a different team. But you do if you feel like, you got to remember, this is the Aces we talking about, right?
Yeah.
The way they thinking is, we won this without you. We don't need you. That's how they thinking. You get what I'm saying? Especially,
they don't understand these teams are getting better, though.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying I could understand that thinking, because they thinking like, all right, you mad because your playing time went down because we wanted to make sure Jackie Young was comfortable. But we won a championship with Jackie Young. We ain't won a championship with you. You get what I'm saying? That's the way they thinking. So they thinking like, listen, as long as we got Asia Wilson, Jackie Young, Chelsea Gray, and Drew Lloyd, we could win another championship. We don't need no Kennedy Carter. So you got to fall in line. I guarantee you that's their thought process. You get what I'm saying? And that's why what happened with Kennedy happened to Kennedy. Now, I agree with you. You don't just let no talent like that walk outside the door. but that's we so used to organizations being ran a certain way, right? If you look at the NBA ain't gonna just, even if you do let Kennedy go, you're not gonna just cut her. You gonna get some draft picks or something.
You're gonna get some money for it.
This Kennedy Carter.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, even if we do gotta let you go, we gonna profit off of you. We gonna do something. We gonna do a signing trade or something. But yeah, nah, they just cut her. So it's like, so I do understand your thought process because that's just the smartest thing to do with somebody that good. But yeah, nah, not in WNBA. The WNBA, they like, yo, we don't need you, and we won without you. So you either fall in line or we gonna cut you.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, they probably looking at it too this way. Like, look, next year is going to be a lot of people looking for jobs. So,
yeah,
new people coming in the league. It's going to be getting people pushed out. It's going to be people asking for more money. It's going to have to be cuts made.
And listen, I think somebody, Henry, or somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they also, to your point, because you just made me think about this, they gotta look out for next year because I think Jackie Young only signed for 1 year.
Right.
So they can't not make her happy. She definitely gone, right? And they like, nah, we gotta make sure Jackie come back.
Young.
Yeah.
Because she wanted to leave this year, didn't she?
I don't think so. I think people were saying that because if you know anything about the drama between so Alyssa Smith and Dejanay broke up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but Jackie Young is dating Alyssa Smith.
Oh.
Yeah, and Alyssa is dating Deja Kelly.
Okay.
Now, so when people heard that happened in the summertime and them two hooking up, they was like, oh, Jackie Young and Alyssa Smith ain't gonna want to play together no more.
Right.
And that's where those rumors came from. So that's why people were saying Jackie probably gonna find her own team. She probably gonna lead a team because of the Dejanay.
Well, I know Alyssa Smith now. Boy, she's showing out over there in Vegas. She wasn't doing that over there
in Indiana. Or Dallas. But I think in a moment, because I ain't gonna lie, Deja Kelly not a bad. You know what I mean? Like you lose Deja, but then you get Deja. So I don't think Alyssa Smith give a fuck. I think in a moment she probably, that's her girl. I think she probably was feeling some type of way. But then I think because they got, and I put it. Now listen, you know Athletes Unlimited in the off season, the league they play in. Yeah, so Deja and Alyssa both play over there. And Jackie Young and Dejanay both play in Unrivaled together. Yeah. So they be together. They're already done bonded. They be picking each other up off the floor and all types of shit. So I think they over the whole shock of the breakup now, and they just focusing on their new partners. At least that's what they showing on the. They not showing if it is some drama, and they don't fuck with each other. They not showing it publicly. So it seemed like they over it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But that's why those rumors came about Jackie Young leaving. Though. It was really about the messiness and can they play together? But they showing they can. So I don't. Right. As long as Vegas keeps the culture and keeps winning, I don't see Jackie Young leaving. I don't, because it's just too much of a bond between Chelsea Gray and everybody that's there. It don't really make sense to break it up unless somebody don't like somebody, which is probably what happened. Ironically, we see them cut Kennedy Carter, but I was surprised when Tiffany Hayes left because I thought Tiffany Hayes was like fitting well, and I guess some things happen behind the scenes that we don't know about. But Tiffany Hayes got up out of there and went to the Valkyrie. So again, to your point, we don't know everything that happened with Kennedy, so maybe with some things that, the same things Tiffany didn't like, maybe Kennedy didn't like. The difference is, though, Tiffany stuck it out for the whole year and then, went to her new team and got up out of there, which is what we wanted for Kennedy. So hopefully, even though it ended the way it ended, like we said, hopefully her people was on the phone and they get her the right destination.
Right.
Because now I really want to see her on Phoenix.
Yeah.
I can't even see her on no other team but Phoenix right now. Unless she say, yo, I miss Angel, I miss Barbie and Ken. I'm willing to come off the bench to chase a championship. So unless she's willing to do that, then Phoenix is where it's at. Everybody welcome Miss Alberta, aka damn, I forgot what's your old name. I forgot your old name.
Sister Noble. How you doing?
Yeah, Sister Noble to the chat.
Yeah. I wanted
I'm
to use my
doing
real
great.
name.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I wanted to use my real name for my channel. I like my
Okay,
name.
I respect that. You just listen. It's just gonna take because once I get to know somebody as something, that's what I'm. So it's just gonna take me time to get used to the new name. But it's just I know you as Sister Noble. That's who you introduce yourself to me as. But I like the new name. And shout out to you. I didn't know you had a channel. So shout out to your channel. Are you doing women's basketball? Or are you doing something else?
I do some of everything. I talk about some of everything. Relationships. Right now, I'm about to go in, because I didn't just, got out of a relationship with, a man.
So you about to help some other women out.
No, honey, we'll be back talking again.
He coming back.
We'll be back talking again about a good look, give them about a good month. We'll be back talking again. That's all.
Let me give you some advice though on your chat. You probably know this already. But the way YouTube works is YouTube works better when you have a small niche. So I would advise you to figure out of all the things you talk about, what's your favorite one and kind of stick to that. And that's going to help your channel grow because what happens is in the algorithm, let's just say you put out different types of videos, right? The algorithm starts to get confused on who to send your videos to because they don't know which niche to put it in. So when you're dealing with YouTube, it's always best to stick to a topic. And that topic can help your channel grow better. That's my advice to you. But it's your channel. You do what you want.
Okay. I mean, I talk a lot about women's basketball, because I've grown to really love women's basketball,
Right.
I just been sitting back chilling, enjoying watching these games and, I just been, learning a lot, I came up here because I didn't even know these people were dating. Like all these people, I'm talking about Shakira dating too. I'm like, damn, what's going on? But anyway, I just didn't know that, because I just be, I don't be paying attention to stuff like that. So
listen, you want to know what's funny? Not to cut you off, Sister Noble, or excuse me, Miss Alberta. Not to cut you off. But I want you to hold your thought. You just actually made me think of something. I want you to keep your thought. I actually listen. I'm a dude, so I'm not into gossip or how the ladies call it tea or anything like that, right? I don't be caring about a lot of that stuff. I only care about the basketball. But to your point, you just actually made me think about something because I didn't know you didn't know that. And even Hot Tracks, he didn't know some of it either, right? Maybe I need to do a section. Maybe I need to do a same way I asked you about a segment of the. I don't know if you was in here earlier, Miss Alberta, but I asked him, should I start doing Angel's? Because I don't know if you know on her TikTok, Angel does like a Barbie's dream fit thing when she talks about her outfit, right? She just talks about. So I was like, well, maybe I need to add that segment on my podcast, like for like maybe a quick 5-minute segment. We talk about Barbie dream fits or whatever. If people was into that, because I don't know what people, what I mean. People might be like, oh yeah, we interested in that. People might be like, nah, we just want to hear about the sports or what happened on the floor, right? So people into that, I'm like, well, maybe I could add a Barbie dream fit segment. But you just gave me another idea. Maybe I need to add 5 minutes where we talk about the tea around the WNBA. Who dating
Yeah, because
who,
it's a
right?
lot of
Because
stories. I
apparently
mean,
people
yeah.
don't know.
Exactly. I
But
mean,
it's
it's
entertaining,
so
right?
many stories. It's like, people, we up here, Caitlin Clark, clogging up the damn airwaves with all her BS, but it's so many stories around the league, like good
Do me
stories.
a favor. You want hot tracks really quick? Talk
Yeah.
about like whatever y'all want to talk about. Keep talking real quick. I'm gonna actually see if I can pull a video up. Give me 1
Yeah, pull
second.
up
Y'all talk
okay.
for a second.
So, I this year I hadn't had a chance to get out and go to a basketball game this season, but that's because I did not get a 5-game season pass like I usually do. Last season I had got the 5-game season pass, but not this season. Next season I'm going to invest in going to, at least 5 games again next year. Because I got to get out and see Angel Reese live in person. I want to go see her for myself at Gateway Center Arena and also State Farm Arena. But I'm glad that Angel Reese is here with the Atlanta Dream. She's brought a lot of life to that franchise. I feel like, she is like a shining light, in that franchise. And, I really want the offense to be built around Angel Reese going forward because I do. I want the offense to be built around her going forward because it seems like the offense flows better through her. You get what I'm saying? It seems like it flows better through her. She should be at least on that team, at least the number 2 scoring option. At least she don't have to be the number 1 scoring option, but at least make her the number 2 scoring option. You understand? And I just hope that, I hope that Smesco, I hope if he listens to social media, I hope he run across this video and hear what I'm saying. Make Angel Reese the number 2 scoring option on that damn team. Now, anyway, but I just wanted to get that off my chest because I feel like the offense is much better when it flows through her, as opposed to Ryan Howard jacking up 3-point shots all over the place. She makes them sometimes, but then she don't make them sometimes. You understand? So, but Alicia Gray, I think she's a better scorer than Ryan Howard, in my opinion. What do you think?
I think so. I think so too. I think
Yeah.
she's more aggressive going to the basket too. She's a better finisher around the rim.
Exactly. And yeah, she's a better scorer than Ryan. I also think that they're gonna probably move Bree. They're gonna move her. They're gonna move her because I don't see her remaining on this team.
Yeah, her
I don't
salary
see
is
it.
$1 million.
Yeah, exactly. But wherever Bree goes, I think she'll be a great addition to whatever team she goes to. I think that they could use a big somewhere in LA. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The LA Sparks, that they could use a big. They could use a big on the LA Sparks right now.
Because our girl can't stay healthy.
Which one?
To
my Derica Hamby?
No.
You talking about Kelsey Plum?
Cam Brink.
No. Brink, yeah.
Oh, you talking about Cam Brink? My bad. Cam Brink. Yeah, that's right.
Cameron Brink.
That's right. Yeah, because Bree Turner being in LA, that would be a great addition. Yeah, definitely. Because Brink definitely cannot stay. Say what?
I said I like Cameron Brink, but she can't stay healthy.
Yeah, exactly. She can't stay healthy long enough. Hell, she need to get in the weight room.
Yeah.
She need to get in the weight room. Just like somebody else need to get in the weight room. But Cam Brink, if she would just pack on a little bit more muscle, she would be nice. If she could just pack on at least, I say about 12 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
At least 12 pounds of muscle. Yeah, she would be nice. Because she has a good interior game. Her footwork is very good.
Right.
Her footwork is very good. I mean, she's great. The girl can also play the point. You know that, right? She can play the point.
Yeah.
So I mean, she can on a fast break. She can, run up the court. Dribble the ball up down the court, and she's good at that as well. Not just that, making layups and shooting the three, but she can actually play the number one, point guard. So, but she ain't gonna play the point guard. I'm just saying she can play point guard,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just pack on 15 or something more pounds and she'll be great,
So you getting to see Atlanta firsthand the change, like with the Angel Reese addition. Like, is it that much livelier there? Like,
well, I haven't been to a live game this season because I didn't go ahead and get my 5-game season pass. I didn't get one this year. Last year I went to 5 games last season, but I didn't do that this year. Next year, on the other hand, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do another 5-game season pass. Okay,
but the
I'm gonna do
feeling
that
of the
next
city
season.
is different.
Well, oh yeah, I'm not saying the city itself is different. What I'm saying is, there's a lot of excitement around women's basketball because of Angel Reese.
Right.
I'm not saying the whole city is different. I'm just saying, she brings an excitement and energy to that franchise.
Right.
And I love it. I mean, but they need to add on some other players. I'll just say that. They need to add on some other players, But
it seems like it's going to be a challenge because Canada, it say she only getting 600,000. I know she gonna want more next year.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to figure that out. They're gonna have to figure it out because they definitely need to add, some other players. So they're gonna have to figure that out.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure Angel, I think she's gonna make one of the first teams this year. So she's gonna be due 1.4 million next year too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But I like every time I turn on the TV, and I watch a game, I like seeing my name. I like seeing, but that's the male version. Albert. I like seeing every time I turn on the TV, I see my name on their jersey. I see my name in the press room. I like seeing that. I like seeing that. Yeah.
Angel took that game over today, though. They would have definitely lost if she wasn't on the team or if she wasn't playing today.
Yeah.
That fourth quarter was hers.
Yeah. Them refs they don't be calling fouls on her. I noticed that, she be getting fouled in certain games. They don't call the fouls. They don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just, yeah. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to come up here, say my few words,
All right, I got the videos. Hold on. I'm about to post it. Hold on. Who y'all want to see first? Which couple? Which couple y'all want to see?
Yo, I didn't know that about Shakira Austin. That's crazy.
No, I didn't even know that either. Like, I didn't even know. But oh my God. See, like, for instance, I found out that Kate Martin was also dating Veronica Burton. Wow. I found that out too. I found that out the other day. Yeah. I mean, it surprised me, but
I mean, it's surprising when you find it out, but at the same time, it's like the community, like that's a small knit community. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like, especially listen, we talking about you ain't know. If we pay attention, we probably gonna be surprised with a lot of stuff we see during this All Star break. Who you know what I mean? Like who cool with who and whatever. So
Yeah.
we might get some surprises this All Star break.
Yeah, I probably won't even be watching the All Star. I'm gonna be honest. I probably won't even be watching it this season. You know. But
Yeah,
oh
this is
yeah,
the
look,
Alyssa
look.
Smith and Deja Kelly.
Oh, oh Lord. That's Shakira? Oh, that's Deja. My bad. That's Deja. My bad.
Yeah.
That's Deja.
And
Yeah.
this is Dejanay and Jackie Young.
Oh, oh yeah.
Wow. That
Man,
is
I don't know if y'all seen a game earlier this year, but when the Chicago when they played the Aces, Jackie Young ran over to Dejanay, gave her a kiss on the cheek.
Oh,
I don't know if y'all saw that. It was like last week.
this is crazy. So, okay. Oh Lord. Okay. So yeah.
I wonder how awkward is this for like the you got the girls like that in that community. Then you got the the straight girls that's married and all that stuff or got boyfriends and stuff. Like, do you think they be clicking up with each other or you think they all just coexist?
When you explain like what you mean by clicking up.
Like, do you think they be biased in the locker room? Like when you think they choose their flag over what's right, or like even the straight girls? Do you think that because some people that lifestyle is different, like it's uncomfortable to some people.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, because you could use somebody like Angel, right? And we know Angel has a boyfriend, but at the same time, Angel is a girly's girl. So
Right.
like Angel cool with everybody. Now
Yeah.
you leave it to some content creators. I heard one of the content creators say that, and I don't believe this to be true, but again, I don't know everything. I could be wrong, but I heard a content creator say that a lot of the the gay girls, their girlfriends is jealous when the girls hang out with Angel. So it's like it ain't like, let's just
Oh,
say, yeah. I mean, again, that was her opinion. I don't know if it's right or wrong. So, but that's what she said. I don't want to spread rumors or lies, but that's what she said that she sees. She sees that if Angel is super cool with somebody, Angel's real friendly, or she said, in other words, in her words, she said that like if they open a door for Angel, or if they pull out the chair for Angel, their girlfriends
oh,
start to get jealous and this, that, and the third. So again, is that true? I have no idea. I'm not there. She could be. It could be some truth to what she's saying, or it could be all BS. But to answer your question, hot tracks, maybe. I mean, to me, I don't think so. To me, it seemed like it's just like, to me, I put it to you like this. I think it's like anywhere else you go. You're gonna have people who's gonna be standoffish, whether they gay or straight or whatever. You're gonna have people that's gonna be standoffish and that's gonna be to themselves, right? And then you're
Right.
gonna have other people that's like social butterflies and that, you could use Caitlin Clark for an example. Caitlin Clark, maybe, well, I can't really say Alyssa Smith because Alyssa Smith in Unrivaled seems like not that, I don't want to say pretty popular is the wrong word, but she gets along with different, she hangs out with people. I see
yeah.
Angel hugging up on her, stuff like that. But if you pay attention to Caitlin, well, because of her personality, it's her personality. She don't really like when the USA team was together. She don't really be a part of the fun, right? They all be
Right.
getting together doing TikToks and doing things, and you don't never see her around. She's somewhere off.
Oh.
I don't know who she with. She might be with Stephanie White, whatever. But she's off.
Oh.
She's not with the crowd doing the TikToks and whatever. But that's up. That's her personality, right? Like you can't.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Certain people more
Right.
social butterfly. So I don't think it really has nothing to do with gay or straight or anything like that. I just think it's more personality based. Are you gonna be, because at the end of the day, when everybody leave, they're gonna go to whoever their significant other is, whether that's another girl or a guy. Like you're gonna go back to your significant other. But I think they all is in the same. You see it really another example of it. If you watch last year's All-Star break, especially like through the Stud Buds stream or whatever, you seen a lot of different people together. Like it was people together you wouldn't think would be together. Cool, you know what I mean?
Right.
Chilling, it was cool. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see different crowds of people together. I just think it really depends on your personality. Like, are you a social butterfly? Are you an introvert? Are you you know what I mean? Like, I think it really has something to do with that. Are you willing to let your personality show too? Some people are nervous to show their personality. And then some people show their personality. Like, for instance, somebody like Gabby Williams, right? I saw, like, Gabby, you see Gabby Williams don't seem like somebody who shows her personality a lot. At the same time, Gabby Williams seemed like somebody with a lot of personality, though. Like, it seemed like when she around people she's comfortable with, she shows it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I think it has something more to do with that.
Yeah.
That's why I like just sticking to basketball, because it's too much. They got to navigate through too much stuff. Like if you said if that's true what they saying about Angel and the jealousy stuff and all that with the girl, that's just something extra that you got to deal with. You know what I mean? Outside of the regular everyday.
Now I will say it, not to cut you off, Brody. I will say this though. The person that I've heard that from is somebody who I don't like their channel. And I don't really watch their content because everything they say is drama filled.
Yeah.
Everything they say is a soap opera. That's why I be trying to tell people, if y'all want to take, because some people kind of listen, and I don't know how much you've Miss Alberta, I don't know how much you've been listening to my stream, but I tell people all the time, don't come to my channel with that soap opera-ish. It's other places for that. Like I don't mind if you want to go to their channels and get your soap opera stuff off, do your thing. And you come to my channel, expect basketball. So when you start to come to my channel with the same drama that I'm gonna set you straight, and I'm gonna get annoyed because it's like we not doing that over here. We gonna be smart. I don't care who we critique. I don't care what we talk about, as long as we talk about it from an educated point of view. We're not going to talk about it from an emotional point of view. Like, I don't want to hear about your emotions and how you feel, and you want the coach to do something because you just feel, and it don't make no sense on the floor. Right? And that's what happens in these other channels. These other channels start talking, and it's like the stuff they say is like, huh? That don't even make sense. Like, what are you talking about? And they, like, you know what I mean? And then when I give people logic behind, oh, this is probably the reason why they did it, they don't want to hear it. They just want to hear the soap opera. Nah, go to those other channels, do the soap opera with them. When you ready to talk basketball, then you come back over here. You get so the person that I got that information from is a soap opera channel. She don't, excuse me, they don't know nothing about basketball.
Exactly.
So I don't want to say that as if it's facts. I just heard a channel say that before.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I be going under certain people channel whose name I ain't gonna mention. You know, when they be lying, I go I go in the comment section in the chat room sometimes, and I say something. When I know what they say is a lie, if I know it's a lie, I'll go I'll go in the video comment section. I'll leave a comment, But I mean, I don't do that to everybody, but I'm just saying, you know, I do it quite often.
Now, what I won't do is, and this is me personally, I won't throw nobody under the bus. The reason why is this. Everybody has a space to do content how they want to do it. You get what I'm saying? So if you got a channel that's supposed to be basketball, but you really just, and this is my joke. This is like my inside joke for it. Is I know y'all know I never watched it, but apparently, obviously it's a big deal because I keep hearing about it. I know y'all know Love Island is like a big deal, or one of the reality shows is really good, or whatever the case may be. I hear people talk about it all the time, right? So I call it Basketball Island when people want to do the soap opera stuff.
Oh yeah,
on these basketball channels, right? So if people want to have Basketball Island, listen, that's fine. Who am I? I'm not here to police nobody else's channel, right? So if you want to do Basketball Island, that's great. You know what I mean? That's cool. And I'm not going to throw you under the bus because you have a right to make your money and make your content. And, if people, apparently people find it entertaining because these people get more views than I do. I ain't no hater, right? These people's channels are successful, right? They got more subscribers, all that. So if you want to do Basketball Island and it's successful and it's working for you, who am I to say, so I don't knock nobody for doing it. My thing is just when the subscribers or the people who watches in the channel, when they bring their rhetoric over to my channel, it's annoying because it's like, all right, dog. I know, first of all, I know the person or the people, because there's multiple channels. I know the people that you getting this information from don't even know basketball like that. One I know for a fact because the person in one of their own videos said, I don't know nothing. I don't know much about basketball. Like they admitted it. But they still be giving y'all basketball advice that y'all be taking, which is hilarious. It's hilarious. They say in their own videos they never played, they don't know much about it, but they still talk about it every day as if they experts. The coach need to be fired. Angel didn't get the ball enough. Blah 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 blah. It's like, oh my God, like, are you kidding me? Nas Hillman. Why is Nas Hillman in the game? Because she's productive. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, that's what come with, the new attention on women's basketball.
That's a fact. That's what I said too, Hot Tracks. I said, it's funny. Part of me can't even create. I said, here's the thing. Some of the new content creators that's popped up in the past year or so is annoying because of like their basketball knowledge and what they be saying. But at the same time, it's a silver lining in it because most of them are Angel supporters. And it wasn't a lot of Angel supporters before. It was a few Angel supporters and a whole bunch of Caukies, right? So it was like a lot of these new channels that popped up are Angel supporters.
Yeah.
But some of them just don't know what the fuck they talking about. They literally Angel supporters. Right?
Yeah.
They not bad. They not here for basketball. And that's the only difference when they talk. Right. And that's the only difference when they talk and that's why I'm not completely knocking them because all Angel support the better. Like I don't mind Angel getting support, right? Yeah. But when you talk, I expect, especially if you a basketball chat, we all here for basketball. Like Angel brought us into basketball. If you came from Caitlin brought you into basketball. So I expect if you to speak about basketball, you're gonna speak. So, everybody knows on a different level. I don't need everybody to be Albert Einstein. I'm not no Albert Einstein about basketball. But again, I love the sport enough that I know a little bit about it, what I'm talking about. So I expect people to know something about what they talk about. Just like tonight. Tonight, we talked about basketball and had some good, intelligent, interesting conversations. Exactly. The chat brought up things that was interesting. Like I told before you got on here, Miss Alberta, I told Hot Tracks and Tika Miller, they said something that I want to see now. And I ain't think about before. And that's Kimberly Carter actually going to the Mercury, right? That's something I didn't see. I ain't think about, but that was an intelligent thought. And those are the type of thoughts I like to have in conversations. I like to have things that actually make basketball sense. But a lot of times, again, some of these channels, they love Angel, so they speak from an Angel point of view, but they don't know nothing about basketball. So it's like sometimes they say shit like, again, saying something might sound good that they don't know is hurting the team. So something, and respectfully, I love you, but I gotta tell the truth, Miss Alberta. Yeah. You said one of them things that you've been up, which was, I know you coming from the right place. But you say, I just want to see Angel get the ball. But people don't realize.
No. I said, I want to. I need her to be at least
Angel.
the number two scoring option.
Okay. But
Come
let me
on
tell you
now.
why.
That's
Now
a
I ain't mad at.
filler.
I'm not mad at
Yeah.
that. But let me tell you why the statement. And I'm not saying you said it, but let me tell you why the statement of, "Oh, we just need to get Angel Reese the ball, or the offense need to be built around Angel," could be problematic, right? And I kind of spoke about this earlier in the show. What people don't realize is, again, and you could go back and especially because I'm a basketball fan. I'm sure it works like this in all sports, but I'm gonna speak specifically for basketball, right? If you go back and you look at the championship teams of the past, it's not one person that won that championship. No matter who your favorite is, no matter whatever, right? No matter Michael Jordan didn't win by himself. You get what I'm saying? And he's the greatest of all time. So when you start looking at championship teams, you need about 7 to 8 people clicking at the same time to win a championship, right? So when
Yeah.
you start to go back and look at championship teams, you could go look at who was productive. You could go
Yeah.
see the head of the snake. The head of the snake might have been Magic Johnson, right? But Magic Johnson also played with James Worthy, and he also played with Michael Cooper, and he also played with, you know what I mean? It was like
Yeah.
it wasn't just Magic, it wasn't just Bird, it wasn't just Jordan, it wasn't just Akeem, it wasn't just whoever you want to name. It was a group of people. So if it works like that, and you want Angel to win a championship, it can't just be Angel. And if it
Yeah.
can't just be Angel, we got to stop talking about Angel getting the ball. You hear what
Yeah.
I'm saying? We got to start talking about how Angel could be successful and how Bree Jones could be successful and how Nas Hillman could be successful and trickle down to. And if you could find a way where we could start talking about the Atlanta Dream, where we got
Yeah.
7, because everybody can't play. Another thing people got to know, that once you get to the playoffs, and especially when you got a championship team, everybody don't play. Coaches shrink their lineups. So they only gonna play about maybe 8 to 9 people out of that 12 person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying those 8 to 9 that the coaches trust gotta all kind of be cohesive, working together.
Exactly.
And that's what people don't do. What people are doing right now, which they need to stop. Hopefully they'll stop soon. And I've been hearing it less, so maybe they are stopping. But what I've been hearing up until now in the season is, oh, Jordan Canada is not a point guard, and I wish he and we need a better point guard. And Jordan Canada ain't good. And Ryan Howard, she chewing the ball too much. And Alicia Gray is they not getting Angel the ball. Blah blah blah. There's all people talking about instead of saying, well, how can we get Alicia Gray going? Or how can we get Ryan Howard shooting better? Or she's taking these bad shots. She needed bomb. She'll play better if she did this. Even though Jordan Cannon is playing well, if you're somebody who don't like Jordan Cannon, well, what can Jordan Cannon do better? And that's what people aren't doing. Instead, what they're doing is, how can we get Angel the ball more? And that shit ain't gonna win you no championship. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So the most statement that gets under my skin, I guess the most, is when and evident that you could tell people just start watching basketball is, oh, we never seen nothing like this before.
Oh.
Like what you mean you never? So you never seen nobody? Yeah, of course you never seen nobody chuck up a shot from the logo at a low percentage and still remain in the game. Is that what you mean? Because what I'm still trying to figure out what this girl is doing that nobody has never seen before.
Fact. I tell them all the time, even the stuff that they act like she invented, I'm like, people was doing that before her, right?
Right. and what's crazy is, I know a lot of the legends don't want to sit there and say, well, I don't see nothing new, or this been going on since they don't say that. I don't know. Some of them might want to continue a career and know how detrimental it might be to say something, but it's like, come on, somebody gotta speak up, because this is getting out of hand. Because it's starting to become the truth, and you say something enough, it becomes the truth, especially online.
Right.
Even if it's not the truth.
Exactly.
You got the media saying this and that. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't believe why Candace Parker is saying half of the stuff she's saying as good as she was.
Yo, it's so crazy because it's like it don't never fail you, but it's like you can have somebody who you view as a legend, and then they get a job where they get a mic in front of them, and it's like you saying what? It's
They following the script. They're reading from a script.
Man,
maybe I don't think it's necessarily reading. I think if you on a big network, yes. But some of these people is on podcasts. So I think it's more relationship based. You get what I'm saying? Like for instance, right? Candace Parker's her relationship, because we all know sororities, all these things play a big part in connections and stuff like that. Candace Parker's from Tennessee. She's a Lady Vol, right? That's what they call them. Or volunteer or whatever they call them. Lady Vol, volunteer. And so is Izzy Harrison, Isabel Harrison, right? And so is Rakia Jackson. Oh, by the way, both of them don't have good relationships with Angel. You get what I'm saying? So
right.
It's like I think it's more relationship based than them reading from a script based. I think they picking and choosing sides based off of relationships. Now, what the hell Lady Vols has to do with Iowa Hawkeyes, I don't know. But apparently Candace Parker chose a side.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, Lisa Leslie
Now,
told
when
the
you
truth
say
about
both of them
Caitlin
don't like
Clark.
Angel Reese, you're talking about Candace Parker and who else?
I was
don't
talking
like
about
Angel
all
Reese?
three of them, but I was talking about, when I said both of them, I was specifically talking about Isabel Harrison.
Oh yeah.
And I was talking about Rakia Jackson. They had an issue in college. But what I'm saying is Candace Parker is also a Lady Vol. And maybe that's where her energy is coming from. I don't know. I don't like to spread lies. I don't do the Basketball Island or in Henry Hurley words, Love Island, the basketball edition. So I don't like to spread lies. If I don't know something to be a fact, I don't really like to say it. And if I don't think, if I'm saying something that's a rumor, I'm always specifying, hey, this is either a rumor or this is something that I thought that has no factual basis behind it. So what I'm saying is, I could be 100% wrong, right? Like I have no facts behind what I'm saying, but I think this is just from my brain that it's relationship based, and if you start to piece together, so that's what I did earlier with the Aces, right? And what I said, what happened with Kennedy Carter, relationship based, I could make a connection. Did it actually happen like that? I don't know, but relationship based, I do know Candace Parker played in Vegas, and so she has a relationship there. Relationship based, I do know that Dana Evans is there, and she had an issue with Kennedy Carter and Teaspoon giving her position away, right? And even though Becky Hammond is cool with Teaspoon, she's still the coach of that organization, and who knows what relationship, whatever. All I know is Kennedy Carter got the short end of the stick, and we all don't really know why, other than what they saying, and to Hot Track's point, those ain't really that big a deal. Like the stuff that they saying ain't that big a deal. So now I got to look at some, and then we also again be as respectful as I can be, Miss Alberta. You know that women have a tendency to be petty with each other, right? And not only do women have a tendency to be petty with each other, women like to let women know, right? Like I said earlier, the and did statement women like to use with each other. And did, and and will, and did, right? So it's like women don't mind doing some petty shit to each other and then standing in it, like, and did.
I know.
You get what I'm saying?
I work with them every day. I know. Trust me.
So when I think about Kennedy Carter,
I work around petty women like,
there you go. So when so now to bring it back to basketball, right? When I think about Kennedy Carter, and I think about Kennedy Carter in that situation with all these women with relationships, I can see, I think it get thrown under the bus. Now, did that actually happen? I can't say that factually happened. I'm just saying that's my brain could come up with a conspiracy theory. So same thing with Angel. Am I saying that Candace Parker don't like Angel because of her relationships? My brain is saying that's very possible, but I don't know that to be factual. So I don't want to put that in the air until I get some information saying that that's what happened.
Exactly.
So Lisa Leslie was honest about Caitlin Clark. I mean, she was being nice and honest. You know, she could have said more, but she said, you know, she spoke on things that she needed to improve in her game and all that. And nobody, like, people didn't have a problem with it, because you know. But I think Cheryl Swoops was honest too with it. I mean, she had a few facts wrong in the beginning that they still hold on till today. But I think she was the most honest out of all of them about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
She didn't pull no punches, and you know, they didn't like that.
What? Can y'all answer me? Can y'all answer why does Stephanie White be twitching her eyes like that?
I was just looking at that same thing, but you know what I was thinking, Miss Alberta? I was thinking this. Listen, you know when you piss somebody off and they can't say nothing. Like
I know
how angry you gotta be to blink like that. When the video come back around again, watch her eyes. How angry do you gotta be to blink like she looking at Caitlin like, bitch, if I could grab you up by the neck. Hey, Miss Alberta.
When I first seen it, when I was watching the game, I seen Stephanie White. I was noticing, damn, she do look mad. I did notice that she looked mad. You know, when Caitlin was on the floor and I see Stephanie White looking at Caitlin, I said, damn, she looked mad. Yep, I can see it. I can see what's going on.
Hey, she's looking. Hey, Miss Alberta, she looking at Caitlin like, you better not embarrass me. You better not embarrass me out here.
Oh my God! Did you see? Wow.
Hey, she looking at Miss Alberta. She looking at Caitlin like, I can't take you nowhere.
Look, man. And I'm looking at Stephanie White twitching them damn eyes, and I'm like, wow.
She looking at Caitlin like, I know you ain't just do this again. I just took you out the game last week and faked the injury so people could forget, and you do this shit again.
Yeah. And then this is what people are talking about. This is what people are talking about. They've been talking about it since the game.
Yo, you know that same flop she did on on Gray. She did it in college with a player, the same exact flop.
She did the same thing in college.
Yeah.
Look at Stephanie White. Look at
she felt like she got shot, right? I know what you're talking about. She laid on the ground like somebody shot her and then got up and ran down court.
Wow.
Right. That's the link right there. It's like a little small. It's like the third flop. She did the same thing.
She did the same thing. And she rolled over on the floor. Look. Wow.
I mean, Taurasi was telling the truth, you know. Yeah, she came in and she was lighting it up, you know, in the first season. But Taurasi told her the truth. Like, you think, like, it's sweet. You ain't going to just be running around doing what you want to do in here.
Wow. Look, Stephanie White looked mad as hell.
They said she broke some record during this game. I think she's the first to. I forgot how many assists it was or something. She was the first player to have a certain amount of points and a certain amount of assists.
You be kidding me. What? Okay, so oh my goodness. Ooh, it's too much going on. There's too much going on. This is too much going on. Mm, mm, mm.
And I would, Candace Parker, she never ever says anything about Caitlin Clark, but she
Oh no.
always want to minimize Angel Reese productivity and everything. And it's like, so you just gonna minimize her to a rebounder out of all the things that she do out there. The only thing she recently said that was I guess positive about Reese was about when they was talking about the All-Star voting, and she believed that Angel Reese should be a starter, but she understand why she's not.
Mm, mm, mm.
I think even Sue Bird is starting to call Caitlin Clark out a little bit.
Just a little bit. Mm, just a little bit. Oh. I mean, that wasn't even a hard hit.
Nah. A lot of her fans are saying that she received the elbow in the stomach,
In the
and that's why
stomach.
she went down. But do you see any elbows?
No, not an elbow. No.
Yeah, they saying that she got elbowed, and that's why
In
she
the
went
stomach.
down.
No.
It was a delayed reaction.
Oh no, no, she did it. I think I know what you're talking about in that game against Nevada, where she did the same thing. I think I know what you're talking about in the game against Nevada.
Is it? Let me see.
But I think I know what you're talking about. She did the same thing. I remember. It was a game, one of them games in her senior year at Iowa. When she did that.
Yeah, it was a Big
Yeah.
Ten game. Let me see.
Yeah, it was one of them games. I remember it when I if I but I don't really go back and watch them games. So but I know what you're talking about. Well, I'm finna go because I gotta go to bed.
All
You know,
right, now where Brooklyn at?
you gotta I gotta go to bed. Have a good night.
All right, y'all. Good night.
Oh, everybody left. I went to go get the video that Hot Track sent me. My bad. I ain't know. I'm saying like why everybody so quiet? Everybody left. MVP says, "What do y'all think about that Nolan Wells situation? I think they're going to get away with it. I don't know. I don't know the Nolan Wells situation." Henry Hurley says, "Question. Excuse me. Would they had did a review for a hostile act if the Senate didn't send a letter to the commissioner?" I think they. I don't. I mean, I don't think that that's connected. I think that the letter came after the review, the investigation. So I'm not sure about that. Maybe I have it wrong. But I thought that happened afterwards. Here's a video that Hot Track sent me though. We all seen this before. If you been paying attention to Caitlin Clark. Oh, that play? Oh, I didn't know. I thought you was talking about the Alyssa Thomas play. They did a review on that play. What did they review? I didn't know you was talking about that. That play, it was nothing there, so I didn't even think they needed a review. So I would have never thought, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, listen, man. Like I said in one of the videos I just posted, man, Caitlin Clark is a great actor. She's a great actor, man. You know what I mean? People really believe she getting hurt. That gotta take a lot of work though to like act hurt. So for the people that's still watching, make sure you guys hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribed. I appreciate everyone. And also I want to say this is what for the people who know that this is a makeup live and that I missed my live yesterday. This is the reason why I was adding these little I was producing these things so that the show could be more interesting. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And I will be trying to figure out more ways to produce the show to make it better. But this was something that I started doing and I was like, oh, this is pretty dope. And then it kind of took longer than I thought and I was able to go live yesterday. So I'm happy I was able to go live tonight for you guys for a makeup live. And I appreciate everybody who rock with me for the makeup live. We talked about pretty much everything I wanted to get into today. I just got to figure out a cohesive way to structure topic to topic, right? That's what I want to get better at. I want to figure out what's going to be topic 1, topic 2 through whatever, and how to smoothly transition into each topic. So I think I did a decent job of that tonight. I didn't do a great job, like for my personal standards for myself. I didn't do the job that I wanted to do, but I think I did a solid job of keeping the show interesting, keeping it going, and keeping some visuals, to keep it interesting. I want to thank everybody who was on my panel tonight. Thank you to Marie Miller. I think it was the first person who came up. Shout out to Real Money, even though he was emotional tonight. We got an emotional Real Money, but shout out to Real Money. And shout out to Hot Tracks. Hot Tracks was a pleasant surprise because it's always good having good conversations with people. Shout out to Miss Alberta, aka Sister Noble. You know what I mean? I always appreciate a woman. I wish she was still here so I could give her flowers, but I always appreciate a woman's point of view and a woman giving her opinion on the panel. I feel like it adds something to the show and to women's basketball when you hear women's opinions. So shout out to Miss Alberta, Sister Noble. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to people. Shout out to Gamble for the super chat. Shout out to Gamble for the super chat. Shout out to Hot Tracks also for the super chat. And shout out to Reddit Milky Way for the $20 and the Cash App. I appreciate that. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button for me tonight. MVP says Nolan Wells drowned to death hanging out. Oh yeah, I saw that. I didn't know his name was Nolan Wells. He disappeared on the boat, right? They came back talking about yeah, that was crazy. So now your question was, what? Do you think they're going to get away with it? I mean, it's possible. It's America. It's America. It's definitely possible. We've seen us get murdered in the street and people get away with that. So it's very possible. But yeah, shout out to everybody who's been in the chat. That's participated. Tika Miller, MVP, Henry Hurley, a few people off the top of my head who raised you, and everybody else who participated in chat. Shout out to the playback gang. Anybody who watches on the playback, shout out to you. Make sure you guys definitely holler at me in the comments. You already know I'm going to holler back. Please, if you on mobile, I need everybody hit the hype button for me. I need hypes, man. Hype me up. Hype me up. Everybody hit the hype button, please. Hype me up. You know what I'm saying? And once again, if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you watching this, if you enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button, please. And also, if you haven't hit the like button yet, spam that like button for me. Let's run the likes up really quick. Let's run them likes up. You heard? With that said, though, I think we had a really good chat tonight. I want to know what you guys think of the animations. What you guys think of the presentation. I think it's dope. But you guys tell me what you guys think. And then also anything that we talked about tonight, tell me your opinions in the comment section. With that said, on that note, we're going to end like that. Everybody have a good morning / good night and enjoy the rest of your day. Wow.